hearing. Obviously, this is the second reliability hearing this year. We obviously had the summer reliability session, I think it was in May, and we very much appreciate the opportunity for the regional transmission organizations, along with the investor-owns and all the other utilities in the state, giving us an update on the preparedness for the upcoming season. Obviously, this is a highly dynamic period of time that we're all living through, with massive changes taking place, and it's never been more important for us to, as a commission, to monitor the reliability of the system, particularly under the prism of the new 5 pillars regimen that the legislature has put in place. Wanted to turn quickly to Anthony Swinger. Anthony is here with the OUCC today. I think Bill is under the weather or out today. And Anthony, this is a very informal process. We're going to hear from everybody, and there's going to be opportunity for questions and answers. And I will look to you if you or anybody else from the OUCC team has additional questions. For those who are making presentations today here in the courtroom, make sure you light up the microphone. There's a little green button that will pop on. And David, I know that this may be the first time you've been in the courtroom. You have to bring that thing right up to your mouth in order for people who are streaming to actually hear what's going on in the courtroom. Before we get started, this may sound like I'm announcing the launch codes, but it's actually more important than that. For those of you who are attending all day today, the bathroom code for the restroom outside is 1024. 1024. For those who are in the building, it may not be as big a deal, but if you're attending all day, need access 1024, and I will have that here on a little sticky note in case you forget. With that, I'll turn to the commission. Any other questions? With that, I think I'm going to turn to Evelyn Robinson from PJM. Evelyn, are you there?
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, and Evelyn, if you go ahead and go forward and then introduce PJM's representative here today.
Thank you so very much. I am Evelyn Robinson. I'm PJM's primary liaison to Indiana. I am very pleased to participate, albeit remotely today. We have David Souter, who's our Executive Director of PJM System Operations, with you in person today. So I trust me, it's better for you to have Dave in person than me. He can answer many more questions than I can. With that, I'm going to say thank you again to the commission, to the chairman, for allowing PJM to participate in this very important discussion to make sure that we are all prepared for the reliability of the grid during this upcoming winter. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Dave Souter. Take it away. The floor is yours. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to commissioners.
Thank you, Evelyn.
Great. Thank you, Evelyn, and thank you, commissioners. Happy to be here today. I tried to answer some of the questions as part of my presentation, but happy to entertain any additional questions you may have. Again, some of what we're going to cover today is our readiness for the winter, gas-electric coordination, generator preparedness and accreditation, and capacity market as well. So looking into the winter, we're looking for a warmer and wetter weather as compared to normal. Despite the warmer outlook, we're still looking for periods of cold shots to come down into the RTO, especially west of the Appalachian. This is our waterfall chart that goes through our capacity projections going into the winter as compared to our loads. If we compared this to last year, we're seeing about 1,000 megawatts less in operational capacity and about 4,000 megawatts increase in forecasted load. So the reserves are down by about 5,000 megawatts as compared to last winter. If we look at the left, that is our operational capacity of 178.8 gigawatts. If we look at the red next to that, these are reductions to that overall generation capability. We're looking at discrete generator outages, typically your 3-year average, and that's about an 18,000 megawatt reduction. Next to that, we're looking at our historical interchange, about 5,500 megawatts out of PJM, Some of that is recallable. And if we look next to that, there's another reduction of 3.1 gigawatts. That is a low wind, where the wind is 50%, and no solar scenario. If we go to the right, in green is our load forecast. We have a 50-50 non-diversified load forecast of 141.2 and a 90-10 diversified load of 145.3. If we compare that to the last two winters, our peak load was around 133.5 to 134.5 gigawatts. The dotted line shows the operating reserve requirement of 6.4 gigawatts above and beyond our load forecast. So we are projecting an additional 8.7 gigawatts of reserves above and beyond the 6.4 gigawatts of reserve requirement.
David, do you know off the top of your head how that compares to last year, the same time? Reserve.
It's about 5,000 less reserves as compared to last year. Yeah, we're looking at...
It would have been 13.7?
Roughly.
Roughly.
Any other questions on this slide? In the appendix, we perform a lot of sensitivities. So in the appendix, there's additional sensitivities where we look at our largest gas electric contingency of 4.7 gigawatts, and we look at a combination of our largest gas contingency along with the low wind, no solar, and we still have excess reserves under those scenarios as well. There was a question is, what are we doing to take a look at high risk, low frequency type events? We have adjusted our operator tool set to take a look out 5 days so that we can start forecasting further in advance for any potential inclement weather and scheduling resources further in advance based on limitations. This is a summary of our winter OATF study, basically looking at the power flow. So we take a look at all these capacity projections and then start analyzing the impacts on the transmission system. And for all these various scenarios, we're seeing no reliability concerns at both the 50-50 modeled load forecast and the 90-10. So we have a very strong transmission system. Nothing more than some typical redispatch or placing capacitors in service to control any kind of thermal or voltage issues. Gas-electric coordination is very important within PJM. We have a cross-divisional team that focuses on gas-electric coordination. This team performs a daily assessment of the gas pipeline system, looking at the generator fuel nomination and awards, and really work to identify any risk. Then they work with the gas pipeline system, the generators, and PJM dispatch to either mitigate the risk or make sure we have awareness of what risks are out there and we can operate around. Besides the daily look internally, they do have frequent meetings with the gas pipeline systems between PJM and the gas pipeline systems, and then PJM participates as part of industry groups as well to work with the gas pipeline systems. There's significant preparation for winter activities. There's a lot of coordination with the generators, transmission owners, our neighboring systems, as well as RF and CERC as well. A lot of data collection and verification, preparation checklists, drills, and site visits as well. Regarding the PJM capacity market, in February 2023, PJM issued the 4R paper, which really started to look forward in the level of generation coming online, the increase in forecasted load, and the forecasted increase in retirement levels. And basically started to see that the supply was tightening and demand was growing, so the reserve margin was reducing. That has led to higher prices within the capacity market, and that's really then will incent new generation or entice generation that was planning to retirement to stay around.
David,
Yes.
I have a question for you. So what amount of gas has firm pipeline contracts?
Yeah, I think it's I think it's 50 to 60%, but I'd have to go back and confirm that.
Hey, Dave, this is Evelyn. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Evelyn.
Yesterday, Brian Fitzpatrick indicated that it was about 48 to 50% that had some semblance of firm contracts of our gas resources. But we'll circle back with you, commissioners, and provide that precise number.
Thank you, Evelyn.
And David, I'm sorry for interrupting, but you had mentioned the communication between the gas industry and your teams as well. Obviously, it was 2-3 years ago when we had that tremendous problem taking place over the Christmas holiday, where the temperature dropped 50 degrees in a very short period of time, and all kinds of gas interruption took place. Do you feel good about the extra communication leading to more responsiveness from the gas sector as your needs unfold this winter?
I do. Yeah, there has been a lot of coordination, not only with the gas pipeline, but upstream, the producers as well. So there's a lot of coordination there, and there's a lot of coordination and preparation with the generators themselves as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have seen an increase in the capacity prices, a lot of additional work to bring additional generation online. We have revised the interconnection queue process, changing it from a queue process that looked at fewer larger units to many smaller units. So that's been reforms that we've placed in service recently. And we're looking at a reliability resource initiative, which will try to accelerate some desirable projects that don't require additional transmission expansion to come online. And that's something we're looking to file here in December to try to bring more generation online. That's a summary of the presentation. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
I was going to ask the question about the capacity delay that FERC just approved. So that essentially puts it in May?
That's correct. Yes, it'll be a 6-month delay. And there is a ongoing process at the members committee, and we're looking to file some changes to the existing capacity market here in December, asking for FERC approval in February.
Well, and you know, we had the luxury of having you from PJM and MISO following you, where you kind of have two different issues with the capacity markets. They're trying to flatten their curve a little bit to encourage investment, and you are trying to steepen your curve a little to encourage investment. And will this get resolved then with the next auction, do you think?
Well, I think there's some complaints at FERC, so I think it'll address part of those complaints. You know, and some of the concerns they have is, you know, how we handle RMR units. So there's a few things. The CT reference technology is another thing that we're going to address as part of this filing. But there's other areas that require some more prolonged stakeholder discussions to make changes.
Yeah, Brad, you'll have to speak into the microphone.
Just for my own edification, what are some of the external contingencies that are thought to be potentially impactful to the PJM system? Just Of
Yeah, so-
curiosity, since you said they weren't important this time around, but what are they?
Yeah, so we'll take a look at loss of transmission facilities, some of the larger EHV facilities of our neighboring system to see if there's any kind of issues on the border that would impact our ability to transfer energy back and forth. And we're not seeing any of them limiting that would, it would cause any kind of reliability issues.
Okay, and I don't know if you're the right person to answer this question, but I mean, what is the process that PJM goes through when scheduling generation unit maintenance outages in the spring and the summer, or spring and the fall?
Yeah, we
have a broad understanding of that.
Sure. So we have a manual 14D that goes through the whole process of scheduling generation. So most of our outages occurred certainly during the spring and fall where we're not at the peak, and we have a system where generators schedule their outages. We'll analyze those outages for the transmission impact and from a reserve projection perspective, and we have a safety margin built into our tool set that won't allow for too many outages that may cause us some kind of issues. So we'll have in our tool set forecasted loads, and then we'll have a reserve requirement. As generators submit their outages, we'll analyze it and approve them and make sure that we're not causing any transmission issues or also causing any kind of reserve issues.
I'm going to go ahead and throw one out there that is, I hope the general counsel won't get upset with me. It's around load forecasting. Obviously, we're living through a very, very dynamic period of time. Indiana historically is been flat load growth for decades. 0.8% would be a big jump. And all of a sudden, we're seeing this engagement on the data center front. That is kind of a departure from some of the histrionic basis for load forecasting that we've used, and it has served both the regulator and the utility sector very, very well. And we may be engaging in what is reasonable from a predictive standpoint. I know that's a mouthful. What can you say? PJM is very different than MISO, and Bob will get a shot at this here in a minute too. From a MISO perspective, MISO is mostly vertically integrated markets. PJM is mostly competitive markets. What does this mean, and how can the RTOs help with understanding load forecasting, not only throughout the footprint, but in individual jurisdictions?
Yeah, I would say yes. This is an interesting and challenging time. I've had the opportunity to actually go down to Dominion in the Dulles Airport area and see this construction, and it is happening. That the load is coming on, the data centers are coming on. There's additional growth out in the Columbus area as well, so the load is coming. It's just how much. So we have a process in the planning side where we do the load forecast from an economics, but also from a data center perspective. Now the challenge is it's coming. The question is how much and how soon. And that really goes into a lot of the outreach with the TOs to talk through their projections, their original projections versus what they're actually seeing coming online, and taking that through. We have a load analysis subcommittee, which would then finalize what our forecasts are into the future. And then that would make its way into our planning process to make sure that we have the transmission system to support that load.
David, thank you very much. And I do want to make a quick comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
I do.
Commissioner
I do
Valetta.
have a follow-up question, David. So to follow up with the chair's question, so with a lot of this load growth, it's going to probably be served by gas generation at some level. What kind of challenges is that going to pose for gas in the heating season?
That's a really good question because in lieu of another technology, I mean, there could be storage that could come on and help. It'll probably be gas, especially, if you're looking towards, winter peak when the solar's not there. So it's going to be a lot of close coordination with the gas pipeline, hopefully some new pipeline builds and/or storage that will provide some more flexibility and allow us to leverage the capabilities of the gas generators and their flexibility.
Well, I'm sorry to tag team on this one, but then that brings up supply chain issues too. How are you viewing that as it relates to longer-term reliability? I know we're here for winter reliability, and now we're projecting years into the future, but if you had to make some observations for us on supply chain and into the future.
Yeah, we're having a lot of challenges with the supply chain. We have about 34,000 megawatts of generators that have, signed agreements and just are getting delayed. And one of the reasons is supply chain. So we have to keep a close eye on that. Not only the supply chain for the new generation coming online, but the transmission build. Transformers take years to be delivered, so we have to get out ahead of that and make sure we have adequate resources. And then, as you mentioned, the supply chain with the gas industry as well, which is a little bit different, as compared to the electrical industry, but it'll have to be close coordination, understanding of, what builds are going to occur, where the future gas will be built, and making sure that we have a good understanding of potential deliverability issues as we plan on a day-to-day basis.
David, thank you very much, but I also want to say thank you to Evelyn and Awesome and the rest of the PJM team for staying in close contact with us, and obviously Northeast Indiana's covered inside the interconnect. We're also part through Indiana, Michigan, and Michigan as well. We appreciate that relationship and ongoing dialogue as there are challenges. Don't wait for winter reliability. Don't wait for summer reliability. Our doors are always open as you are seeing needs unfold. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and we thank you for that kind offer. And I would like to just say at this time, your staff is very open to very often communications with me. Thank you so very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Next up is MISO.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the commission.
Bob, let's just wait a second till we get to.
Oh, I'm so ready to go. I'm sorry.
You have a PowerPoint.
Oh yeah. I probably screwed it up, didn't I?
No. Cassie's helping. There we go. With that, I'll just go ahead and introduce you, Bob, and for presentation and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob Kuzman, Executive Director for the Central Region, and also have next to me Eric Gus, who joined me about 6 months ago, and maybe I should just pass this deck over to him and let him do it, but I'll go ahead and take the run this time. But before I start, a couple housekeeping things that I'd like to talk about. I want to personally thank Commissioner Freeman for her hard work on not only OMS. We have a wonderful relationship with OMS, a big part because of her, and also her time served on the advisory committee. And we'll have another year of Commissioner Freeman leading our advisory committee. So look forward to that. And as I was walking in, Dave Johnston, 8 years as the vice chair of the PAC Commission, and he has done a great job there. But not only that, Luke and his team and everybody here, I greatly appreciate their hard work, not only when they help us with MISO and PJM stuff, but what they do in their everyday jobs. So wonderful, wonderful staff that you have put together. So on that, we'll go to the seasonal outlook. You'll probably see this sort of familiar as what you just saw from PJM, but I'll just talk a little bit about it. Near to slightly below normal temperatures in the North region, near slightly above normal temperatures in the Central region. You couldn't tell that the last couple days, but classic region temperatures highly dependent. We will have, as as PGM mentioned, some intense cold shots throughout the winter. Above normal temperatures expected in our south region throughout the entire winter, which is good for people that would like to head to spring break, apparently. Next slide would be the seasonal precipitation. We predict an active storm pattern expected with above normal precipitation across the Great Lakes and dry conditions expected across much of the south region. As we become more and more dependent on 35,000 megawatts of wind and over 6,000 megawatts of solar, this is becoming more important in our forecasts as we do our forecasts throughout the day. You can see,
Bob, aren't you glad you did seasonal accreditation?
I was going to talk about that, absolutely. As you can see, lower confidence in our forecast methodology is new, and we're still learning on solar, especially on the impacts of snow cover and cloud cover throughout our footprint. The bottom line of the chart shows sort of the historical hourly output of both the wind and solar. It is historical. We're learning every day, but you can see we're expecting average wind generation and normal to above normal solar generation forecasts. So those are good things as we move into the winter months.
I'm sorry to ask you this. You know, obviously, years ago now, the interruption in wind during the wintertime caused a magnificent problem when 8,000 megawatts didn't show up in the Dakotas. Is everything weatherized to temperature variation that we're predicting now?
That's a great question. The issue is cost, right? We could copper plate everything and it'd cost the ratepayer a lot of money. So I think they've taken as many precautions as they can on the basis of how much cost to risk value. They have done a lot more in our northern region, but we have developed a lot more wind farms as we come down south into Iowa that may not experience all that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about wind and solar in a couple slides, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Let's just talk a little bit about what we did in one of your questions I'll touch on. Obviously, we monitor the gas pipeline boards. We look at weather forecasts. We now have 4 meteorologists, either contracted or on staff. We look at weekly fuel and consumable data to see where we are as we go into the winter. I think the important thing is the annual winterization study, and you had a question about that. The annual winterization survey, the response rate increased to 96% of our load serving entities from 92% in 2023. Respondents reported a high level of preparedness for winter, greater than 90%. Results satisfied requirements for reporting, NERC requirements for reporting generating units, minimum temperature to reliability coordination. So we have seen a large increase of over 4% of our LSEs participating in the annual winterization survey, which is important because if they're prepared, we're prepared, and it works that way. The next slide is probably the most important slide that we'll talk about. Obviously, MISO projects sufficient capacity to cover both coincidental and non-coincidental peak forecast. You can see that our one line is the average of what the LSEs provide us for seasonal peak calculations. And then you see the I can speak today, the non-peak forecast is the peak loads submitted by load serving entities per month. You see through December, January, and February, we meet everything and do not have to get into LMR plus operating reserves at all through December, January, and February. That doesn't mean we're not going to have a bad day or more than a bad day run. One good thing about it is our relationship and our continued relationship with PJM, SPP, working to, if we're having a bad day and they're okay, working with our operators, with their operators, to make sure that everybody in the Eastern Interconnect keeps their lights on.
And Bob, during these months, that's the current LMR procedure, right?
That is correct.
We have not changing yet.
Yes. Yep. We in that hopefully filing LMR reform sometime in January or February. That wouldn't go into effect to 28 to 29. The next slide sort of talks about some of the challenges we're seeing as we transition to weather-dependent resources, creating new challenges for our operational team. And I'm sure PJM starting to see some of these operational risks. As you can see, back in July 21st through July 22nd, we found that 11 hours and 8 hours of 19 hours of essential zero wind and actually wind pulling on the system, which is causing issues that you talked about in the past. How we plan for that and forecast that is getting even better each and every day. You can also see the future system. Our load is shifting. The net load average in the summer is starting to shift later in the evening, which is causing issues with ramping down and ramping back up again with some of our resources as we see moving forward. Obviously, some gas resources move a lot faster than some of our coal resources do, but they all provide reliability needs that we need. And then we're starting to see, as we continue to get more renewables on the system, some frequency issues and system stability. These are all things not to be concerned about yet, but we're continuing to work with them to learn how to manage as we see this transition to the new resources that we're having on our system. Just want to talk a little bit about some system reforms and improvements and touch a little bit on the load forecast that you asked PJM about. You can see we filed MISO reforms FERC Order 20 in 2023 to improve project readiness and appear to be effective as our queue volume has decreased by 30%. Last year, we implemented a more of a robust penalty and entrance fee to our queue, and also required more land acquisition, not only for the resource, but also for the tie lines that come to connect those resources to make sure they are ready and prepared to go. You can see that increase. Although our queue now is sitting at 349 gigawatts, and our maximum load is around 126. It's virtually impossible to study that queue. Basically, what we would have to do is turn off all our generators in all of our footprint to take a look at how to study that queue. So MISO has taken a little bit of an aggressive approach. Yesterday, you may have heard that we have filed our cap. That has been filed, and we're looking to cap our queue to 50% of credential peak level throughout the region. The region here is Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. If I remember correctly, it's around 18 gigawatts, but don't quote me on that. I will get you the exact number on that, but I think that's what it is. In the meantime, to address the need of load concerns that we see throughout the footprint, we are coming up with what we refer to as Economic Reliability Assessment System Study, ARIS for short. What that will allow you to do is enter the queue and move through the queue within 6 to 8 months. Similar to our expedited transmission planning system that we have now, seeing that if you need a transmission line to service new load, we can expedite that through the review process. That process will hopefully be filed sometime in February. Details to come. Obviously, very important that we are working with our states through the organization of MISO states, because they're going to play an important role in seeing what resource adequacy needs we will have.
Well, Bob, and I know you're in the formation stages of that filing, but at the end of it, the goal for MISO is to be able to improve the queue process for what it needs.
Yes.
To make sure that it can move electrons effectively throughout the footprint in a timely fashion. Is that, am I misstating that?
You're not, Mr. Chairman, and let me clarify on that too. We're running two separate queues. Hopefully FERC approves both our cap and ARIS when filed. What it will allow us to do under the queue that has 349 gigawatts in it will allow us to catch up. We are implementing under phase 1 studies. MISO is taking back from the studying from our transmission owners, our TOs, and we're going to study it with new software that hopefully we can get out what it's going to cost on our interconnect system a lot faster than waiting for transmission orders to provide us that data. Therefore, developers or utilities will be able to see what the cost is and make that determination to get out of the queue or stay in the queue a lot faster, which will help us reduce the number and study. That's one thing to improve the other queue. Now for AES, what we plan to do is it's resource neutral. If you obviously have a wind or solar PPA with a utility built in, that works too, but it could be for thermal resources also. And it's going to look like, and we haven't, I'm going to talk broadly because we're still working with OMS on this, on some sort of check by our commissions, because our commissions are set resource adequacy in MISO. MISO does not control resource adequacy. We look at reliability. So those are the things that we're still working on to see what best fits. In Indiana, it may be different than Michigan, and we totally understand that, and we want to work to make sure it fits for all our states. A little bit of, touch on a little bit of information here. You can see we have 55 gigawatts of signed interconnection agreements that are signed and ready to go. You can see approximately half of those projects are delayed for numerous reasons. Supply chain being obviously the largest, regulatory process, PPAs still being renegotiated as we see prices change, and in some states seeing, and maybe here in Indiana, some areas changing zoning rules and other things that are happening out there that affect those 26 gigawatts. If I go to the next slide, you can sort of see I wanted to provide the Indiana queue. Let me touch on one point, and you'll see more of this, just a foreshadowing of Board Week. Indiana does rank up in the top of signed generation interconnection agreements that haven't been started yet, but Indiana is #1 in getting those resources online as first. So we may have the most, but we're getting them on the most, and that's something that's really important, not only from what our utilities are doing on getting those resources on, but also maybe working with the developers to get PPAs on. And if you take a look at our interconnection, this is sort of the projects sitting in Indiana, roughly 227 projects, about 39,000 megawatts, and you can see what's signed GIAs but not online.
So Bob, you're saying that the IURC is not contributing to the 18% regulatory process delays on that slide?
I'll let you, I think everybody in Indiana is working together, not only with the IURC, but also the members doing what they're doing to get those resources on as quickly as possible. I think it's a good team effort.
I'm going to follow up on that.
Yep.
I know we use the word delay when we talk about the queue, and then thrown into that is the regulatory process. But is MISO saying that there are delays in the regulatory process, or that the time the regulatory process takes is simply part of the number of days of getting on the queue?
I think both. And we're
Really?
not looking
You think
at,
both?
I think both. I think it depends on the states, right?
Let's talk Indiana.
I can't answer it directly to Indiana because it's a footprint-wide look at.
Okay. Then talk broadly.
Talk broadly. Some states, through zoning and other issues, have caused regulatory delay. Some states have where they have to cite where these are located. It could be delays also at FERC. It could be delays. I'm looking broadly
Regulatory's
at
big
regulatory.
picture.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Large picture. I always like to talk a little bit about this because the chairman talked a little bit about seasonal. So our reliability imperative has been very successful over the last couple of years, setting the stage of how MISO takes a look at these changing resource mix and what we need to do at MISO, not only to work with our commission, OMS, but also our members. I think one of the highlights, as the chairman says, we have gone to seasonal. It's been very successful. Different resources provide different capacity accreditation during different times of the year, and they should get that accreditation when it's needed. I think this year will be the first year coming into our auction that we will have the reliability demand curve. It'll be very interesting to see how that affects capacity prices across the footprint. but we're prepared to execute that coming forward. I think the other thing that I want to really talk about is not only brag on Aubrey Johnson and Laura Rauch's team on their transmission evaluation, 11.2 or 10.3 billion a few years ago, and just approved by our board committee, still has to be approved by our full board, another $30 billion of transmission, not only on long-range transmission planning, but also JTIQ, or Joint Transmission Interconnection Queue, out west. And what that will allow is that we get, I'll use the from get off the gerbil wheel with SPP, working out an agreement and a cost allocation formula with SPP and MISO, so we can do some improvements so those assets that are sitting in the generation interconnection can get on our transmission system at a lower cost. And we also work with the federal government to receive a very large, substantial grant to help that process move forward. Those are some of the things we have. We also just finally, as you know, we had direct loss of load approved for our thermal generation. We just have that approved for our wind and solar, change in how we're doing loss of load. Without a good accredited value to a resource, you cannot run a good capacity auction to really know what your assets and how they're going to perform when needed. And finally, just a little publicity. If you haven't had the MISO app, there it is. You can download it, and all notifications will be come through that MISO app. Or you can call one of us at MISO at any time. I appreciate the time. MISO is prepared and ready to serve the winter.
Bob, I have a quick question.
Sure.
So during the OPSI annual meeting, I had a panel with Pearl Street, and they talked about the software that they're working on with MISO to clean up the interconnection queue. And I would just encourage MISO to kind of share the results of that with the other RTOs, so maybe all the RTOs can experience some of the benefits it sounds like MISO is going to get from using that software.
Thank you. Yeah, that software should be up and running January, February, so we should see that starting to apply to our queue rather quickly.
Thank you.
It's all yours.
Well,
I'm turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm good. So MISO perceives we're all set for winter?
We're good.
Okay. You're probably anticipating my next question. During the spring meeting on summer reliability, I asked you the same question I've always asked you on an update on dispatchable characteristics. Before I get to the question, I'm on this FERC NARUC collaborative, and I don't know if you were there during the time, but I did specifically indicate to the FERC members present that Indiana supports appropriate price signals, and I specifically mentioned dispatchable characteristics being priced in ancillary services, capacity pricing, and scarcity pricing as well. What can you tell us about MISO's filing for dispatchable characteristics and the price signal that may send being priced in ancillary services?
So let me go backwards a little bit. I think, and if I'm correct, we're going to be filing value of loss load and scarcity pricing sometime in December or not November. So we have addressed that issue. The good thing about working with everybody across the footprint is that our value of loss load pricing does have a cap built in. So that's important, so we don't sit at a price that is unmanageable for a long period of time when there are no resources, right? At some point, there are just no resources. The second answer to your question is I think we've done a lot of what you're talking about. If you look at our directive loss load, what we have implemented with coal, gas, and other thermal units, is that you get paid when you perform. And you perform during those risk hours. I think those are the attributes that we are sending, that those risk hours, as we talked about adding solar and other renewables on, are actually pushing our peak time out later in the evening when it may be darker or it may not be able to use those non-thermal resources. So we're sending those signals to our gas and coal plants that those risk hours is what you have to look at. So they're doing, I will tell you, you look at what we have done in our accreditation, and the performance of our thermal resources have gone up based on that accreditation approach.
Are you saying that you're not going to be filing a dispatchable characteristic tariff in ancillary services?
We will. I just don't know the date on that.
Okay. All right. With respect to reliability and gas, I've had a general question. Are there things that MISO, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, David, because you're still here, sees the need for NERC to address anything on the reliability of gas? Their focus obviously is reliability, but is there anything more that standards-wise that you see from the electric side that NERC needs to be doing?
If you look at our queue footprint wide, you're seeing additional gas coming into the system. Gas won't run like it used to. It's going to run in those areas in the future where we need it. Oops, excuse me. Those risk hours and those hours of transition between nighttime and day and daylight to night. I think that the resource, the thermal resource probably of the future potentially will be gas. Obviously, our coal plants play an important role in our footprint, and they will continue to play that role in our footprint. But we're seeing additional gas resources. So I think the gas coordination between, we were talking about this before the meeting, I think the gas electric coordination is going to have to be a lot better. You know, it just has to be, because that is the resource that we're seeing, and I'm sure PJM is seeing in their queues to meet that gap that we're going to have when we have those wind days and when we have those non-sunny days. I think Claire, if you weren't at Claire Muller, if you weren't at NARUC to hear him, he basically echoed those same remarks, that we need to start walking hand in hand.
Well, David, I, again, don't mean to put you on the spot, but are there any needs that you see that NERC needs to do with respect to its standards, which focus on safety, obviously, and reliability, to improve gas-electric coordination?
Yeah, so I think, just to comment there, that I think NERC issued a statement, and they recognize the importance of the gas pipeline industry and gas generation to maintain reliability, you know, in real time. I think continued focus on generator performance, all generator performance during extreme weather, is key, and maybe even tighten those standards a bit as far as what the expectation is from a performance perspective. But, you know, working with NASB on gas electric coordination, I know that they're focused on that, and I think we need to continue to work through NASB. There has been some improvements from a transparency perspective and having, I guess, a bit more consistency on gas pipeline constraints and exact locations, so us in the electric industry can decode it easier and understand exactly what's going on in the gas pipeline. So there's been movement there, but I think continuing to work through NASB on the gas electric coordination is important.
And I think also the importance also is what OPSI and MISO letter did to stir the discussion with PJM and MISO on some joint planning. So I think that's important. We thank you for that. I think we can find some projects that we can interconnect better with PJM and MISO to continue that sharing relationship.
Staff? Consumer Anthony, any questions? Thank you, Bob. Thank you, MISO. We are right on schedule. Wabash Valley, I think you got a whole slew of people.
Want to test the microphone?
It seems to be working just fine. I think all three of them down here should be working, so. And you could pull either one of them over on this side. I think there's enough extension there. Matt, do you want to go ahead and introduce the team and then?
Yeah, I think we actually have a slide here, right in the front.
Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. Yeah, so just the quick introductions. I'm Matt Moore, so I'm the Executive Vice President of Power Supply with Wabash. Been at Wabash for roughly a little over 4 years.
And you may need to move that mic a little closer to your lips.
Okay.
I mean, you really have to get in, and it's not so much for us. We can hear you fine up here, but it's for the streaming folks.
I appreciate it because we have made that mistake before, and more than once.
It's very common in this courtroom.
Sorry, so I think that's my brief introduction. And Albert, you want to go next?
Yes, good morning. Albert Taylor, Vice President of Generation for Wabash Valley Power. Been with Wabash for almost 20 years now, overseeing their generating ownership interests and quite a few years beyond that in the power industry.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Joan Solar. It's good to see you all. My role is Director of Risk Management and Regulatory Affairs, and I've been at Wabash Valley about 3 years. We did bring our Vice President of Communications and Legislative Affairs, Vicki Gardner. She's in the wings for backup support. Today, I will talk to you about an overview of Wabash Valley, discuss our resource portfolio, share wholesale power cost trends, and highlight how we monitor extreme weather. Then I'll turn it over to Matt, who will talk about fuel management and also the MISO capacity construct observations. And Albert will bring up the rear with our winterization action plans. So Wabash Valley is a generation and transmission cooperative serving members in Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. We plan holistically for all of our load. The majority of it is in MISO, 90% of it is in MISO, and the majority of our members are in Indiana. We work among 6 different transmission zones in the 3 states, which is a little unique for a G&T. Our resource mix has changed dramatically over the last 6 years. It's quite diversified. You see a shift from about 70% coal in 2017 to a balance of a 30% roughly coal resources, 30% natural gas, and 30% carbon-free, so to speak, with nuclear, wind, and solar resources. I want to speak a little bit about wholesale power costs, which represent a large portion of our members' retail rates. So since the beginning of 2024, we've seen a decrease in forecasted cost for power as well as natural gas. The dark green line at the top represents the cost per megawatt hour, the energy component, and the light green down below represents natural gas forecasted prices, and you can see they correlate quite nicely. Our hedging plans allow us to minimize rate volatility for our members, and also we have an annual true-up process to manage over and under collection. As we all know, extreme weather can change pricing quite quickly, so we don't rest on our laurels about any of these forecasts. We manage our costs quite closely. I want to talk a bit about how we monitor extreme weather. We work with ACES to collect data from across the country. So we look at RTO market prices all across the U.S., temperatures in major cities, planned generation outages, forecasted wind output, and also forecasted peak loads. And we determine on a day-ahead basis. We receive a dashboard every morning from ACES, and we make decisions about must-run units, how we offer our units, as well as making forward purchases. I will turn it over to Matt.
All right, thanks, thanks, Joan. So I'm going to switch to one of the questions around fuel management, or really fuel inventories. So I'll walk through our resources as far as our coal and natural gas facilities. The first one, the jointly owned coal plant in Indiana, that's Gibson 5, and our partners there are both Duke and IMPA. Duke is the fuel manager for that resource. They do a great job of managing the fuel on behalf of all three, the joint owners. And going into this winter, there's already 65 days, or actually at the time that we created the slide, there were 65 days of coal on the ground. So we've already met the target for fuel to get through the winter. And to be honest, we really haven't had any issues there since 21, 22. And I say there, it was really kind of an industry-wide issue post-COVID. Effectively getting the trains moving again was a pretty slow process. In Illinois, we are a minority owner of the Prairie State Generation Campus. That's a very different story. The mine is literally right across the street from the coal facility or coal plant. But to manage the potential issues of maybe a belt issue, something along those lines at the mine, there is 30 days of inventory on the ground already, so outside of the mine. And then lastly, natural gas. Our strategy has been and continues to be to contract with really larger suppliers that have positions, firm positions on multiple pipes as well as storage, and instead of us trying to manage that on our own. And that's been a really effective strategy for us. And I'll say historically, and this leads into the next slide, I guess, historically we don't really have issues in getting natural gas, but everybody knows about, and I think you had a line of questioning here for MISO and PJM about the coordination between the gas and power markets. So what we've done here, just kind of laid out the major pipelines that intersect the state of Indiana. Our gas resources are interconnected to three of them, so ANR, NGPL, and Midwestern. And at any given point in time, especially during the winter, you can have issues with pipelines. A lot of times it's related to pressure issues. To make that problem a little bit more complex, Mother Nature has this unique knack of having these extreme cold weather events on 3-day weekends during January and February, or around Christmas also. And what happens there is you're trying to nominate gas for a 4-day strip. So if you've got a 3-day weekend, that's really nominating gas for 4 days, while the power markets are clearing, on each day, right? So you don't know if you've got a warm Saturday, a colder Sunday, and then a really cold Monday and Tuesday, how to effectively line up the gas. But we do know that MISO's taking comments on a process to where they would be committing resources for multiple days in a row, so that way you can coordinate a lot better from the standpoint of lining up the gas, on that Friday to get you through the Tuesday. Now, kind of switching gears real quick to the questions around the observations, really the seasonal accreditation. That's been the big change. And I guess I would start with, I think all of us in the industry that serve load in MISO, we've all gotten to the point where we figured out what all the changes are and are working through those changes. The high level items that you notice is that our reserve margin requirement, especially in the winter, has increased considerably. So for this year, it's 27%. We've got some information from MISO that next winter, it's actually dropping to 18%. So pretty large swings as far as what our responsibilities are. And then accreditation is going down, or has gone down to prior to the seasonal construct. So reserves go up, accreditation goes down, but we're adapting to that. The next challenge really that we're going to be facing is, I think the future changes to accreditation. MISO is currently working through, or I think it's filed at FERC through a change called direct loss of load methodology, which again is something that we're working to learn and understand the impact on our portfolio. But the reality is, in any change in accreditation at an ISO level, something that happens, it's going to change in the next 2-3 years. The ability to respond to whatever your new requirements are is a major challenge in this industry for any utility. If you now have to go out and build a 300 megawatt resource, well, that is a lot of time and a lot of capital to do that, and it doesn't happen in 3 or 4 years. So that's the challenge as things change. You can change the rules quickly, but you can't really change your portfolio nearly as quickly. And then finally, touching on the question around what do we look like going into this winter. On the right-hand side of the graph, really what you see is what our total requirements are for, based off our load and the reserve requirements specifically to our MISO load. and what our accredited capacity is for this winter. And I think I should highlight, based off the current information that we have and forecast that we can create, we believe that we've got enough capacity to meet our needs probably out into the early 2030s. Joan mentioned earlier that 90% of our load or so is in MISO. The other 10% resides in PJM, and that's covered through a full requirements contract. So by default, we have enough resource adequacy capacity to meet our needs in PJM as well. With that, I think I'll pass it along to Albert for winterization plans.
Thank you, Matt. The final few slides are not necessarily information that we haven't covered before, but intended to kind of address the detailed questions of what happens at the plant level as we prepare for winter and specifically these extreme weather events. Just want to point out for Wabash Valley Power, we don't have any of our own employees operating the facilities we have ownership in. It's contracted O&M services with either a North American Energy Services or it might be our partner, Duke Energy or Hoosier. Depending on what plant we're talking about, it would be the majority owner's personnel in those cases. But having said that, all these operating companies have, distinct winterization plans and procedures that they follow, and at the start of each winter season, late summer, early fall, they'll review those plans, they'll review their preventative maintenance activities that are specific to winter, and make sure all their personnel have gone through annual training as required by NERC, adhering to the EOP 11, or what's now going to be 12 standards, and check those boxes. And that's usually done in coordination with MISO and the other RTOs sending out specific winterization surveys. A lot of those questions also pertain to, have we done this training? Have we done our checklist? Are we prepared? They'll take a look back at the prior winter and any issues that they had. Matt kind of alluded to all these different winter events seem to come with some kind of unique nuance to them, and you may think that you've covered everything and the wind's coming out of a different direction. You might learn something. So they do take a look back and make sure they've covered those types of lessons learned. Then all of our planned outages are due to be completed by December 15th. We've got a plant in Illinois that will be wrapping up a major outage in that December 12th to 15th time frame. I'm not going to get into reading all the details on this slide, but just some of the activities, again, that would be specific to winterization. What you're really worrying about is, are your heating systems on and working properly? Heat trace, are those circuits checked? Space heaters, aux boilers, and then the other issue you're trying to worry about is any condensation or water that you need to be mindful of checking. But plant staff are also going to go to making sure they've got the proper PPE for cold weather activities outside or extended stays at a plant should they be snowed in. And do they have contractors lined up for snow removal and access to the facilities? Specifically to certain types of plants on the coal front, you're probably worrying there a lot about frozen coal, bunker pluggages, or just getting it off the pile into the boiler. A lot of these large coal plants make a lot of heat, so they're a little less concerned probably with freeze-ups in the building. But on your gas side, which we're all aware we're becoming more dependent on, whether they're peakers or combined cycles, you need to be very mindful of that cycling and those shutdowns where you might be on an operating, and then if it's really cold outside and you're going to be down all night and pick back up in the morning. Have you had any freeze-ups on any instrumentation or circuits? That's really critical. Or if it's combined cycles, the HRSGs, making sure those large water-filled boilers sitting out there expose the elements. You're not having any issues with that. And then finally, it's all about communication when we're dealing with these extreme winter weather events, and it's really key. When we know they're coming, I think Joan alluded to some new models that we've been working on developing to try to better predict when these things are coming. But are we in communication with the authorities to make sure roads are open to the plants in advance? Have we communicated with our gas suppliers in advance, whether it's trying to identify how we nom a 4-day strip or just even next day? Have the plants done walk downs before the events? Again, just making sure everybody's communicating and we're ready, and then likewise during the event. We need to be in a constant state of communications as things change and we need to respond. Wabash has an emergency power supply manual and procedures. Should conditions on the grid become critical, we'll respond to that as well, work with our members. So not just at the plant level, but system as a whole to make sure that, we can keep power flowing to our customers during these storms and in the wintertime. And with that, I think we'll take any questions that you may have.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and fire off one that's not precisely winter reliability related, but on the economic development front. Obviously, civilization is dealing with some very, very large questions with the emergence of AI and data centers. If you just want to make some general observations about that, one of the things that we have encouraged the investor-owned utilities on an ongoing basis is to be in the room with economic development folks as they are entertaining prospects for potentially locating in the state, because it's our observation that the best insight about growing economic development is a team effort, and that you need people who know what it takes to supply energy and utility resources for economic development. So that's a big picture question, but since we've got you, I wanted your thoughts about economic development in this emerging new period of time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a very timely question, because I think, I don't know why I can't get that right. Very timely question. I think all utilities are dealing with those inquiries around, let's talk about data centers, right? That's a big part of the economic development, because you mentioned AI. And you said you encouraged IOUs to have power supply and economic development kind of going hand in hand. At Wabash, we've got a strike team that I'll call it, we follow every single lead, where we're understanding what the actual request is from the standpoint of what the ramp is, when they want to be interconnected, and what the actual power supply requirements are. So yeah, all of that is going hand in hand for us, and we definitely firmly believe that dispatchable resources are going to be needed to manage those types of loads. And we think that kind of what you've outlined there is, as far as the team, is what we agree with. And we started that probably January, February, as those requests started coming in, and us trying to understand exactly the different flavor of requests when it comes to economic development, right? So some of it's aspirational and some of it's real.
And that seems to be one of the big challenges. And you heard me kind of quiz to the RTOs about the load forecasting side. Obviously, Joan's been involved in this kind of stuff for a long, long time on integrated resource planning, and load forecasting is a huge part of that process, whether it's short-term or long-term. This is kind of a new area where you're talking about people wanting resource immediately. This is not industrial, this is not commercial, this is obviously not residential. It's something totally different. How do you feel about the load forecasting of the future?
So, extremely difficult. I think on a utility by utility basis, a lot more simplified than maybe you think. But collectively, because what happens is, what you don't know is who all is talking to the same potential aspirational load, right? So at a MISO level, I think they have a bigger challenge than maybe we would, because obviously we're going to know exactly as a potential economic development load, as it's getting closer and closer to coming to reality, then our forecast becomes pretty straightforward, right? But at a MISO level, if you've got similar loads or similar companies talking to multiple utilities, well, that's where you get these, hey, MISO's going to grow, or PJM's going to grow 5,000, 10,000 megawatts, and it's really probably a third of that.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the consumer counselor's perspective? Yep, Anthony.
I just had one. I noticed on your fuel mix, I think it indicated 11% nuclear. Could you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, that's our full requirements contract that serves our PJM load. through the INM. So we identify the fact that INM owns nuclear as a part of that fuel mix.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Technical staff? Matt, thank you very much. Anything else that you wanted to observe? Thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it. Okay. We are at time for break. For those who are streaming us, we will be back at 11 a.m. Thank you. Well, welcome back to the IURC courtroom. Cassie, are we okay streaming-wise? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we are streaming. All right. So we're back, not on the record, but since this is an informal proceeding anyway. Hoosier Energy. And I will turn it over to you. We've got 30 minutes, and feel free to use as much of that time. We've been doing it fairly casual. Commissioners occasionally have questions. It's possible technical staff may have questions as well, but we very much appreciate you being here. I know we all have reliability first and foremost in mind, and we're anxious to hear what you say about the winter outlook. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Rob Horton with Hoosier Energy. This is Matt Randall, also with Hoosier. Got a couple quick introductory slides we'll jump through. A little bit about Hoosier. We're a 18-member system cooperative. We serve southern Indiana, southeastern Illinois. We're a member of both MISO and PJM. We have approximately 1,700 miles of transmission line. We interconnect with 7 major utilities. Our all-time system peak is just over 1,800 megawatts. We have approximately 284 employees, and so far we've been able to return patronage up to $205 million to our membership. A little bit about our membership, our energy profile here. We're a diverse retail customer mix. No single member system constituted more than 10% in 2023, and no single consumer constituted more than 3% of member system 2023 aggregate billing. And you can see the breakdown on the donut chart there on the right. So let's jump right into the questions. The first one, wholesale cost trends. Hoosier Energy customers, our customer base is heavily influenced by weather. So as we see weather changes happen, we see that impact our membership pretty dramatically from time to time. Wholesale costs have been stable following the unprecedented volatility in 2022, and they're expected to continue at current levels through this winter. We have a higher overall cost driven by market trends and higher costs of energy and capacity resources in general, as well as cost of transmission continues to increase, including approved reliability projects within MISO and associated costs with regional transmission owner investments to address aging infrastructure that many are addressing right now. The inflationary impacts have put upward pressure on cost of materials and services also. Some of the actions we're taking for winter preparedness, we maintain and update an annual generation and transmission winter preparedness plan. Inside of that plan, we outline and define communications, winterization, operational protocols among Hoosier system control, generating facilities, and the transmission operations portions of Hoosier. Hoosier conducts coordinated meetings with generation facilities, our internal fuels team, and industry partner experts as well. We review our current natural gas market and previous lessons learned, and a review of our communications protocol concerning winter preparedness. From a physical preparation for our generating facilities, we do this in the fall through an automatically generated preventative maintenance plan. So we get a work order, we start working on these things with the goal of having all of the work completed by end of October. Examples of that work, heat tracing, auxiliary boiler testing, looking at commodity inventories, things of that nature. If and when we anticipate winter weather conditions that are going to impact our footprint, we coordinate directly with the generating facilities to recalibrate assumptions and implement specific operational contingencies. Real-time planning activities are taking place in that time horizon. We're looking at frequency of communications. We're looking at coordination among our fuels teams, plant operators, and power markets, to name a few. We make sure that all of our procedures are up to speed, and we review those one more time in the event we see weather coming. And then as we're going through that process, we manage the process and mitigate risk through supplier engagement and communications, MISO offer strategies, risk mitigation strategies, and plan availability and coordination decision points. So we're working with all three of those folks to make sure that we're prepared as we see incoming weather. Lastly, there's a real-time on-call communication plan, and it's confirmed to ensure appropriate contacts and approval authorities are engaged. So if we see something coming from a weather standpoint, we'll have people, in essence, on call to make sure there's someone there to approve the processes and hit all the marks that are inside of our winter preparedness plan. From a fuel availability and reliability planning standpoint, we secure natural gas supplies in a manner that ensures fuel supply reliability at competitive pricing. So it enables our generating capacity to be competitively offered into the day-ahead and real-time MISO markets each day. The fuel strategy executed via short-term supply agreements. This allows Hoosier to effectively evaluate potential suppliers and could further enhance reliability or reduce associated costs. That includes transportation and any imbalance charges along that path. Really, due to the dynamic and rapidly changing gas markets over the past several years, these short-term supply agreements ensure procurement flexibility, allowing us to respond to changing market conditions. We continue to broaden our relationships with natural gas suppliers as well as pipeline suppliers to make sure that we're continuing down the path of meeting reliable, efficient, and competitively priced fuel supplies. From a maintenance outage and reliability planning standpoint, our Lawrence County facility, unit number 1, is currently projected to be back from maintenance here in the very end of December. We think it'll be slightly sooner than that. We found some vibration issues with that particular combustion turbine, working through that with OEM and making sure that that will be available. All the rest of our fall maintenance activities were completed by October 30th of 2024. So if you think about the 4 CTs at Worthington that we operate, joint ownership with Holland Energy, I think you heard from Wabash here maybe right before this. All of those activities have been completed. Supply chain continues to be a challenge when it comes to the impacts from cost and scheduling. So we continue to work through supply chain issues. When you start thinking about outage planning and MISO seasonal accreditation risk.
Rob, I apologize for interrupting. So supply chains with respect to replacement parts and service, not new stuff, but replacement stuff.
It can be replacement whenever we're speaking about outages.
Yeah.
So parts and pieces, even labor that's required to conduct those outages. If you start thinking about new builds or new technologies you're going to implement, you still have the same supply constraints, but what we have found is we're seeing some of that at the outage level or the maintenance level as well. The MISO seasonal accreditation risks, it adds complexity for planned and unplanned outages, and that's really in respect to the 31-day outage window. That's part of that accreditation process. So we want to make sure that we plan our outages effectively and we do not run up against the 30-day outage window.
And Rob, I'm sorry, I may not have looked ahead. The MISO folks were giving us 2 arrows, one where the accreditation actually caused them a little bit of an issue. How's that affecting Hoosier?
Great question. Whenever we go to do our planned maintenance, we want to make sure that we're not going longer than the 31 days. So we're trying to make sure that we plan it both outside of a peak energy use window, but making sure that all of the systems, the parts and pieces that I mentioned from supply chain are closer to in hand before we start the outage to give us the...
So you are not challenged by either the resource or the supply chain because of the timing that you've engaged?
It makes it more complex.
Planning.
Yes, but it makes the planning process a little bit more complex because you're making sure all those are in place before you can get started. And then you have to consider if there's discovery found during the outage that you've not planned for, that could end up being critical path items as you're trying to complete your outage within that 31-day window. So the MISO market reforms and resource adequacy, the seasonal construct here. Market compensation mechanisms would be helpful to address reliability risks and to compensate generators for their contribution to system reliability, both in real time and across the long-term planning horizon. The evaluation of MISO's resource adequacy construct does reflect the increased operating risk across the footprint and operating risks at a premium as the bilateral market continues to diminish. So we're experiencing some of that from a bilateral standpoint, especially when you're thinking about the seasonal products themselves. So diving into that just a little bit further, seasonal risk requires different reserve margins under the construct. And so you can see here from the table that as those planning reserves change, it can put utilities into an over-procurement scenario, which can increase cost for our membership. There's risk that's carried through the fluctuation of reserve margins. While it's not large here, looking at planning year 24-25 versus planning year 25-26, you can see that there was an opportunity to where we may have over procured based on the winter season.
And this is the chart where they had the arrows, and it looks to me like your numbers are approximately the same as what Wabash Valley's were in terms of I think they said 28% in the winter and 8% in the summer. So you're roughly similarly situated with
We are.
resource.
We are.
Resource-wise, okay.
So firm fuel supply is the next topic. We do not subscribe to firm fuel contracts at our current operating plants, and the reason being is firm isn't always a guarantee. So firm fuel supply is often weather dependent and rely on operational characteristics of the gas system itself. Natural gas can be diverted from home heating prioritization during extreme weather. So if we're trying to operate our facility, they can divert that for home heating instances. And then operational or capacity restrictions on pipelines may prevent fulfillment of gas demand or produce incompatible flow requirements for electric generators. Really what that's saying is when there's operational flow orders on the pipeline, you have to procure a certain volume, and it may not match up with what you're asked to run inside of the MISO day-ahead markets. So you can have a mismatch there. And that mismatch can cause increased pricing for our member systems.
Rob?
Yes.
On that slide, have you done any sort of economic value analysis on the use of firm contracts?
We look at that as part of our fuel procurement policy every 2 years to determine where we stand from a fuel contract standpoint for natural gas. We do have a unique situation with where we've strategically located our facilities in relationship to the natural gas pipelines, and Worthington's the best example of that. We actually have the opportunity to utilize the geological formation for natural gas storage close to the Worthington facility. Historically, we were using the pipeline in a different manner. We connected to that storage facility, and it has actually become our primary source of fuel for Worthington, and we've realized an increase in capacity factor, so we're operating more now since we've made those changes. So we review that about every 2 years and then take advantage of opportunities as we find them.
Has the RTO accreditation constructs, have those changes affected like your analysis on whether or not it makes sense to use firm contracts?
It's included in the scenario planning piece, but it hasn't caused us to move towards a firm contract. As we look at the key points of our fuel procurement strategy being reliable, efficient, and competitively priced, we take those into account and then look at what are the opportunities in front of us for making sure we have a firm supply. We also utilize firm capacity on others, on the pipelines and marketers' standpoint or their contracts. So we can use firm capacity on, say, someone else's pipe or some other marketer, and then we offer it that way into the MISO market. So natural gas market interactions. I think I've hit on a few of these. The natural gas generators often must adjust real-time offers to limit dispatch ranges because of the flow restrictions. I kind of spoke about that when it comes to the flexibility from an operations standpoint. And there's the continued misalignment between electric and natural gas market rules that creates uncertainty around whether and when generation units will be dispatched based on fuel availability during high demand periods. So that mismatch is still in place and can cause issues that I spoke to earlier around the pricing components of getting gas on a firm standpoint or a certain volume and then being exposed to that to return it back to the market at a later date. And this slide here is just taking a look at Hoosier's energy portfolio transition. Going back to 2022 actuals and looking at 2030 projected, this is as of August of 2024. You can see that we continue to diversify our energy portfolio and have been focused on that since really 2020 and looking out into 2030. So you can see our mix has changed quite a lot over the past few years. And if you look into the 2020 projection or 2030 projections, you see 48% natural gas, you see 33% nuclear, and 15% renewable, and then coal reducing from 71 in 2022 to 4% in 2030.
Rob, and I'm sorry, since you're here and you mentioned nuclear, how's everything with Palisades, or do you have an update?
Yeah. We meet, joint organizing committee meets with both Holtec, Wolverine, and Hoosier, and we work through where they are at in the process. And so we're going over their startup activities, their outage planning, and they provide these updates to us regularly. And right now, things are still on track. You obviously see all the news articles concerning Palisades, but a lot of the planning was there was contingency put into the planning whenever the outage schedule was put together. So whenever we hear things around tube degradation, different issues that are coming up from Palisades, those are things that we've already talked about as far as discovery work, and that timing and contingency as well as the financial contingency are part of the overall restart outage plan. So things are moving well.
What is the timeline for restart?
Yes, we're still targeting, our Holtec is still targeting Q4 of 2025.
What's the total megawatts of that facility, or what will it be?
Yeah, that roughly 800 megawatts is that facility. And with that, I'm to questions.
Well, and I'm going to throw a few questions at you, even though it may not be specifically winter reliability. I don't know if you were here for Wabash Valley's presentation, but I asked them just generally too. We're moving into this new day and age for economic development, which seems to have captured a lot of people's attention for obvious reasons. I kind of intoned that we encourage the investor-owned utilities, particularly because we have direct oversight, to be in the room with economic development authorities as they're entertaining the thoughts and ideas and potential for new economic development, because I think it's key that they get a good rational approach as to what's doable and what's not doable. Would you mind making your observations about that, particularly as it relates to Hoosier?
Yeah, I think we're similar to the utilities across the state and really different regions across the country. But we are seeing an increase in economic development opportunities. We have put together a plan, if you will, on how we're going to handle these. We have a roadmap. We've put together a flow chart on how these processes are going to work to try to make sure that we keep equal engagement across each one of the potential economic development opportunities. And it lays out what the expectations are from Hoosier's standpoint, and also gives the developer an opportunity to see what kind of timeline it's going to take to bring something onto the system. Now, the number of inquiries we've received over the past probably, I'm going to say 2 years, have been high compared to historical numbers. And the number of what we refer to as megaloads, those over 50 megawatts, has definitely increased in calendar year 2024. So we continue to field the calls. We have had meetings with various different groups or potential economic development opportunities. And now that we have the process in place, it seems that those kind of discussions are at least more clear and granular as we move through the process.
And your members, they're working with local economic development authorities as well. So there's good coordination. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, absolutely. The local economic development opportunities coming from our membership will often engage us early in that process. So the G&T's at the table, the distribution co-ops at the table, the local economic development folks are at the table, as well as the potential developer. So we've been able to get in that process pretty early, which has paid dividends for us.
And I asked a load forecasting follow-up question to that. Obviously, you guys are involved in integrated resource planning as well, and submit to us for Dr. Borum getting a chance to look at them, that kind of thing. But it's a different day and age. We've typically been a flat load growth state. 0.8% would be a pretty good year, typically speaking, and that would be offset a little bit by energy efficiency. How do you see the new paradigm, and what needs to happen, if anything, with load forecasting as it relates to these hyperscalers?
Yes, we're definitely experiencing those issues too. And I think I'll start by saying I think the forecasting issue is probably even more prevalent when it comes to MISO, right? That's a challenge probably for MISO whenever you think about how many different mega loads, I'll use that term, are coming into the area and how do they plan for that, knowing that it may be one particular mega load that is engaging 2 or 3 different utilities. So to get a handle on how much load is really coming can be a challenge. That's what really spurred Hoosier to put together this process to get to a point where as they're going through the applications, as they're going through different steps, you start to see how serious this project is. So there is, for lack of a better term, maybe skin in the game at certain points along the way. And if they're continuing to engage post those process hurdles, you continue to build confidence that they're going to come. Now, for Hoosier specifically, it is a challenge because we're looking at the same thing MISO is, just on a smaller scale, saying which one of these projects could actually come to fruition. We want to make sure that we're not planning for something that isn't more concrete as we go through our actual IRP planning process.
And that's reflective of your members' disposition to risk with respect to their off-takers.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Commissioner Bennett.
Rob, are you turned on? I think so. Rob, slide 8 concerns me a little bit, and as you, and especially when I look at slide 14, and you're going to be doubling the amount of natural gas that you're going to be needing, correct?
Yes.
Where's that going to come from? Because I'm going to assume, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, but this transition is happening in Ohio, it's happening in Illinois, it's happening in Kentucky, it's happening all across the United States. So where is all this gas? I know we're sitting on it, but how are we going to get it?
No, that's actually a great question, and one that we go through with our risk management committee on a monthly basis, it feels like. The real key is to think of it from a diversification standpoint. So if you look at our currently owned natural gas facilities, they're not all on the same pipeline. So we want to make sure that we have diversity across pipelines. New gas that we're adding on would have the same characteristic, right? We wouldn't necessarily want to add new gas to a pipeline that's serving one of our other combined cycle facilities or even a CT. So that's part of the equation. And then you have to look at where is that natural gas being procured. If it's being procured to the east out of the Marcellus shale play, that gas tends to stay in that general vicinity. We talked about large mega loads, and we'll just use Virginia as an example. You know that gas is probably going to stay in that corridor in that part or region of the country. So if we're looking at siting natural gas for potential new builds, or we're looking at procuring existing natural gas, we spend a lot of time on due diligence of the pipeline's capacity, how subscribed is that capacity, and do we want to partner with a marketer or someone else that already has firm transportation on that pipe to be able to move that gas. Now, from a production standpoint, again, I look at it from where you're strategically placing that natural gas facility to really play into, is the gas going to be available? And I also point back to the coordination between the electric and the gas markets are a big part of that conversation whenever you think about how we're going to handle gas moving forward. And any coordination we can build there will be beneficial for reliability for our membership and across the MISO footprint.
Thank you for that. It just seems like one of these days, sooner rather than later, everybody's going to be going after the same thing. We're converting coal plants to natural gas. We're needing to build new natural gas. And we're talking about needing to build new pipelines. So, when are we going to? When is that point of can't think of the right term, but when is the breaking point? When is the point that we need to do something, and we need to do it now rather than later?
Yeah, and not
a fair question.
I can I can attempt to respond. You know, we have a lot of natural gas that goes to liquefaction, right, for export. So if you look at the natural gas, the LNG facilities that are down around the Gulf, there is a lot of natural gas that can leave the country, and there is a lot of natural gas currently available. Natural gas, from Hoosier's standpoint, this isn't a fuel that we're going to be able to skip over to get to the next technology. So as we're transitioning, and as you can see from our portfolio transition, we expect natural gas to be a player for the next, we'll say, 15, 20 years from what our view is currently. But that doesn't take into account any kind of new technology that could come on. So I will use SMRs as an example. If you start to see SMR tech, small modular nuclear reactors, if you start to see that technology increase and we can reduce the amount of time it takes from wanting to build and connect to the grid, you may be able to expedite those, what currently would be round numbers here, 8 to 10 years as we set today. If you could get that number closer to 4 or 5 years, then you may not need that much natural gas into the future, but they could still be the source that is dispatchable to support the electric grid with really quick ramp rates. So that's the positive around natural gas when you're trying to tie that to renewable and even a future with SMRs in it.
Any other commissioner questions? Technical staff? Heather? Rob, thank you very much. We very much appreciate this ongoing dialogue and commitment to reliability. This kind of an update is a big deal for us, and it's a big deal for folks that follow the commission as well. It includes all stakeholders who are committed to reliability and what the future is holding. So thank you very much.
Thanks again for the opportunity. We appreciate it.
Well, while we're happy to see you, Jeff, I'm very sad to see the winter coat. Well, on behalf of the commission, welcome. Obviously, we're part of the winter reliability study, and obviously you're one of the bigger gas utilities in the state, and anxious to hear all the citizens has to share with us today and entertain questions. I think you are scheduled for 30 minutes. Take as much time as you need, but we have been doing this fairly informally. So commissioners have been throwing out questions periodically during the presentation. I hope that doesn't upset the apple cart. We also have the Consumer Counselor's Office here, technical staff as well. So thank you, and the floor is yours.
Great. Well, thank you, and good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. It's good to see you, Chair Houston and Commissioners Bennett and Valletta, Freeman and Ziegner as well. We're honored to be here to talk again about the opportunity to provide our customers with safe and reliable natural gas to heat their homes this winter heating season. And if I can figure out how to advance, that's not too tough. You'll see I'm joined here today by Mike Bartone, Citizens Director of Gas Supply. And during his portion of the presentation, Mike will discuss, as you can see on the screen, winter reliability and preparedness, supply planning and winter projections. I'll then follow up with a discussion around customer assistance in helping our customers in need this upcoming winter heating season. I'm also joined with an amazing team behind me as well. They'll help answer questions. Joining us is Joe Perkins, our Senior Vice President and General Counsel. We also, as you know, Corlin Kilpatrick, who's Director of Regulatory and External Affairs. And then I don't know if you know Shannon Staley, who is our Director of Corporate and Public Affairs. And again, they'll help us with answering questions a bit later And with that, we'll jump right into it, and I'll turn it over to Mike.
Perfect. How's that? Better? Okay. Thanks. So on the next few slides, I'll walk you through how Citizens approaches winter planning and preparedness. First, Citizens begins with a plan to serve peak day demands for our 285,000 customers, residential homes, and businesses. For Indianapolis, that design peak day is based on an average temperature of minus 17 degrees. When we construct our winter portfolio, we take a critical look at both assets and our contracted services, ensuring they're prepared for those high demand days. Now, we do feel like we're advantaged because we have, a diverse access to supply to multiple different regions across the country. And those are connected through 4 interconnecting interstate pipelines on our system. Additionally, our natural gas transmission system is looped, similar to 465 around Indianapolis. And finally, we have both natural gas storage that we operate in Greene County and LNG peaking connected to our system. So when you wrap all those things together, we have a great deal of operational flexibility that helps provide reliable supplies to our customers and our service territory. So in addition to our assets, we spend a significant amount of time coordinating with key stakeholders. In fact, we had several of those meetings this past week. Pipelines, gas suppliers, and on-system power generation customers, we step through daily protocols and processes in advance of the winter. Now, if we see an upcoming winter event, we then proactively reach back out to many of those same counterparties and walk through specifics of both demand needs and supply coordination. So the next 2 slides kind of highlight some key activities completed this past summer, all on our natural gas transmission system, at our on-system storage facilities, and on our distribution system that serves our customers. And I think the key takeaway here is the investment in our assets. And while some of these activities may be tied to compliance with federal regulations, Citizens has always taken the long view in investing in our assets so that they're prepared and ready for those critical days. So I'm going to highlight just a few. So first, this past summer, we broke ground on a multi-year project to replace the last 5 miles of legacy distribution pipe. So if you consider Citizens' system, 8,000 miles of mains and services, we have about 5 miles left. 2 miles were replaced this year, and the remainder will be replaced over the next 2. And that project was made possible by a $7.5 million grant received from PHMSA. Additionally, we have completed baseline integrity assessments on nearly all of our 225 natural gas storage and observation wells in Greene County, completing 25 of them this past summer. So this has been a multi-year effort, and you'll see in the following slides, our storage assets play a key role in our overall portfolio. So as we transition to supply planning and winter price projections, we'll start with the 2 graphs below. The graph on the left is a retail duration curve. The 3 lines on the graph represent projected demands this winter under varying weather patterns. Red being the severe pattern, black being a normal season, and warm being kind of a severe warm scenario. So if you follow the graph, the first day on the graph on the far right is your coldest day, and as you move to the right, you get to the warmer days across the 150 days of winter. So again, that first day on the red line, that's the severe line, that's our peak day. Again, that's minus 17 in Indianapolis. So we want a portfolio that meets the needs of all those scenarios and include flexibility. So as you look through the layers on the graph, that's our portfolio. You can see the portfolio is comprised of a mix between firm transportation, that's the blue layer, that's gas received from interstate pipelines, storage, both the purple and the green, representing on-system and off-system storage, and then peaking services. So we observed a pretty consistent theme this year in some of the forum questions around fuel availability and readiness. So if you look at our supply stack, consider that the orange and the green are fuels on hand in Indiana. Again, either through our storage services or through on-system LNG. So on a peak day, that's about 50% of the overall need. Across a normal season, that's about 35% of the overall demand. On the graph to the right, we're trying to illustrate storage readiness. Again, storage makes up about 56% of our supplies in a normal winter. As we approach this season, the supplies are full, they're ready, and they're at a known price, which mitigates risk to customers. As we look at our seasonal supply mix, the prices reflected in the chart are from the winter press release earlier this fall. Citizens continues to hedge about 80% of normal projected demand. So the 80% is made up from the green, the purple, and the orange kind of slices on the chart there, leaving the blue moving with the market or index. Again, you can see the chart, storage makes up a large component of our overall portfolio and at a competitive cost when compared to the market. So when we looked at winter prices, again, they're projected to be $334 this upcoming winter. Our overall weighted average cost is projected to be about $302. So what does that mean for our customers? The next slide shows a side-by-side history of natural gas market costs and Citizens costs to an average residential customer. Again, Citizens serves about 250,000 residential homes in Indianapolis. The costs on the right are reflected as a total bill cost for all 5 winter months. So for me, the takeaway here is that at least over the past 5 years, the market has shown some volatility. You can kind of see that in the bars on the right in blue. But our customers' experience, again, if you shift over to the right in green, it's much more mitigated or muted. And that's our hedging and our storage program at work. If you look at the year-over-year change this season, you'll see prices are moving from $252 last year to $334. That's about 32% increase. Yet Citizens bills are actually supposed to be in decline, about 3% down year over year. So this year, our customer bills are projected to be $417, or about $83 per month. So as I prepared that graph, I kind of wanted to see the longer view. I wanted to see what it looked like over a longer period, so I took a 20-year look. Again, these winter bills are totals for a typical residential customer in Indianapolis. So the lines represent 5-year groupings or averages. And so I think what you see here is a significant decline in costs, almost 50% from 20 years ago. The last 10 years have been virtually flat. So if you just take a moment and think about a cost of any other consumer good over the last 2 to 3 years, much less the last 20, when I reflect on this chart, I think heating with natural gas, at least in Indianapolis, has a really good story. So even despite stable winter bills, lower overall costs, we do recognize that we have a significant segment of our population that still struggles. So I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff, and he'll walk through all that Citizens does to help our customers and communities in need.
Mike, may I, Mr. Chairman? Before we do that, can we go back to the pricing real quick? And actually, I have a question before that. Give me an example of what do you mean by contracted storage?
Yeah, so contracted storage is basically a service with an interstate pipeline. So we have storage that we own and operate. That's down in Greene County. So in our supply stack, for instance, that would be represented in green. A contracted storage is a storage service that we lease off a pipeline.
Why is it less expensive than, say, your indexed gas?
So on this chart.
Is it not always the case?
Yeah, so again, what we did is we filled gas this past summer when prices were lower. Okay. And we're going to pass those costs back through in wintertime when prices are higher.
So that wouldn't be that wouldn't be part of your hedged gas because you're buying it from the person that's already bought it.
Well, no, we've already bought it. We are leasing the space. So a contract,
I see.
We're leasing the space and we're storing it there. So it is, we do have title in it.
What's causing, in your projection on slide 10, I believe, increase in 24-25, the projected increase from 252 to 334?
Yeah, so those are just the market costs. So that's the projected commodity for this upcoming winter. Our costs are actually represented in green. Those are our costs in the bills.
But why? What's going on in the market that's making your projection be higher than?
Yeah, again, quite honestly, last summer, we probably went in, a year ago here, where prices were a little bit higher. They actually dove because of a warm season. Okay. Prices were pretty low last winter. 252 is actually a pretty low price for winter costs. 334 is probably more normal.
Did you run that scenario out to say 25, 26, 26, 27?
No, but if you follow a traditional, I'll say, market curve, you usually see a normal escalation pattern, and then you also see, kind of a separation in between summer and winter prices. So it kind of looks like this. You're looking at my hand following.
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And as you've heard, again, we believe we're well prepared for the upcoming winter heating season. And as a result of, again, the methodical planning and purchasing, as well as our ability to store natural gas underground, as you've seen, Citizens' average residential natural gas bill consistently ranks among the lowest of the 19 natural gas utilities in the state. And as Mike just shared, in October, we projected that our average monthly residential natural gas bill during the 5 winter months will actually decrease slightly when compared to the same period last year. Now, despite this positive news, we still know that many families in central Indiana will be in need. And so we spend some time then trying to understand that need and meeting our customers' needs through financial assistance. And we do that in 2 ways. One is to increase the awareness of the need that we can provide, and then 2, to maximize the utilization of the available resources at our disposal. So the best first step for our customers is really to apply for the federal low-income home energy assistance program, or what we commonly refer to as EAP. And on the screen, you'll see a snapshot of the EAP over the last 5 years. And as you know, the program years 2020, 2021, and 2022 took place during the midst of a pandemic. When we look at program years 2023 and 2024, those numbers actually represent about 30% of the applicants who applied for and were approved for assistance. And in those years, that equated to Citizens customers receiving nearly about $3 million in EPA funds. Citizens customers who are approved for EAP also automatically qualify for a natural gas bill discount that ranges anywhere from 10% to 25% through our universal service program. They also qualify for our LICAP, our Low-Income Customer Assistance Program, which provides customers with a monthly credit on their sewer bills as well, and that ranges from about $6 to about $15 on their sewer bills. In program year 2024, Citizens has provided approximately $820,000 in USP assistance and more than $1.4 million in LICAP assistance. In addition, Citizens distributes grants to customers in need through our Warm Heart, Warm Home program. And so there's a lot of assistance out there. If we move on to our Warm Heart, Warm Home program, in 2024, Citizens provided more than $860,000 through that program in grants to our customers. And recall that Warm Heart, Warm Home is funded by Citizens, the Utility Shield Partnership, and then donations from customers and other stakeholders. As part of our fundraising effort, just last week, we held a fundraising event at Topgolf in Fishers, and we raised nearly $80,000, again, thanks to our generous partners and sponsors. And then back in May, we hosted a multi-day pickleball tournament, taking advantage of this new craze, which raised more than $35,000 for the foundation. And again, those funds will be used by Warm Heart, Warm Home in the upcoming winter heating season. To help boost awareness and maximize utilization of available assistance resources, Citizens continues to collaborate with other utilities and community organizations to, again, amplify the message. On October 5th, we hosted our 2nd annual Community Resource Day. And by the end of the day, more than 1,000 guests had participated in the event. This was 10 times the amount of visitors the year before. It was a gorgeous day, tons of people. Visitors enjoyed free food, games, face painting, live music. We distributed 100 backpacks filled with school supplies, and courtesy of our partners at Indy Hygiene Hub. And Citizens employees were on hand to discuss assistance options, and we're joined by more than 40 community partners, many of whom are listed on the slide. It's hard to read, so hopefully you can see that on your version of the slides. Who again showcase their services and offerings to assistance to those in attendance. Among the organizations we hosted at Community Resource Day was AES Indiana, our partner in Utilities Unite for Customer campaign. It's now in its third year, and Utilities Unite is an initiative to give customers a more complete picture of the assistance options available through energy assistance resources, and together we believe we're maximizing our resources and utilizing, again, various communication channels to inform customers about EAP, the Winter Assistance Fund, and our own Utilities Customer Assistance Program. And our collaboration is focused on really a comprehensive document, which is now available in 9 different languages. Again, our community is becoming more diverse. And it outlines, again, the sources of available resources that I mentioned earlier. And that's along with AES's Power of Change Fund that you'll likely hear about from them, and United Way of Central Indiana's Winter Assistance Fund. Citizens has also worked alongside fellow Indiana Energy Association utilities. Again, this was a question that the commission asked last year. Could we expand this? And we've done that. Shannon now is chairing a group that is coordinating through the IEA utilities. There's a working group, and we work on the timing and content of social media posts and focus on EAP.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I have some questions about the Community Resource Day. Did you change anything in your publicity from last year to this year? And can you tell me a little bit about how you, because that's a huge increase. That's really exciting. Because we know nationally uptake on programs is not where we always want it to be. You guys are really successful in this.
Well, thank you. You know, I'll start, and then I'll have Shannon, who is really the brain behind. And Shannon, I'll have you move up here, and maybe you can speak into the microphone here in a moment. But what we did, there was an opportunity for much more communication. We teamed up, and I shot a video with Blue, and we did a number of things from the Colts to try to, again, improve the attendance. The attendance was so strong that before the gates even opened, we had a line of people trying to get in that went all the way to the curb. I'll let you talk about some other activities that were used to improve our attendance.
Very good, thank you. Good morning. So it was honestly a couple lessons learned from the first year when we hosted it. The fall break, I think negatively impacted the year one. So we moved it to earlier in October. We were also mindful of starting a little later in the day on year two. So it was a couple different things with optimizing the timing. And then also just we continue to work to add more and more attention and have more organizations involved. And then push the messaging out via our employees, ambassadors, and translate it, like Jeff said, in 9 different languages. So I just really think it was a heightened awareness from year one, and then optimization of how we handled it the first year.
Thank you. Do you, with privacy, respecting privacy and everything like that, do you collect any information, data on the people who come in and then track how they might participate in your programs or other related programs that are offered?
So we tracked number of attendees by a tracker, but we did not take names. What we can tell you is we had a bunch of resources provided to people in paper documents with QR codes so they could go to different sites. So yes, we could track it via a web presence, but that's the level of detail we were able to obtain.
That's cool, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a follow-up question. The customers approved number chart, 2024 7538, is that households or actual customers?
So that particular column is actual citizens, customers approved.
Well, the people or households?
So is households, customers, does that?
Well, what I was trying to get at, if there's a household number that's attached to the household.
So when people apply for the energy assistance, it's their particular name and their particular address. And so it is tied to that service address in our customer database. So
But you
It
don't.
is households, yes, but like, so why I'm kind of hesitating, 2 different households could live in the same house.
Yeah.
And 2 different households could apply.
Well, go ahead, Jeff, if you're.
In addition, we continue to leverage relationships we built over the past years through our neighborhood ambassador program to again connect with our customers in their neighborhoods and communities with people they know, they trust. And so this includes, again, grassroots efforts to share information to frequently visited facilities such as food pantries, grocery stores, churches, community-based organization, as well as making our employees available at those for those customers as well. So just in closing, as you've heard, we believe again that Citizens is well prepared for the upcoming winter heating season and to meeting our customers' natural gas demand needs. And then while our bills are expected to be lower this year by a slight amount, again, we'll continue to reach out for more customer assistance with our customers and help them understand what we have available. That would conclude our presentation, and I'll ask if there are any other questions.
Commissioner Ziegner has a question.
Good morning. You know I always ask this. So what do you do in terms of getting out the information to the public in terms of assistance that's available, moratoriums, things like that?
So we have a number of different avenues. We use social media. We post in the newspaper. We'll communicate through our neighborhood ambassador program as well. Our goal, and we state this all the time, we've also addressed a group of individuals here just a few weeks ago of our community partners, preparing them for winter, giving them some information as well, so that when our customers come to their organizations for assistance, they're well versed in connecting with Citizens as well. We let everyone know there's no advantage to disconnecting any of our customers, and so we implore them to reach out to us, to call us, and make an arrangement or some type of an agreement so we can keep them on during the winter heating season. So a lot of effort in that regard.
Commissioner Freeman has another question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Houston. Back to your energy assistance program slide and the language at the bottom of it, where you customers automatically qualify for the other programs. Are they automatically enrolled in those, or do they have to take an additional step? I just wasn't sure about what qualified meant. And then I do have a follow-up.
So they are automatically enrolled into it. No action is needed. And actually what we've done with our evolution of communication is working with the Bonner Center, who's our local service provider in Marion County, to have inserts into the approval letter that states that. They say you've approved for EAP, you also get USP and LICAP. And then we do inserts for those who have been denied so that they know about Warm Heart, Warm Home or United Way and other options.
Okay. And well, never mind. Actually, I don't need to ask my follow-up now. So that was great. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go off script a little bit, but since we've got you here, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Commissioner Bennett and I serve on 2 different committees at the NARUC level. I'm on the FERC-NARUC collaborative on gas and electric coordination, and Commissioner Bennett's on another gas electric coordination committee, and I've forgotten what the name of that one is. But it's obviously a huge concern going into the future that's related to economic development and the future. You're obviously an enormous gas provider. And so, Commissioner Bennett, I don't mean to steal your thunder, but he was asking where's the breaking point between gas provision for traditional home heating purposes and the potential for need for massive gas need for electrification moving forward, all connected to economic development. So it's kind of a global question, Jeff, and throw it out to you and your team. How do you see the future unfolding with gas electric coordination?
And I'll start, and I'll let Mike finish. I think, you know, as we look at just this whole new era, really, of significant economic development in what are being called mega projects. We're having to go back and replan based on the size and magnitude of these projects in a number of different industries, gas, electric, water, all of them. So we're having to look at things a lot differently. However, I think from a planning standpoint, the earlier we can understand the magnitude and potential placement of some of these loads, regardless of industry, that's a significant advantage for utilities in terms of our service and our ability to meet those significant needs. When we talk about natural gas, we've actually experienced that years ago when AES converted Harding Street Station to natural gas. But I'll let Mike kind of talk about then the specific gas electric need.
Yeah, so I mean that's a good point. You know, years ago, as one of the facilities on our system kind of transitioned away from coal to natural gas, you know, we kind of went through this. We looked at, you know, what open capacity we had existing on our system. We looked at the supply points that we had and the point capacity for each, and then we looked at what improvements did we have to make on the system to kind of meet that growing demand. So I think we've kind of gone through at least one iteration of it before, but again, lead time is critical. You know, so kind of being at the table to when we know things are going, so we can look and help find the ideal solution.
Well, and you've gone through it also with your steam plant too, obviously from coal to gas as well. Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to kind of put you on the spot here a little bit, Jeff and Mike. You say you need to be in the room sooner, or do you feel like you're in the room sooner than, or you feel like you're being brought in soon enough to be able to make the decisions you're going to need to make for these hyperscalers?
I would say I'd like to be brought in a little bit sooner. I don't think there's with these large projects and the loads that we're talking, again, regardless of utility, if there's even a thought or an inkling that the state is going to, you know, look at acceleration in a certain area, I think the utilities would love to be brought in and just even understand that. If there are other sites that may be even in planning today, we would even love to, that we're not aware of today, we would love to know that. So just a general blanket statement around the earlier we're informed and we'll sign NDAs, confidentiality agreements, we've done that. We will continue to do that, the better. But I think that would just help bolster planning and help us reach a resolution. Yeah, absolutely.
Anthony? Thank you very much, Chairman Harrison, and the rest of the Citizens team for being here today. The big message is you're prepared for the winter. You have sufficient sufficient supplies to provide for home heating purposes, and your hedging strategy is working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I think I see the IMPA crew over here, so take your time. Jack, before we get started, you've obviously seen that, you know, this is very informal. Commissioners will chime in with questions. We've got about 30 minutes here, and we very much appreciate you being here to share with, from the generation side and distribution side, you and your members' situation going into this winter. So I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're glad to be here today. I didn't know if I was going to get here, had some delays last night coming back. I was in Washington for a public power meeting, and I told my wife, looking at the forecast, that the first day it snows has to be the day I'm traveling back in the evening. So I told these guys, be ready.
It shocked my nervous system waking up to 3 inches of snow in our yard yesterday.
Yeah. So I do have Joe Schmidt, who is IMPA Executive Vice President of Engineering and Generation, and Kyle Briette, Senior Vice President of Market Operations and Planning, here today with me. If we can go on, I have the agenda. Some of these are it's very similar to what we talked about in the summer readiness and last year's winter readiness, but we're a wholesale power provider for many of the municipals in Indiana, 60 in Indiana, and we have one member from Ohio. We celebrated our 40th operation anniversary last year. We were created legally in 1980, but started operations in 1983. We're a political subdivision of the state of Indiana, not for profit, and created by statute. We supply the wholesale, and then our members supply the retail customers in their service territories. We do operate in both MISO and PJM markets. We have about 2/3 of our load in MISO and 1/3 in PJM. Our mission statement has remained the same: low-cost, reliable, environmentally responsible power supply. We continue to plan and operate to keep our rates very low, and our financially, our balance sheet, we're stable at $2 billion assets, and had a recently affirmed during this year A1, A+ bond ratings from the 3 rating agencies. Our portfolio is somewhat not changed. We have the 3 coal plants that we're jointly own at Gibson Station, Trimble County, and Prairie State, and that provides into our philosophy of diversification of assets, so that if we have a problem in one place, it doesn't adversely affect our overall operation. We also operate the Whitewater Valley Station, which is a coal plant. We do that more as a peaking unit. That's in Richmond, Indiana. We have our peaking units that are 5 of those are dual fuel, so we have natural gas with the oil backup, and 2 are natural gas only. The Alta Farms Wind, that came online in June of 23, so that added a little bit more to our renewables. And our solar program we've been doing for about 11 years now, with 50 parks online. We do have 4 that are under construction, and they'll be starting to come online here by the end of the year and early 2025. We have about 200 megawatts there, and we're adding another about 12 to 15 megawatts coming up. And we also jointly own the JTS, or Joint Transmission System, along with Duke Energy Indiana and Wabash Valley Power Alliance. Here's our energy sources. This is actual from 2023. It's down a little bit on the coal, 56. We were slightly above 60 previously. The nuclear kind of bounces in there around 20%. And then the renewables and natural gas. Natural gas was up actually a little bit. We had more natural gas than we had anticipated operating in 2023 with the renewables at 9.5. And we thought we'd put on here the capacity. This is ICAP capacity, not the accredited, as opposed to the accredited capacity, 42% for coal, 28 natural gas, renewable. ICAP is 21%, and the nuclear at 9%. Then the good news for our members, in July of this year, my board approved a 2.78% rate decrease, and that flowed through our energy cost adjustment mechanism that started July 1. We do a rate study every year. It's a bottoms-up rate study where we look at what we expect our costs to be for the coming year, and that resulted in a 4.96% rate decrease for 2025 for the members. So when you look at then the retail customer, that's approximately a 6% decrease compared to last year. So what drove these was the purchase power prices in the markets have been down. Natural gas probably the primary driver there, and then in the previous 2 years we had an under collection from the members, so we had some ECA increases to even that, to balance that out. So we were able to now we ended up a little bit over collected, so we're passing that back to the members through the energy cost adjustment. And I will now turn.
Jack, if I may, why do you? What's the advantage of doing a rate study every year rather than every other year, every third year?
You know, if I asked my rate-making staff, they would say they would love to probably do it every 2 years, because we get one done, and then, you know, we're thinking about next year, once we get into the, you know, in January, February, March, we're thinking about what next year would be. But I think it gives us a more accurate, you know, things change quite a bit, and we get, I think it just makes a more accurate picture for our rates. We can actually go in and change the energy cost adjustment on 6 months basis, which we've done the last 2 years, just because when natural gas prices went so high in '22, it caused a lot of misses on the budget. So I think our members, now you're making me wonder if it's required that we do this or not, but we will continue to do the annual rate study, and I think it just makes for a more accurate rate, what it's going to be for our members, so that we don't get out of balance. Okay, turn this over to Joe Schmidt now to talk about some of our readiness.
Yeah, switching gears into our winter preparedness. Obviously, located in the Midwest, you need to be prepared for both the heat of the summer and the cold of early November in the winter. So we have made winter preparations at our units. So most of our generating units, our peaker plants are enclosed, so they are designed for operating in the temperature ranges that one would expect in the Midwest. We do year-round maintenance on those facilities. There are specific things we do to prepare for the winter, but we are actively maintaining the units that we operate on a continual basis to make sure they're available when called upon, whether it be in the winter or any other time of year. Since last year, we have increased our staffing levels at our combustion turbine sites due to the calling, scheduling of PJM has been challenging for us, and then also we've noticed increasing run times. So to alleviate that, we've added staff at each of our combustion turbine sites. Hopefully that will help them manage the schedule, and then also if there's emergency events, we'll have extra people available to help with those. We do, in extreme cold, we do have additional staffing that we pull in just to have people on site, so there's always, you know, extra people available should something happen.
How would you characterize the extensive run times that you're talking about? What kind of magnitude are you talking about?
Our capacity factor.
Yes, we saw a significant capacity factor increase year over year. I think we were in the single digits for our combustion turbines, and now we're approaching 10 to 12%.
10 to 12%, so that's a 30% increase.
Well, we were typically in the 3 to 4%, so it's
probably 3 times increase operation.
It's been a significant increase.
Significant.
Thank you.
I think it just goes to show the reserve margins effect on the need for this dispatchable generation. We're online today, running already. For, you know, the cold just takes a small dip, and they need the units.
We saw a significant increase in that spring season last year. So April and May was remarkably different from the previous year. So again, you have a lot of baseload units that are taking their outages, and so the PJM system especially is relying on these peaking resources to fill in the holes in those shoulder seasons.
Do you have any observation? I mean, it's probably early to say how that impacts your potential for additional forced outages or planned outages because of those additional run times.
I think Joe's going to, is that one of your slides?
On the planned outages?
Yes.
I will say that we've had, I'm going to knock on wood, we have a remarkable reliability, but definitely when you're looking at a combustion turbine and you do the maintenance more on a starts-based approach, it's going to take us sooner to the planned outages. But on the forced outage side, I would say we haven't had any type of big spike on forced outages there.
And on the planned outages, I will say we've had to lengthen our runway on when we do submit planning for those based on the amount that we've been running. We've had to submit sooner than we have in the past to get approval. There have been sometimes we've submitted outage requests for maintenance and they've been denied. So we need to have a better outlook for our planned maintenance to make sure we're planning properly with enough runway or I guess lead time for planning those outages. So at all of our units, we did at our coal units, we had some major outages. Those are all planned to be wrapped up by December 15th. We have had this fall a few small planned outages at our combustion turbine sites, and again, those are planned to be wrapped up by December 15th. And again, I guess to my point, the tighter fall reserve margins and spring are leading to increased run times during those seasons, and it's constraining our availability to have maintenance outages. Fuel availability, our coal inventories are good. As of 10/24, we have a decent supply at all of our coal facilities, 30-plus days. We have seen a lessening of constraints on delivery in trucking. One of our plants is primarily delivered by rail, and then we have one that's delivered by barge as well. And we haven't seen the constraints this year that we've seen in the recent past on those. Natural gas, we are relying on pipeline availability and local gas distribution for our combustion turbines. Two of those exclusively are natural gas, so that is the only supply available there, and if there's operational flow orders, they do impact those units. The other 5 units are dual fuel, so we have fuel oil available on site. Should there be issues with the natural gas supply, we can run those units on the fuel oil if we need to. And then across our portfolio with our coal and our fuel oil, we have about 85% of fuel types available for our winter generation. Winter actions, we do continue to complete the fuel surveys for MISO and PJM, and we're in continual discussion with the gas providers on agreements and pipeline access. If an event occurs, we do a cold weather event or a severe event, we do communicate with those needs with staff and the natural gas suppliers. And then if there's an emergency event, we do staff our combustion turbine sites 24 hours so that we have people on site to operate those if needed. I'll turn it over to Kyle for the scheduling part.
Yeah, so kind of touching on the natural gas scheduling. So during periods of natural gas supply tightens, our combustion turbines become much more difficult to schedule, and we're at higher risk of the hiring scheduling fees. So if you think about an OFO or operational flow order, your tolerances on your nomination versus your actual burn get tighter. And so that's where if we are nominating outside of those, our actual burn, we are hit with higher fees. And then again, it's just a little bit higher cost than what we normally see under normal operations. Intraday timing nomination also puts early morning run times, especially that's where we see winter runs for the combustion turbine. The way the gas markets are set up, those intraday nomination windows put those morning run times at risk. Our CTs, a lot of times we rely on a non-firm gas supply to remain economical in the market. We have seen, and we do this with our IRP modeling as well, that we consider what a firm gas contract looks like for our CTs, but the risk of, the cost of the firm supply versus the risk of not having gas available is still, it seems to show economically that it's better to have a non-firm gas supply. And in the case of our Anderson and Richmond sites, having on-site fuel oil as a backup instead. Speaking a little bit to the RTO resource accreditation reforms, I think this is one of the questions that was asked of us. So we have seen, PJM has accounted for the difference in the accreditation as far as a dual fuel CT receives at 79% ELCC, so that's your actual accreditation, compared to a gas-only CTs at 62%. That is expected to change a little bit over time, but they have given a dual fuel resource a higher accreditation to account for that firm fuel on site. I believe MISO is also in their DLOL filing has allowed for a dual fuel CT to get a different accreditation, but we haven't seen that number come out from MISO yet. Some of the things that we do to increase flexibility of our gas scheduling, so we work with our gas suppliers to schedule gas prior to RTO commitments. So this may be, as we see cold weather events approaching, we may reach out to our friends at Citizens or CenterPoint to schedule gas 2 or 3 days in advance to have supply kind of earmarked for RCTs in the event that we would need to run. And we also meet with them, prior to the winter to kind of discuss, the upcoming winter like we're doing here today. And again, as I've mentioned before, firm on-site fuel oil for our other combustion turbines.
How much fuel oil is usually stored?
So we've, I believe the runtime was it 48 hours, 48 to 60 hours? So again, we're trying to account for a minimum of a 2-day event, but again, we have more than that. So we're approaching 3 days of.
It lasted longer than that, and the gas wasn't available. How hard is it to get additional fuel oil?
So as soon as we see an event where the units get dispatched on fuel oil, Joe and his team are on the phones with the trucking companies to get replacement fuel to try and set up deliveries within a day or two. So I don't know if you want to speak to how fast we could fill those. Joe or Jack want to fill those tanks?
So if a truck's about 7,500 gallons of oil, and just for the Richmond site, we're using probably 7,500 gallons an hour if both units are running. So you have to get going very quickly if it does go into the situation if you're running for a couple days on oil, which we haven't really run around the clock ever on oil. Usually you're going to shut down by 12 or 1 o'clock p.m. And give yourself some, so you're not consuming, but they use a lot of oil quickly when they're online.
Thank you.
Yeah. So moving on to more discussion on kind of MISO specific, our observations with the winter and spring capacity results and those observations. So MISO's resource adequacy hours, those RA hours, we've seen them weighted towards traditional peak months where the months of the EC cooling load is likely to occur. So the cooling load you think of starting in May and through September, your kind of your traditional summer months. So what we've seen is that there's 250% more observed RA hours in those summer months, really, those cooling months, compared to the winter months. So even though MISO, and we think that the seasonal construct is a good construct, but we're not seeing those tight hours as much in the wintertime as we are in the traditional summer months. As I mentioned before, outage season and cooling season is overlapping, is kind of playing a key role, playing a larger role in reliability. So, we're running the CTs a lot more in April and May timeframe. Again, it's, those reserve margins are tight because those large baseload units are coming out of the outage at that time, and we're seeing warmer weather as well. So the rules around capacity replacement, the non-compliance charge, we feel like that is still driving a lot of the shoulder month pricing and the MISO construct. The penalty associated with taking an outage longer than 31 days we see is putting upward pressure on that pricing. And then also coming this year, we're going to see a reliability-based demand curve, so slope demand curve. That will also put upward pressure on clearing prices. Overall, I would say we're somewhat in. I think it's a good idea. It's favorable because it should smooth out pricing instead of year after year of low prices, then 1 year where you're at scarcity. But again, it's just something that we're aware of and conscious of this year. And I think that's all I had for my slides. Turn it back over to Jack.
This is just the wrap up. We feel that we're ready for the winter again this year, 24-25, with a fuel supply. Our outages will be wrapped up. We have the additional checks that we have done to look at the sites and also the things in place so that if we have to respond to cold weather event, we'll be able to do that. So we also, I guess I would just add, we're looking in the future for our power supply because we know we have to be able to be available in summer or winter with that capacity being available. Any other questions, we'd be glad to take those too.
I'm going to fire off a couple. Jack, you were here for some of the other presentations, so it's the economic development one. Obviously, the potential for a new kind of economic development that hadn't been modeled in integrated resource planning to any extraordinary extent with the hyperscalers and data centers. You're a unique organization. You are about as on the ground as you could get with local communities and economic development. Do you feel like you and your communities are in the room with these economic development prospects at a period of time that's conducive to good rational approach for supplying needs to these potential customers?
I did hear Citizens' answer on earlier is better, and I think we do a good job with our economic development being in the room, but there's always some of the examples that we've seen where maybe the economic development gets out in front of what some of the electric or other utilities needs may be, and the utilities should be in the room sooner. But I think that it's gotten better over the last year, and we do have our guys there. It takes a lot of time meeting on all these projects, and it takes a lot of the engineers' time to look at, okay, what's the transmission capable of doing? And even though we're a joint owner of transmission, we still have to rely on our operating partner, Duke, to do those analyses, and they have lots of these coming for their own system, for Wabash's system. And then in our other areas, we're transmission dependent on the NIPSCO and INM and CenterPoint areas, so we have to rely on them to tell us the transmission capability. For that, that's kind of like the first hurdle to say, hey, what's the transmission capability? What are is there a rough estimate for upgrades that would need to be done? So that's one reason why we need to be in the loop early. If you go to okay, now we're looking at the long term, how are we going to supply this besides just transmission? My board recently, within the last 3 months, we modified our large customer rate, and the way that we do that, that's set at 40 megawatts right now on our large customer, so greater than 40 megawatts. And some of the data centers that we've had inquiring about are hundreds of megawatts. Yeah. So that's a huge impact on our 1,200. We're a 1,200 megawatt peak system. So what our rate says is that we would have to pass through the costs of these upgrades and the power supply to the new large customer, and then we would also have the option, give them the option of if they want to arrange a long-term power supply themselves, they can, or we could do it on their behalf. But ultimately, we want to protect our existing customers from some large new customer and the risk that would be on our overall rates. Did that answer your question, or did I miss something?
It does, and I'm glad to hear that you consider it getting better in terms of the engagement at that level, because I think it's important for communities that want this to happen, and the state as well, to have good rational approach as to what kinds of things would need to happen to make some of these things possible, and where that cost is associated.
One of our members is actually there. There's a large project in the state, and it kind of got out in front of itself. And one of our members is having to supply a temporary power supply to this because there wasn't an existing power supply delivery available in the time that they needed to run through the construction and early development of that.
Well, and then in the larger context on gas-electric coordination, I mentioned that Commissioner Bennett and I are doing 2 different committees, and there's probably a third one too at the NARUC level that is doing the same thing, because it's an enormous question from almost a civilization size scale. What does that mean for everybody if the electrification for these kinds of things comes through natural gas, what does it do to you guys and your gas procurement? I know you're all set for this winter, which is why we're here today, and that's great news. But how do you look over the horizon, and what are your thoughts?
I think that we still look at the reliability piece, and adding a gas resource such as a peaking unit, we would look at a dual fuel so that we do have the backup. I'm not sure if we go into a combined cycle, we would probably look at being a partner with someone. And then you get into having probably to have a firm, some type of firm contract, but then you hear the horror stories of even though you have a firm contract, some of the natural gas may not be deliverable when it got really down to the crunch time. So we're concerned with that, and it's not something that we're not going to beat to death when we're going into some new project.
Commissioners? Staff? Jack, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to exchange some dialogue on these important questions. Glad to hear you're situated for this winter. Things are looking good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission.
Let's see. Okay, it is lunchtime, so I need to make an announcement for the people who are streaming. We will be back at 1:30 with Indiana, Michigan, and then NIPSCO, Duke, CenterPoint, small gas, and finish up with AES Indiana. So back live streaming in an hour. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session of the Winter Reliability Forum. We are so appreciative to have all those that are participating today and to have an opportunity to hear how they see the winter of 2024-2025 unfolding from a reliability standpoint, a resource standpoint. And I think we've got 30 minutes scheduled for Indiana, Michigan. If your presentation is interrupted by commissioner questions, I hope you will excuse us. We've done that. We've tried to keep it fairly casual so that we can have a good constructive dialogue. Anthony Swinger is here for the OUCC, and Anthony may wind up having questions as well. And we've got technical staff here from the IURC. So we're trying to keep it as casual as possible. So with that, I'll turn it over to President of Indiana, Michigan, Steve Baker. And Steve, if you would then lead things off and then turn it over to your team as you see your presentation unfold.
Yes, sir, will do. Good to see you guys. Thanks for having us here. It's our pleasure to talk about resource adequacy. It's one of our fundamental responsibilities for our customers. So we're anxious to share what we've done as a company to prepare for winter peak loading. So again, my name is Steve Baker. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer for Indiana Michigan Power, and I have a couple of other folks here with me today from I&M to give some updates. So to my immediate right is Rob Beller. Rob is the plant manager at the Rockport facility. And then on his right is Kelly Furneaux. Kelly just recently changed roles. She is the Chief Nuclear Officer at our Cook Nuclear Power Plant in Southwest Michigan. So we all have different pieces and parts of this, and we'll do some handoffs as we go through. So on the next slide, slide 2, I think this is the primary. Yes, sir.
Steve, just for the people that are streaming, make sure your button is lit up green, and you can pick up that thing and move it closer to you. That way the folks that are watching online can hear you. Thank you.
Will do. Yes, sir. All right, so on slide 2, just want to hit the most important questions for the presentation, which is, are we ready for winter peak? So certainly from a generation and transmission standpoint, yes, we're confident that we have the right resources in place to meet forecasted load during winter peak. You know, are we prepared for winter storms and other sorts of crisis situations this winter? The answer is yes. We'll talk more about some of those preparations. And then we're also focused on all the communications, customer interactions, and key stakeholders that would be associated with any sort of a winter event or crisis. We'll talk about those more as we go through. So moving to slide 3, this is a list of the generation resources that I&M owns or purchases power from. And so we've got a wide range of generating facilities in our portfolio. Thank you. So wide range of generation options in our portfolio. So we have nuclear, we have hydro, we have wind, we have solar, we have coal, and we purchase some gas resources as well too. We also have demand-side resources that we count on when we have high volume use situations. So we have some interruptible customers that we count on and exercise when we need to, and then our energy efficiency programs there at the bottom of slide 3. So in terms of our outlook for generation resources, we have 4,608 megawatts roughly of UCAP resources available this winter. And our forecast for requirements to meet our reserve margins in PJM and cover load obligations is less than that. It's 4,478 megawatts. So we're in a really good position for upcoming winter peak loading. All right, so next slide, slide 5. This is specific to the regional transmission organization that I&M is a member of. So that's the PJM RTO. So we do not expect any sort of policy changes or rule changes, any marketplace changes that will affect our ability to serve customers during peak loading situations in winter of 24-25. So we are constantly monitoring changes to policy, queue reforms, all sorts of things in PJM. And so what I want to touch on briefly is the capacity interconnection right transfer. So we've had this discussion a number of times with commissioners, but so some late-breaking news there. There's a vote in the Market and Reliability Committee of PJM to move forward some expedited provisions for transfer of injection rights where you're changing or retiring a generating unit and changing fuel source. So happy to talk about that in more detail if there's questions there. All right, so I'm going to pitch to Rob Beller, and Rob's going to talk about our winter preparation activities for our fossil and hydro units.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, currently we are projecting in excess of 70 days on the ground throughout winter. We've also got coal on the ground at our Cook terminal. We did have an outage that ended the end of October that we did some SCR cleaning, but also preparing for winter. We were required by PJM to attest by November 15th that we were winter ready. We did so. With the mild temperatures that we've had through part of November, though, obviously there was some of this that we're just now actually doing this week and next week with some of the cooler temperatures coming through. For example, one of our winterizations is to board up outside of the air compressor room. Well, it has to be a certain temperature, and it's been way too warm for us to do that up till now, basically. So that'll be on the plan here for the next few weeks. One of the things that we do is throughout the season, we work with our commercial operations team in Columbus and also monitor the different notifications that come from PJM. So if we see cold weather 11 to 15 days out, we'll start preparing ahead of time for that. Again, working real close with our commercial operations folks. As we get closer, the days ahead and the day of, we'll look at putting additional staffing on around the clock, for example, to get us through those extreme cold periods like that. We'll also work with our commercial operations team to potentially increase our loading if we need to provide some additional warmth within the plant area. So we're very proactive, again, from a winterization standpoint and being in tune with what's on the horizon several weeks out, right up until the extreme cold weather hits. So at Rockport, we really do not anticipate any issues throughout this winter.
So at the Cook plant, we do not have any outages planned until next spring. So both units will be online to get us through the winter season. We do many of the same things that the coal plant has done to make sure we're ready for winter. The plant is fully winterized, and that was certified November 1st. We do have, if you look at day-ahead contingencies to reduce intake velocity, just the past 3 days, we've had a pretty good storm on Lake Michigan. We had 15-foot waves, 30-mile-an-hour winds, and we actually did take one of those contingencies, and we took one of our circulating water pumps offline. Keeps the plant at full power, but reduces that intake so we don't bring things in that clogs our intake. And as soon as that storm's passed, we will restart that pump. And then I just wanted to mention one other thing. There's been news out there about Russia not allowing uranium into the U.S. And for Cook, we do not have any contracts with any Russian companies. We contract with places in Canada and things like that. So that is not impacting our fuel supply for the long term.
Okay, moving to slide 9, just a little bit about our combined.
I want to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Question about Cook. I know you're storing a lot of the spent waste on site, and Yucca Mountain is perpetually up in the air. What are you guys doing in terms of contingencies for additional storage?
So our on-site fuel storage is large enough to put all of our fuel that we currently have and that we will currently use up to our current license end of 2034 and 27. So we have enough room for all of that fuel. We are looking at subsequent license renewal, and if we are granted a subsequent license renewal, we will have to add on to our spent fuel pool storage pad. And that would be one of those things that we have to do to extend that license.
Any predictions on federal legislation?
I don't have any predictions on that.
Any hopes?
I do have hopes.
We're open to any thoughts you have too, Commissioner. All right, we ready to move on? Okay. So just touch quickly on our combined transmission, non-bulk transmission and distribution reliability measures. So this is a really important part of our customer service objectives, and a really important part or telling sort of fact about how ready we are for winter weather on our distribution and transmission system. So I'm really proud of the fact that we have an improving set of numbers here on 2 key metrics. So this is kind of like golf, the lower the score, the better. So if you look at the top red line, that is SAIDI, so that's System Average Interruption Duration Index, or how long are customers out on average. It's a 12-month rolling number. So you want that number to be trending downward. You don't want that number to be trending upward. So we're in a good position there. It's kind of flattened out last year versus this year, but we've had a lot more weather events this year that don't trip the trigger for major event days in our service territory. So that's a little bit of the reason for flattening. But another good indication that if the system was in worsening condition, then worse weather would produce a much different number in terms of SAIDI. So we feel good about that. And then the bottom blue line is SAFE, System Average Interruption Frequency Index. So that's how frequent the outages occur. These are sustained outages 5 minutes or longer, 12-month rolling average across your entire customer base. So we're in a good trend there.
Steve, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, you're well acquainted with the 5-pillar legislation that was passed. And how would you characterize those improving numbers in terms of reliability and resiliency?
It's a key component of our plan. I'm glad you asked the question. So we're really focused on, first of all, avoiding the outage, and second, how do we recover if we have an outage of any kind, which is in direct alignment with a couple of the pillars, the 5 pillars. So to that point on resiliency, we've worked hard on system hardening so that the system is more resilient to wind and weather and ice and things like that. All this stuff is outdoors and exposed to the weather. So we've done a lot of work over the recent years to improve the resiliency of the system. Another thing that we spend a lot of time on is technology deployments, grid modernization. So we have distribution automation, circuit reconfiguration. We're growing that system. So if we have a distribution fault, you have the system self-isolate automatically, restore service to customers on the sections of the system, distribution system that are not affected by a fault or damage, isolate the section that needs to be repaired. That's a key component of our modernization effort. And then we're almost completely fully deployed on automated metering infrastructure. So we have just a little bit left to go. We'll finish that later this year. So we've got all of this data, performance data around momentaries to sustained outages, voltage levels. We know when customers are off without customers having to contact us. And the data we get from those meters really helps us look at the precursors to sustained outages and trouble spots on our system. So we use that data to prioritize our maintenance and capital efforts on the distribution system with that. And then part of operating an electric grid is being ready to restore that grid if you have a storm or some sort of an interruption of any kind. So we practice and plan for that continually. And we learn from our experiences on our own system, but also when we go off property to help utilities in other states, we learn from those events and bring back the best practices and make sure we work those into our plans and strategies for our customers at I&M. So a little bit of what we do here, the title here is distribution. It's really meant to be our wires approach to weather. So we do a couple of storm drills typically each year. There have been staff members attend the last couple of those from the IURC, and we really enjoyed having them in attendance. We try to simulate a storm event and some of the conditions around that. It's a desktop sort of exercise, so it's not a real event, but try to walk through all the paces of what it takes to restore the system. So the feel part happens all the time. The part that we're really focused on practicing and preparing for are all the supporting duties. So your job may not be operations day-to-day, but if we have a large event and you work in I&M or a part of AEP that supports our organization, you have a storm role, you have a storm responsibility that you meet. So you don't want to trot those things out and attempt to do those activities when the storm actually happens. So we practice those things. A big part of that is communications and logistics too. So we spend a lot of time practicing and prepping, always learning, always adjusting from the events that we have on our property again and the events that we help respond to outside of AEP's footprint. And then as we get into this time of year, we're watching the weather really closely for icing events. Icing events are worst-case sorts of conditions this time of year in terms of system damage and customer outages. So we're paying attention. We have our own internal meteorologists that help us forecast the day-ahead sort of load requirements. They have double duty to monitor the weather in terms of being prepped on the wire side of our business for those activities. So we've learned that you've got to be really proactive on forecasted weather events. There's a finite number of extra resources, mutual assistance resources to be called upon in our industry. And typically forecasted weather events that would affect our service territory affects a lot of the neighboring regions as well too. So we need to be quick on the draw. We don't need to overdo it from a cost standpoint for our customers, but if we're going to make a mistake or an error, it's going to be on the high side of resources so that we can restore service as promptly as possible to our customers. And if we have the resources and the weather does not happen as predicted, then we've got resources that we can release to our surrounding utilities if they're affected. So something we watch very closely. And then event response is really important. We transition everything that we do if we have an event. So everything that we do normal business-wise becomes a back burner sort of item relative to restoring service to our customers. So again, we practice this. We stand up different parts of our organization to handle the abnormal sorts of volumes that our normal processes can handle so that we can handle those abnormal situations and be prepared for those things. Some additional things we do for winter preparation that are around stakeholder engagement and communications and customers. One of the things that our customers expect if we have a winter event is, how long are they going to be affected? But we've really backed that timeline up so that as we see forecasted winter weather events, we're warning our customers. There's a
Steve, I know you've got bullet points on this, but do you know what kind of numbers and how they're growing in terms of how many customers you have that have that social media connectivity? How many of them are text and mobile related?
So we have a much better feel, Chairman, on the number of customers that subscribe to our mobile alerts. Those are text alerts or email messages. So we're somewhere around the 50% range, and every time that we're providing a heads up to our customers about forecasted weather or we're providing updates, it's always part of our tagline that if you want to know more, here's how you subscribe. It's a really easy process to subscribe to mobile alerts. So we're constantly marketing that with our customers. So we've had a pretty good adoption rate. Those numbers have increased over time. But we also have another approach we use communications-wise so that we don't have any missteps internally on estimated restoration times or the scope of the outages or the areas affected. We use an approach called One Voice, which means we have one sheet of music, one set of updates that we talk from. So whether we're updating the commission or other parts of state government or customers or communities, we're delivering the same message at essentially the same time to those folks, and we update that frequently. So something that we're always fine-tuning and listening to our customers' feedback on how to make that better. We certainly know that when temperatures drop, that becomes a challenge for some of our customers in terms of bill payments. So we've got a number of different efficiency programs and assistance programs, and we're always talking to customers about ways we can make payment arrangements if necessary to help customers there. And then demand response is really important as a part of our resource mix. We count on that if we're in a high volume situation. So if you expect that to work when you need it to work, then you've got to be interacting with the customers that are part of that, and you've got to be prepared for conservation pleas and those sorts of messages in advance of an event.
And the demand response number I thought I saw earlier was around 350 megawatts of potential.
I think it's around 400, a little short of 400, yes, sir, that range.
Yeah, both numbers shown on slides 3 and 4, they're different.
It's the higher number, it's a 394, so that's an error. Yes, sir, good eye. That's pretty much everything we had planned to cover. We'd be more than happy to answer questions, though.
Fellow commissioners before I fire up. Do you want to ask some PJM questions?
Steve, could you kind of elaborate on the CIR transfer, and do you feel pretty confident that it's going to make it out of the next step in the stakeholder process?
So CIR is capacity injection rights, and so it's a really big topic at PJM, so that when you have a power plant that's changing fuel source, so you may retire that, replace that with something else, you want to be able to transfer the injection rights into the transmission system and hold those in reserve. So the process that PJM currently has adds a pretty long approval time to that change in fuel source. So we've been actively negotiating this, discussing this, influencing this every way we can with the different committees at PJM that, you know, especially as system demand is growing and there are looming retirements, that it makes a lot of sense for this to have a shorter window. So yesterday, the Markets and Reliability Committee of PJM voted to pass the expedited approval process for repurposing injection rights. So the next step will be to go to the members committee, then go to the board, and if the board passes that at PJM, that'll go to FERC for a change in the rules, an update of the rules. So I can't say with certainty that we're going to get to that point, but we're very optimistic at AEP that you know, the conversation and the vote that happened yesterday on the Markets and Reliability Committee was an important one, and a lot of support for having an expedited path. And the estimate on what that expedited path might be would be 10 months from the time that you make the declaration about your intent to transfer injection rights to a generation source with a different fuel type than what currently has the injection rights in reserve.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with another PJM question. So the FERC recently granted PJM's request to delay its auction for 6 months. What, if any, impact does that have with you delaying it till May?
We've been trying to determine the impacts of that. We just had an internal conversation yesterday. I don't think it does anything to our plans around capacity acquisitions or market purchases. I think we're in pretty good shape. It's been delayed to June of 25. Yes, sir.
System-wide, any observation on that auction, the delay? I mean, does it do anything from price signaling standpoint?
I don't know the answer to that.
You're saying no to you, but in the broader context, obviously PJM is a very different market than MISO, different configurations, mostly in competitive states involved and whatnot. And I'm just asking for your opinion.
You know, the market price, the 25-26 auction price increased substantially. So, you know, we're expecting, and that was intentional. If you read the information that PJM has published, it's meant to be a signal to build generation. So, you know, our internal projections are that number could go higher, but beyond that, Chairman, I don't know that I have a whole lot of detail I could share with you.
Well, and then another question that I've asked several others in earlier presentations today was on the economic development side. As you know, the Commission has encouraged the regulated community to be in the room with economic development as it benefits both the state of Indiana and Hoosiers generally, and that has been a concern. How do you see, generally speaking, I know we've got issues before us, and I want to keep General Counsel happy by asking, what is your general observation about the connection you have with economic development projects moving forward in Indiana? Are you in the room to be able to share with folks the knowledge, insight about how things work?
In general, we're in the room, and economic development is a really important responsibility for us as a utility. We have the privilege of serving counties and communities, and so in order for them to be healthy and vibrant and growing, we've got to be a partner, which means we really need to be on the front end of those conversations and helping, and generally we are. I think what's changed is that the size of some of the economic development opportunities are such that the timeline is a lot different to provide service for those size loads. So it would be really helpful if we could be involved as early as possible in those conversations so we can, first of all, we can plan for that and provide answers to the economic development groups. and not have something out there that's unrealistic in terms of an in-service date that may cause us to be less competitive as a state for those types of loads. So in general, that has worked fairly well, but we would welcome any opportunity to be in those conversations earlier if that's possible.
I've asked this question before, and Wes has asked it too, because we both serve at the at the NARUC level on committees. I'm on the FERC NARUC collaborative, so sitting down actually with the FERC commissioners on gas electric coordination. And just as you kind of alluded, some of this economic development is of a massive scale, and the potential for almost unparalleled growth for a state particularly that has experienced load growth in the 0.8% area for every year that I've been on the commission, and almost as long as David Ziegner's been on the commission. That was kind of a shot. He's going to be the longest serving commissioner in the country in January, by the way.
Congratulations.
But this is a big deal. So fuel getting to locations, and while gas still provides an incredible resource for home heating and cooking and all home use, how do you see the future unfolding, and what needs of the system as a whole as we're looking as a civilization at the potential magnificent growth of the electric system's needs?
Well, it's a really good question, and I think there needs to be much better coordination and planning on the gas side with the electric utilities, because there's going to be a great need for gas generation, and increase what we have in place, build new, and so we're going to have to really coordinate there. I think another thing that's overlooked too is the transmission component. So in order to get the energy from the generation stations, regardless of whether those are gas or some other source of fuel, you've got to have the transmission lines to carry those. And so transmission system wasn't built for a lot of this transfer and load being dispatched across different portions of the service territory are typically built to handle just that utility's own specific needs, and now they're being used for another purpose. So I think there needs to be a lot more investments in gas infrastructure, transmission infrastructure, and a lot more coordination between organizations that may be separate. As an example, we don't have a gas portion of our business, but we need to be really close in coordination with the gas providers if we're going to meet the needs of our customers and the growth that we're seeing in demand right now.
Do you have any questions, Anthony?
Yes, just a couple. I noticed on slide 9 you had the SAIDI and SAIFI numbers. Are the KD metrics consistent with SAIDI and SAIFI?
Yes, so SAIDI is the product of KD times SAIFI. So sorry, I'm an engineer. It just makes sense to me, but they're all intertwined, and there's a bunch of interconnections there. So they do correlate. We do see a reduction in KD along with a reduction in SAIFI, which adds up as a product to what that reduction in SAIDI is, if that makes sense. So yes, we're seeing all three of those metrics improving.
On slide 11, you mentioned the bill impacts for 1,000 kilowatt hours and the average residential bill. How much usage does that reflect for the average bill?
I believe that's around 1,200 kilowatt hours a month, somewhere in that range. I think it shows on the screen 1,000 kilowatt hours, so it's in that range for a residential customer. That's an average residential customer premise.
And you said that your AMI deployment will be done into this year.
Right. We're finished in Michigan, and we'll finish in Indiana by the end of this year, so just right around the corner. We're down to just a very small number of meter change-outs left to complete for AMI.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much to Indiana, Michigan. We very much appreciate the ongoing updates, and not to sum up your presentation, but you said it on the front end, you're prepared.
Yes, sir.
Nuclear plant is ready. It's got enough fuel on site. The coal facility is ready, and there's, did you say 60 days? 70 plus days, I'm sorry, of coal on site. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Commissioners. I don't travel light.
Vince, this is NIPSCO's time, and as you saw, because I saw you in the room, free-flowing discussion. We'll probably ask a few questions during the course of the presentation, but the floor is yours to start off and then introduce your team as well.
And thank you, Chair Houston, and thank you, Commissioners, for giving us this opportunity to talk about our winter preparedness. With me today, I have Dave Walter, who is responsible for our power delivery system, Kurt Sangster, who is responsible for our generation, Karima Hassan Bey, who is responsible for our gas distribution system, and Carl Stanley, who is responsible for supply and optimization. They'll each take pieces of this presentation in their areas and certainly stop us at any time with questions that you might have. So I will start this time by saying we are prepared. I think I waited to the end of the presentation in the summer, and so I'll start with that.
Well, and Vince, I'm sorry, you've got a half hour, and you're both gas and electric, so you've got two messages. So I know that you got to go faster than the others just to get it all in. So, sorry for interrupting.
No, not at all. I appreciate it. And I won't spend a lot of time on this slide, but as you said, Chairman, we are combo utility, so gas and electric. We serve just under 860,000 natural gas customers really across the whole top third of the state, and up in the Northwest Territory, we have just under 500,000 electric customers. You can see some statistics related to that, 12,800 miles of transmission and distribution pipe on the gas side. I'm sorry, on the electric side. We also have about 18,500 miles of transmission and distribution lines for our gas utility. There's other information in there, but to make sure we leave enough time for the team to speak, I will move on unless there are any questions related to our system. So one of the questions was how will our rates compare this heating season with compared to last season? We are anticipating an increase for our customers in comparison. On the natural gas side, it's primarily driven by our last rate case. We think it'll be around $73. We do think our natural gas prices will be relatively stable. Carl and team have done a great job with respect to utilizing our on and off system storage to make sure that we have a fairly decent financial and physical hedge there, as well as a financial hedging program that we think will be able to be relatively flat on the gas prices for next year. Even with our increase, we are still one of the more cost-effective gas utilities in the state, and continue to push on that. On the electric side, we are also anticipating an increase in our rates compared to last year. We are seeing increase in the electric prices in the market compared to last year, and so we'll touch on that a bit as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Dave to speak a bit about distribution.
All right, so leading up to a storm and 1 week prior activities was the question. We utilize a service, it's called DTN. We have a meteorologist that supplies us with that data. We actually look at about a 2 week ahead period of time to prepare for any of those severe weather events coming in. We work closely between electric generation and gas. We coordinate a lot of our activities together. So we have that ability for us. We're able to sit daily in the room together and can coordinate those activities. We prepare ahead of time. Our preparations begin sometimes in August, and start working through the fall. We wrap up a lot of our projects. We have a lot of system upgrade projects that take place, and we target that mid-November to late November to ensure those are all completed prior to the end of the year for that, and those systems are in service. Kurt will go into more detail, but we do go through our generating stations, ensuring that our facilities are ready to go. And when we look at events similar to 2014 and 19 with the polar vortexes, we take some actions ahead of time with suppliers, but really a lot of our systems are designed to withstand those extreme cold temperatures. Very little impact to the electric grid, but as far as some of our substations, we go out and we make sure heaters are in service ahead of time, and we have snow equipment ready to go, plow trucks set up so we can respond to any incident. And lastly, we do conduct drills similar to I&M. We conduct those a couple times a year, and we just completed our winter readiness drill last week. So we did a full stand-up drill. All people were brought in. We have an ICS structure that we follow similar to FEMA, and we prepare for that drill ahead of time so we're ready to go if it does happen to us. And then I can turn it over to Kurt.
Thank you. Close enough. On the electric generation side, like Dave said, ours is very specific. It starts in August. We start with the winter preparedness, going through a lot of its system checks, but also commodity checks, making sure that we top off coming into the winter session, and then going through the preventative maintenance on any of the cold weather equipment, anything that we need to take care of that comes up when we go through the winterization. We finish that process up at the beginning of November on the electric generating units, specifically the coal and the gas units, going through our process. Now, like Dave said, we prepare for it by testing with the ICS, but also there's a weather forecast meteorologist that keeps us abreast. If we see any kind of weather event coming about a week out, then we start really topping off the commodities and then going through the systems with individuals. We'll do extra rounds, bring in more employees into the facilities to make sure that we're, I'm going to call it hardened against the event that comes up when we're going to take care of it. On our renewables side, with the wind and solar, our fleet is designed to negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's not a lot that we have to do. We do keep an eye on it and keep constant monitoring of it, but there's not a lot of winterization just because it's designed to go that route.
Kurt, it says ambient temperature, so I assume if the wind chill got to minus 40 and the ambient was minus 18, you would still be okay.
We're still good in that situation. We've had that happen during some of these polar vortexes, more on the coal side because our renewable fleet's fairly new in those situations, but it's the same situation. We've had it go cold, and it's really on ambient temperature.
Did any of those wind turbines have to be retrofitted with different oil, or were they already manufactured at that level?
We had them, when we purchased them, we made sure that they were available to the negative 22, so they didn't have to be retrofit. One of the things I did want to point out, we did just bring on our Cavalry solar field, so it's in operation now, but our Dunsbridge 2 solar field will be coming on during this winter. We're currently in the process of testing Dunsbridge 2, so it is producing, but we're going through the finalization, going from mechanically complete to COD. So that process is ongoing right now, and it'll be the most current solar fields will be going into service. That one's 435 megawatts. The next slide. Specifically, just to give you an indication, our Unit 12 at our Michigan City facility, which is a 455 megawatt coal unit, is currently in outage. It will be out of outage early December. Right now it's planned to come out on December 9th. Sugar Creek, which is our gas facility that's down here in Terre Haute, it will come out of outage. It has a very, very small outage, but the primary part of that has been taken care of in October, and it'll have a very small couple-day outage in December. Outside of that, all of our other units have gone through their outages and are prepared. They're all prepared for the winter. We've all done the winter prep, but they'll come out of outage and won't go into outage.
I just have a question. You're our first MISO utility today, and how have you been dealing with your scheduled outages with the switch to the seasonal accreditation? and the penalties for being out for certain amounts of time.
So I'll start the kickoff, but then I'll kick it over a little bit. We have our plans for outages 18 months out in advance. So modifications to that are really what comes up with that. So then I'll kind of kick it down. We haven't had a modification. I shouldn't say that. Michigan City had a very small modification, but we actually bridged over the season. So it didn't impact us.
Yeah, and that sort of answers the question. The way to deal with that is to bridge the seasons if you can do it. And if you can't, you just have to plan for meeting this, accreditation requirements and tackle it a different way, whether it's bilateral capacity purchase or some other, avenue. But what Kurt says is true. It's really, if you can bridge the seasons, you can manage that requirement effectively.
Okay, good. And I think that's it for me for generation, so I'll turn it over to Karina.
All right. Will it reach? I have to scoot over. Okay, is that good? Okay. Each one of our local operating areas, which is about 14 local operating areas, has winter plans that we are prepared for. We have, that's from an occupational and from a system perspective. So from a system perspective, we have completed our DIMP, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Programs, and our TEMP, which is transmission, to ensure our systems are ready and available for winter weather. In addition to that, as a part of that, we've also done inspections on all of our testing stations, our transmission stations, our distribution stations, to ensure that those heaters are available, to which was spoken about on the electric side, so that there's no interruption of service there. On the project side, we have several things that are in flight, several things that we've completed to ensure reliability of our systems. We have our inline inspection retrofits to make sure that we remediate or be able to identify any issues that come up with gouges or any integrity issues within our pipeline that we remediated. We've done 2 this year. We did 5 last year, and we're going to do another 5 next year. Our underground storage wellhead inspections we've completed to make sure that that's ready to go in case we need to use that system. And then the next 2 projects on there, New Wheeler and the 483, those are both to enable redundancy in our systems and reliability to ensure that we have the right pressures and availability of that commodity. And then lastly, our remote pressure monitoring systems, our SCADA, we have that visibility to proactively look and see if there's any anomalies in our system, which we don't have any to date, and we're ready to go. So with that, I'll pass it to Carl.
All right, switching to the supply picture. As you can see up on the screen, those are our planned storage levels as we start November. I want to mention we have on-system and off-system storage, and a couple of our storage fields actually are staggered where we have the ability to inject in November and then withdraw in April. We do that for a reason, so that we can adjust our portfolio to if there is warm weather, particularly like we've seen over the last couple weeks in November until we just had this recent cold snap. So, but we are prepared for the winter, and in addition, our on-system storage will be full by the end of December. That's another of the fields that takes a little time to fill. And then we'll be ready to vaporize with LNG come their extreme cold here in the next couple of months. So if you flip to the next slide. From a generation fuel supply perspective, I'll start with the fact that we have firm coal and natural gas supply contracts that will meet the needs of delivery when we have those needs. From a coal supply perspective, we are either at our projected target inventory level or very close to those. But the ability to have those firm coal and natural gas supply contracts really makes all the difference in the world to be able to bring the supplies to the generation facilities when we need them. So I would say that's the important aspect of as we set up for the winter and how we're going to get supplies to our generation facilities. Go to the next slide. From a resource adequacy perspective, you can see how we meet both the coincident peak and also the reserve margin. And we have a changing mix of assets over the last couple of years. And as you can see, with our coal facilities, we have some bilateral capacity purchases, as well as our Sugar Creek and peaking gas asset facilities. And then you get to the top and you see the amount of wind and hydro capacity that we have to meet those needs. So This picture has definitely changed over the last couple of years, but we are effectively ready for the winter with that adequacy.
Carl, was the reserve margin about the same last year?
I know that for the coming year, it's come down for the winter. For the previous year, I think it was, it might not have been, because the reserve margins themselves for the seasons, I think, have been only the past 2 years. So this might be the first one. I could be wrong. So we can check on that, Chairman. All right, from a supply mix perspective, from a pricing aspect, you can see that roughly 62% of our supplies for the coming year have a fixed price attached to them. A portion of that comes from storage, as we're filling storage through the summer, and we're having, obviously, purchasing the supplies and injecting them into the ground. And, you know, purchasing gas at the Chicago City Gate market is an advantage, and we saw some very favorable pricing through this past summer. We get some supplies from Marcellus, which were extremely cheap, and so we did benefit from that. We also have a hedging program that we use financial futures on, and then those long-term hedges are financial deals. And those added together add up to the 62% to fix that portion of pricing for our customers. We want to take advantage of the fact that market purchases, we still can take advantage of lower pricing by allowing that percentage to be available to do that for our customers. Flipping over to the design day, you can see that we use different assets to meet the needs, including storage, transporting supplies from various fields, and then spot purchases, which really are those supplies at the Chicago City Gate. We do incorporate a contingency of about 11%, and what's that designed to cover is if there is issues with storage fields or prospective pipelines in terms of transport, that we have sufficient supplies to meet the needs of our customers. So we specifically plan for those sort of contingencies that could occur. From a seasonal resource adequacy in the construct, we have been favorable to that. It aligns with the needs of the industry. And in terms of the seasonal markets, I think we're starting to see that develop a little bit more. I had hoped that it would be faster than it has, but those seasonal deals are there. There's just not as many as I expected, honestly, to begin with. But in terms of the construct, I think it makes a lot of sense, and it certainly helps out the industry. From a generation mix perspective, this goes to what I said earlier. This would be a very different picture if this was a couple years ago, but you can see that with our renewables and our solar and wind being 24% and 24% wind, 27% solar, that is a significant shift from a couple years ago. I do want to call out the batteries. We do have a Calvary battery that is up and operating with, and Kurt mentioned this a little bit ago, with Duns 2 that should be coming online here in January. It's an asset that we're learning and getting used to, and we've seen real value in what it can offer our customers, so we're excited about that.
Carl, if I could interrupt real quickly. I asked the MISO folks, same question I've been asking them for quite some time.
Yeah.
And as Commissioner Freeman appropriately pointed out, you're the first MISO utility in today.
Sure.
About their desire to have dispatchable characteristics compensated in ancillary services, because that's something that they talk about needing. And last spring, going into the summer reliability, they talked about having a tariff out there in the first quarter of next year. The update today was that they were still in the formation stages of that tariff, but couldn't commit to a timeline for when that would be presented to FERC. Have you had any contact with the folks at MISO about your disposition on that kind of tariff?
We've had discussion about the value of dispatchable resources and what we see in the future regarding the need for those, but not specifically about the tariff. I don't know, Vince, I'll pass that over to you and see if there's anything specific.
No, I don't think anything specific to that. Our conversations have been more around queue and queue timing and a process for ultimately being able to get needed capacity into the
I
market.
realize this is a small element in the grand scheme of things, but not insignificant given some of the global questions that I'll probably ask a little bit later that are, Carl.
Finally, from a gas supply perspective to feed our generation station, Sugar Creek, we try to develop our supplies so they're very flexible. We have the ability to take gas both from a day ahead and an intraday perspective, and that is to adjust to the need of MISO in terms of if they need to dispatch our units up or down. But it's really a matter of how you contract up front to make sure that that flexibility is built into that supply agreement. So it's been very effective, and we use it every day, quite honestly.
So from a customer affordability perspective, we have a number of programs that are available, very similar to, I think, what you heard from I&M. LIHEAP is really the starting point. Last year, I think in 2023, there were about $94 million of assistance that came into the state. About $50 million of that came to NIPSCO. I think it was around 153,000 different arrangements were made. That's not the same as number of customers because they can get multiple different kinds of arrangements. We have a silver program which helps with respect to our older population that qualifies, as well as our SERVE program, which is for either active military or veterans that ultimately qualify for those programs. Our hardship program as well, which is one that will pick up at 151% of the poverty level and move up to 250%, so helps customers in that range. And we also have our CARE program, which I think at this point allows 15 to 32% of customer assistance for those that qualify. So multiple different programs. We have a pretty active, I will flip ahead a few slides, active program for ultimately getting this information out to our customers. We started this year in October to really start to put the information using social media, bill inserts, as well as email contacts and through media. We did get some media activity around these programs in October. We'll, in December, again, put more information out with respect to the assistance is available for our customers. We also have our energy efficiency program. It's a few slides back that has been active, and it's been in the market for a number of years. It's been helpful. I think with that, we are open for any questions.
With respect to your assistance programs, are any of them linked together such that if a customer qualifies for one, they automatically qualify for other things?
Yes, Commissioner Freeman, thank you for the question. If a customer qualifies for LIHEAP, they automatically will qualify for CARE. They can also then qualify for the SERVE as well as the silver programs. The hardship program picks up at 151%, so it's a little different group. Ultimately, it qualifies for that.
Thank you.
Are you doing the text messaging notification as well? I didn't.
We are. We have, and I'll lean on Robbie a bit. I think it's in the 45 to 50% of our customers that have we have electronically available, and with those, we're moving forward with respect to modernizing our IT system to enable a lot more of just digital contacts with our customers.
I'm going to ask, you probably heard the question earlier. We are obviously moving in a direction of unparalleled potential growth. One of the things that we've encouraged all the utilities to do in the best interest of the state would be to be in the room with economic development folks as projects are being offered or postulated to make sure that the folks involved are getting the best insight as possible. And I think policymakers at the State House are very interested in making sure that that relationship is institutionalized at some point. But Vince, if you could share with us your sense on the working relationship with economic development folks, and as we especially move into a very different future.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for the question. I think Steve answered it well. I think it's good. I think it could absolutely be better. I think it's critical for us to be in the room as early as possible when it comes to any kind of economic development program or customer that may be coming into the state, to make sure that we're matching up those energy needs with and timing in particular with whatever the request is. Our team, I think, is fantastic. Rick Kalinsky and our public affairs team have really good relationships throughout our service territory with the folks on the local side, and so they tend to be in the room most of the time, not always. And I think it is critical that we are there, for any kind of especially larger economic development program. I do think it's getting better in a number of areas. And I think with some of the very large load, we are seeing that we're more at the table.
And I've mentioned this several times, so I feel like I'm turning into a broken record, but Commissioner Bennett and I are both on various committees at NARUC dealing with gas and electric coordination. It intersects everything. You're the first gas electric utility for us to talk to today, so get ready, CenterPoint. The question will be coming to you too as well. But as this future unfolds and the potential need for more electrification to meet the demand on the electric side, what kinds of things are you sensing are going to be needed in the not too distant future once current capacity is, what was the word I used? What's the breaking point? The breaking point where current infrastructure doesn't serve those needs going forward in a significant way, and how do you maintain the posture of your fundamental gas responsibility, which is to make sure people in northern Indiana have a warm home during the winter months?
Yeah, I think it's a really important question, and I do think natural gas will continue to play a really important part in the overall energy system. We're in a relatively advantageous place in northwest Indiana because we have 7 different interstate pipes that cross our service territory. So even with some of the large load coming on, and I think what will be the need for natural gas generation to ultimately serve that, I think we're in a good place in the near term and in a good spot to be able to continue to serve our existing customers, but also be able to develop that additional need and additional load. There's a point at which more upstream assets will be necessary. The further out east we get, the more difficult it gets because there are just fewer upstream pipes available. And so, I see natural gas being a critical part of the current and future portfolio that we have, and I think critical for the growth of the state.
I think we're at time. The big message is on the gas side, you have plenty of gas for your customers, and you have plenty of fuel on the electric side to take care of your customers.
That's right. And I also want to say this is Karima's first opportunity to present in front of the commission, so very well done.
Well, you did terrific, and thank you very much for the entire NIPSCO team.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, commissioners.
Are the Duke folks, are they out in the hallway?
Yeah.
Well, we're right on schedule. Well, welcome Duke Energy Indiana, and I don't know if you got to hear, but this is obviously an opportunity to hear your preparations for the winter season. We have had a free-flowing discussion. Commissioners have jumped in, so I hope nobody will think us rude by asking questions periodically throughout the presentation. Anthony Swinger et al. Are here from the OUCC's office. They may wind up having questions. We have technical staff here as well. And you've got 30 minutes and you're on the clock. So with that, President Penninger, you...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Stan Penninger. I'm president of Duke Energy Indiana. We're happy to be here as well, and we'll do our best to keep within our time frame. We will stay within our time frame. Presenting with me today is Kelly Karn, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Policy, Bill Luke, who leads our Midwest Generation operations, and Jim McClay, Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading. We have a bevy of experts with us today, as you can see. One in particular I want to introduce, Chris Lang. Chris, since May, has led our transmission and distribution operations in the Midwest. He replaced Donald Broadhurst, who you may remember visited during some of the storm discussions that we had. Chris has a big role. He's, as I said, responsible for transmission and distribution. It was a change we made upon Chris's ascension to include both segments under his leadership. So we're pleased to have Chris with us today as well. On slide 2, you're familiar with the Duke Energy Indiana service territory and our metrics. We currently serve 910,000 customers through the work of nearly 2,500 Duke Energy employees in the state. Pleased to report we're on pace for another strong year of customer growth in our service territory. On a rolling 12-month basis, we have experienced retail growth of 15,000 customers, or 1.7%. Over the same period, residential customers' growth has been 14,000, or 1.8%. You'll note our capacity and energy mix over time on the right-hand portion of the slide. We have 6,300 megawatts of capacity at 12 large power generation sites, comprised of 55% coal, 32% gas, and 8% syngas. Our energy mix, as noted on the slide, is shown as a percent of total megawatt hours from DEI's portfolio of generators. Our Gibson units are approaching 50 years of service. Those 5 units were put in service over the years of 1975 to 1982. Our 2 Cayuga units are approaching 60 years of service, having been put in operation between 1970 and 1972. The average age of our gas fleet is approximately 23 years. Moving to slide 3, we've prepared projected rates and bills for the upcoming winter months based on a typical DEI customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. Winter rates are expected to remain relatively flat through February, supported by stable fuel and power purchase costs. We do anticipate an increase beginning in March. Compared to last winter, the average bill over the period is projected to increase by approximately 8.2%, assuming normal weather and usage patterns. For context, the average winter bill for a Duke Energy Indiana customer last year was $134, while this year's average is estimated at $145. Notably, the projected average bill for this winter, while higher than last winter, is approximately 14.6% lower than the winter of 22 through 23. Next week, we'll announce that at least $300,000 of assistance funds will be available through our Share the Light program, a mix of shareholder and customer contributions. We work with the Indiana Community Action Association to distribute those funds, and we'll have an additional tranche of funding available in the summer for similar customer assistance. Another program that I've reported to you all in the past, and I'm very proud of, we continue our quest for one-on-one outreach opportunities with disadvantaged customers throughout our service territories. We partner in these opportunities with local nonprofits to host events in which our experts are on hand to share payment assistance, billing and payment options, as well as energy efficiency tips. We've hosted 36 of these events over the last 16 months, and we have 5 of those events remaining, which will be conducted between now and the end of the year.
Stan, on those low-income events, how are the locations selected, and what's the distribution throughout your service area?
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Freeman. They are certainly spread throughout the 69 counties that we serve. We have focused on larger communities in those areas where we have, through our research, determined there's a larger proportion of customers that can benefit, we hope, from these encounters. And certainly the partnership with the local agencies has been a big part of the success, I think, of these particular opportunities. We have timed them with back to school, holiday food, summer camp, whatever kind of connection that we can create with that local nonprofit. You know, generally there could be a food giveaway, school supplies and the like associated with attracting customers to the events.
And then one follow-up, are you tracking participation year over year and seeing how that plays out?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'd be happy to follow up on how customers have reacted to those opportunities. Thank you. Turning to slide 4, I'll speak to our storm and extreme weather planning and response activities. You're familiar with this slide from past presentations. The process and procedures for our line workers and generation functions are the same for major winter storms and extreme cold events as they are for summer storms and high heat events. We use the nationally recognized incident command structure for these major event scenarios. Our incident commander, Clint Carnahan, is with us today. Clint, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Clint's work brings all response functions, including our meteorology team, generation, demand response, transmission, distribution, customer service, and customer communications into alignment. Functionally focused planning and emergency preparedness drills occur on a regular basis for both transmission and distribution field response to storm events and generation supply and critical operations related to extreme cold events. The slide depicts the progression of preparedness, planning, and execution undertaken over the course of a weather-related event. Of course, our community managers, of which we have 9 throughout our service territory, serve as the primary external-facing company representative with local governments, emergency response agencies, and the local media. And with that, I'll turn to Kelly Karn.
Thank you, Stan. We'll dive right into our capacity, supply, and demand balance. If you'll start with me on the left side of the slide, we'll start with Duke Energy Indiana's load demand on its system for this winter, and then you add to that about a 27.4% reserve margin as required by MISO, and then the load we need to meet is 6,378 megawatts. Going now to the far right side of the slide and starting on the right and going towards the left, most of that load need is going to be met with our owned generation at Duke Energy. Take away from that our joint ownership that we have, as well as wholesale contracts, and then add back to that additional capacity purchases we've made, as well as our PPA capacity. And then finally, we add on to that about 556 megawatts of demand response that our customers are able to provide for us. And with all of that, we are able to be a little bit over and meet our needs for this winter. So we're well positioned to meet our winter capacity needs. Let's flip to the next slide. So now turning to some of our observations about MISO's capacity construct. We've already discussed our winter position. In our summer position, we have the majority of our planned outages. In our spring position, we have the majority of our planned outages. So as a result, some of those plants did not clear for the summer, and as a result, we were short for the spring capacity auction, going into the spring capacity auction. But MISO's capacity market cleared relatively low, and so as a result, it was more cost-effective for customers for these resources to not clear the auction and instead for us to buy capacity from the MISO auction at lower prices. However, that does not necessarily mean that these resources won't be available for customers. Once they're back from outages, they would be bid into the market and be able to be used during the springtime. Duke Energy is monitoring all the ongoing changes at MISO's under the capacity construct, and we're an active participant in the stakeholder process. And we support the change to the seasonal construct and generally support the ongoing revisions that we've seen over the last few years as supportive of reliability in the MISO region. However, it has been challenging to keep up at the rapid pace of change. In terms of MISO's reliability-based demand curve, which is being incorporated this coming season, we're generally supportive of that and think it could provide additional reliability benefits for the system. However, it also does provide some uncertainty around our load obligation going into each auction that we'll need to manage through. MISO has also just gotten approval from FERC for its direct loss of load accreditation changes. And this change is primarily one that is impacting renewable generation on our system more so than thermal. So it's a change that had really a major impact in our integrated resource, our long-term planning, in terms of the accredited capacity that's available in the various seasons, particularly for wind and solar resources. So overall, all of these changes that we're seeing through the MISO capacity construct have had the general result of making Duke Energy shorter from a generation perspective. That combined with economic development load that we're seeing, as well as environmental rules and our aging, retiring generating units, are all pointing to driving to a need for incremental resources on our system. In the immediate term, that incremental need will be served by things such as capacity purchases, solar and battery purchases, but in the very short term following that, we do see a need for additional dispatchable generation, and we're well on our way of planning to add more additive dispatchable generation on our system. With
Kelly, I have a question about the 31-day outage. I know that was a primary concern of Duke's when we were all working through that issue at MISO and with OMS. Given what you've seen now that it's been in effect, are you making any changes to your outage planning going forward? And can you talk a little bit about that and how that's going to continue to be evaluated?
Yeah, it's a great question. And yeah, as soon as it came about, and it's really an iterative process ongoing, we have a cross-functional team working together to look at outage planning. And so, before, Bill and his team would have to plan outages around, the supplier's schedule and these types of things. And now they have just another element that they need to add in there in terms of what does this mean from an economic perspective for our customers and when is that capacity going to be available. I think the one thing that we've seen a little bit more of is if you have longer outages, which are necessary on these generating units, that we'll try to plan that outage potentially across 2 seasons if we can to potentially avoid that 31-day rule. But really, when we're doing our bidding into the MISO auction, we're trying to do that the most economic thing for customers at the end of the day. And so it's a cross-functional group that works together, and there's feedback loops along the way to make sure that we're planning outages in the most economic way possible. Thanks.
Kelly, a little earlier today, we heard presentation from MISO, and they've made a bunch of these changes. You've just talked about some of them as well. Going into the summer reliability, we had a report from MISO that included an update on their desire to have dispatchable characteristics priced through a tariff in ancillary services. And the update today was that, and I don't think I'm mischaracterizing, that they're still working on it, but it was going to go beyond the first quarter of 2025 with an unnamed time frame. And just out of curiosity, have you had conversation with MISO about pricing of dispatchable characteristics in ancillary services?
Yeah, our team that regularly meets with MISO on those issues, and I think it's an important one. So I think we'll continue the discussions. Obviously, there's a vast stakeholder process at MISO. They get opinions from all kinds of different stakeholders, and we'll continue those discussions. But I do think anything that can provide value in the marketplace for dispatchable characteristics, which we think are very important for reliability, that's something that we'd be supportive of for sure.
I'm just expressing an opinion at this point, but, and this may go beyond you, anybody can weigh in on it, but the convergence of the potential for massive load growth has been talked about significantly, and I think everybody on this panel has heard presentations to the effect that MISO expects 5 or 6% load growth inside their footprint in a very short period of time. Yet, from all the integrated resource planning processes that I've been witness to since I've been on, nobody has had 5% load growth. Now, things are changing and changing quickly, and I admit that. But it seems to me that if you have massive load growth and the ability to attract the kind of generation needed to serve that load, those things should be walking hand in hand. So I apologize, that's more of an opinion than it is a statement, but you may respond or continue your presentation as you see fit.
I will just agree with you that they should be moving hand in hand, and that we'll continue to work with MISO to try to find as much value as we can and to speed up the process of getting dispatchable generation on the system. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon. This slide here represents a high-level view of our winter planning timeline for our generation assets here in Duke Energy, Indiana. Our preparation, as always, starts with safety. Winter safety plans and campaigns are implemented to mitigate hazards the winter season brings. The current fourth quarter safety blitz is what we're calling it here. To finish out the year, our focus is line of fire type injuries, slip, trips, and falls, and ergonomics. We work closely with our supply chain team to ensure we have all the necessary cold weather personal protective equipment, materials, and critical spares. By October, we're heavily into our operational readiness. We've completed by this point all our initial assessments and walkdowns of our equipment. This would include identification of heat trace, insulation issues, materials and inventory needs, and securing all building openings, louvers, vents, snow removal equipment, maintenance activities, and preparation for the winter season. We have over 500 winter preparedness preventative work orders for the Midwest region. As part of our seasonal guidance and schedule, all those activities are completed by mid-November. Our process and learnings are working well as we continue to see good performance. Last winter period, December, January, and February, the forced outage rate was slightly over 3% for our fleet here in Indiana. We expect similar performance this winter as well. The photos on the right-hand side of the slide here represent some typical winterization efforts and typical planning and preparation across the region. These pictures here are associated with the Edwardsport Station. The top picture is a winterization enclosure, a little bit tough to see, but in the background on the left you can see a white enclosure. That's around our CO2 compressors. Edwardsport builds approximately 150 different enclosures around critical equipment, valves, instrumentations as windbreaks, and temperature protection that can include temporary fuel and steam heaters as well. We also build temporary heating ductwork for employee safety, warming sheds to ensure that our employees can work safe throughout the winter period as well. In the middle picture, a little bit tough to see there, but that's a typical heat trace panel. Electric heat trace is essentially an insulated cable that generates heat, keeping piping and equipment warm, preventing it from freezing. Edwardsport, for example, has an extensive heat trace system with over 4,000 heat trace circuits. So as part of our winterization prep, we're testing all these circuits to ensure they're all operational before the start of the winter season. And on the bottom picture there, you can see it's a typical what we call an O'Brien. It's an instrumentation enclosure, so there might be a critical piece of instrumentation in that box. There'll be a heating element. So again, we would test equipment like that to make sure that it's functional for the winter season. Next slide. So we continue to have what I would say is a solid year regarding unit availability, and this is really driven by our long-range planning, making sure we're making the right investments in our assets during planned outages, as well as lessons learned from previous summer and winter periods. For winter preparedness, we have standardized more effectively, I'd say, across our region, across our company, and our service territories with standards around heat trace testing, new training requirements, and fleet governance. We were successful with our efforts to fully meet all cold weather compliance requirements that went into effect as part of the new NERC reliability standard, EOP 12, which you probably have heard about in October earlier this year. EOP adds extreme cold weather temperature requirements, cold weather critical components. It includes listing of freeze protection on those critical components and has a corrective action requirement associated with it as well. So currently, all unit planned outages have been completed. This work incorporated approximately 20 weeks of base load unit outages and 45 weeks of combustion turbine outage activity. The picture shown on top here is at the Noblesville Combined Cycle Station. That's the steam turbine #1 rotor being reinstalled this fall after overhaul. And in the lower picture is the Cayuga Boiler Project, which happened to be our top degrader this past year. So both of those units were overhauled, and we expect reliable service through the winter period. Our fuel flexibility at Edwardsport, the ability to burn syngas or natural gas, and our backup fuel oil capability at our Cayuga CT4 combustion turbine will also be available this winter season. With current river conditions at Cayuga and a December thermal discharge temperature of 60 degrees, we're 70-degree thermal limit in November. That drops to 60 degrees in December. But we do not anticipate any Cayuga thermal discharge limitations. As Jim will cover here shortly, our coal inventory at our stations is at target levels, and additional coal pile management and delivery logistics readiness is certainly in place. We do expect all our units to be available and perform well this winter season. I'll take any questions before turning over to Jim.
How much fuel oil supply backup do you have at Cayuga?
At Cayuga CT4, yeah, we typically run with 3-day fuel oil supply, yeah.
I was asking the same question of the IMPA folks too, and I think theirs was 48 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, anywhere from 48 to 72 hours, although on some of the new combined cycle builds, we're starting to look at whether or not that needs to be extended to add some resiliency, beyond 3 days. Any other questions?
Thank you, Bill. Good afternoon. I'm going to start with coal supply and transportation, winter preparations. I'll start off by saying first, we do not have any concerns with coal inventory or the supply chain at this time for the winter season. Duke Indiana's winter prep this year has focused on fuel supply reliability as well as fuel assurance. Duke actively manages coal inventories, supplies, deliveries to mitigate impacts to customers. We source coal from multiple mines and suppliers for diversity. Our coal inventory is at the upper end of capacity, which will ensure adequate available supply to serve our customers. Duke relies on 100% rail deliveries with no truck deliveries. The railroads continue to be reliable and consistent since the summertime with no anticipated issues, although the supply chain still remains inelastic and unable to respond to quick changes in demand. Now onto the planning and operations. Should rail deliveries become constrained, we do have trucking agreements in place to quickly ramp up coal deliveries to Cayuga and Gibson. Winterization planning activities include operational testing on loading equipment, rail infrastructure freeze protection, freeze-proofing coal when needed. As per normal operations, we continue communication with the railroads and suppliers to ensure delivery performance. Next slide, please. Moving on to gas winter preparedness, we're well positioned to provide firm deliverability and supply to our gas units located on 4 different interstate pipelines. We utilize a combination of firm transportation contracts, offering the highest delivery priority on the pipeline, combined with our asset manager to provide firm deliverability and fuel assurance to meet gas demands to our units. Our asset management agreement provides fuel security, servicing volumes above our contracted firm capacity, access to storage, and operational flexibility, and 24-hour availability to help us mitigate risks as well in the pipelines. The power markets, we use that to reflect supply and operational constraints when needed and protect customers from costly pipeline limitations. Next slide, please. As far as hedging, Duke follows its hedging program to reduce customer price volatility and provide fuel cost certainty. Our winter NYMEX natural gas exposure is 48% hedged through March of 2025. We continue to execute power hedges in the forward and daily markets based on our economics and needs. As Bill mentioned, we have healthy coal piles at each station, and we have procured to the upper end of our forecasted demand for the winter period. Next slide, please. With low gas prices, pipeline capacity factors have increased and constrained pipeline operations with more OFOs and ratable flow restrictions. We have been working hard to mitigate these customer impacts during operationally constrained days, contracting additional enhanced firm transportation, over-communicating with suppliers and pipeline gas control, and instituting procedures to increase the success of gas flow during constrained times. This concludes my section. Wait for questions.
So bottom line is you've got enough gas, you've got enough coal to maintain your obligation to serve customers at peak with a 27% reserve margin.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better.
I'm going to go ahead and ask the same question. Mr. Painter, I'm going to ask the same question I've asked other utilities too, because it's such an important day and age that we're living in. I think that there's an interest amongst policymakers to make sure that Indiana's utilities are in the room with economic development folks as the day of artificial intelligence and data centers and other related industries potentially present themselves to the state. I know you have a team of people throughout your service territory that work with local community leaderships. How do you see the relationship between economic development folks and utilities to make sure that Indiana puts its best foot forward in attracting in a rational way the companies that have some of these characteristics?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And as you mentioned, we have 4 professionals doing this work every day that I'm very proud of. They engage regularly with local and regional economic development organizations. I think the relationship is very strong. With respect to state-level work for some of these larger projects that we've encountered, I think that the relationships are strong. I continue to believe that the sooner that the utilities, and my perspective is electric, obviously, but I know this is across the gamut, the sooner that we're able to meet with and understand the needs of these prospects, the better. And this is, it's paramount, particularly on these larger loads that you're speaking to, because what I've learned is that the ramp rate associated with putting these facilities into service is important to the prospect, obviously, but for the provider, it's not just the generation side that we've talked about here today, but it's the infrastructure side as well. The ability to build out the type of infrastructure to serve these types of facilities takes time. And in my experience, when we've had that opportunity to have those discussions on the front end of a discussion, the happier everybody is. Because these folks are looking for capacity, and we're able to provide it, but it's over a period of time, right? And we try to mix our ability to build this infrastructure with their ramp rates associated with putting that operation into service. And I think it's worked well when we've had that opportunity. So that's what we seek. You know, our economic development projects are a little different than some of our peers, at least so far. Many of ours have been more advanced manufacturing type of projects that have been, and will be, wonderful opportunities for our communities. And so they have a little different point of view than perhaps a data center with respect to these ramp rates and maybe even the infrastructure that's needed to serve them in a more established area in our community. So it depends on the project, and it depends on the ability to have these conversations very early.
That was 30 minutes to the button. Duke Energy, thank you very much. Very grateful to hear the report and to engage in the dialogue as well. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we are scheduled to take a 10-minute break. So for those folks who may be streaming us as we speak, we will be back at 3:10 with CenterPoint Energy, Indiana. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We are now streaming again, and I'm happy to present or welcome CenterPoint Indiana. Mike, are you kicking things off? Okay, we have you scheduled for a half hour, and just like I was telling NIPSCO, my apologies. We gave you the same amount of time, even though you're a dual utility on the gas and electric side. So the floor is yours, and it's very casual. We're going to be asking questions, probably from the bench. OUCC is over here, technical staff as well. So welcome and thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Mike Rader with CenterPoint. Thanks for the opportunity today. We always enjoy these forums and the dialogue and questions that come from them. Today with me, I think you know Ashley Babcock, who runs our natural gas business, and Shane Bradford, who runs our electric business. With me at the table is Tony Gardner. Since we were last together at the Summer Reliability Forum, we've had some organizational changes, including a new title for me, but more importantly, continued commitment for the organization and leadership for the state of Indiana. So that's been important for the organization. Tony's our Chief Customer Officer and is with us today from our Houston headquarters location. Tony obviously has responsibility for customer service across our footprint, also has responsibility for growth across our enterprise as well. Hopefully, when we finish up here, you'll agree that we're prepared to meet our customers' needs this winter, that we have programs and communications available for our customers, that our gas supply is affordable and reliable, and that we are prepared to meet reliability issues that Mother Nature may choose to bring our way if that were to happen. You know our footprint over the years. We have the privilege to serve about 150,000 electric customers in Southwest Indiana and over 750,000 natural gas customers in the southern two-thirds of the state. I would mention, we work hard, like the other utilities, we work hard to try to grow those customer accounts in the economic development space, and just a couple of wins this year, just to mention quickly on the electric side. A Kaiser aluminum situation that we were able to grow in Warwick County. AstraZeneca had some expansion in Posey County. On the gas side, we're working hard on the Intech project in Terre Haute and the SK Hynix project in West Lafayette. So just wanted to mention a couple of important projects that are going on for the state. To kick us off a little more on the customer experience side, I want to turn it over to Tony.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for your time again today. Had a chance to meet you all. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I'll touch real quick. Let me see if I got the clicker working here. And if you see me looking down, it's because the eyes are starting to give out on me a little bit. And I'm just not ready to call it quits and go get glasses. So I apologize about that in advance. But I'll touch on winter preparedness communication. So CenterPoint Energy uses a variety of channels to connect with our customers so that we can reach them in the channel of their choice, whether that be a press release, social media, customer emails, bill messages, community outreach. They can even call our contact centers and get the same messages in our natural language IVR, which is nothing but our telephony system. We're always looking for ways to enhance our communication strategy so that we can reach out to as many customers as possible and get customer feedback so that we can resolve issues and enhance their overall experience. But we don't just communicate with customers just about the winter. We communicate with our customers year-round on specific topics about weather preparedness, safety, energy efficiency, rates, and regulatory. We also talk to them about billing and different payment options that are available to them, payment assistance programs as well too, and some of our assistance programs. One of them in particular I'll touch on in just a second. But we're also in the process of creating an Indiana-specific Facebook and Twitter account. Yes, I'm that old. I will still call it Twitter. I don't care if it's X, right? But we are creating a new Twitter and Facebook account that would be very Indiana-specific so we can share targeted messages with the customers that we have the privilege of serving. I'd like to touch on a couple of our customer experience initiatives. A few of them that I want to provide you updates on, because I won't touch on all of them for the sake of time. But the first one is the Customer Experience Collaborative. In the spirit of meeting customers where they are and seeking some of their feedback, we launched a Customer Experience Collaborative just last week and met with a handful of our customers, whether they be residential or small business owners, in a sit-down session where they were able to provide our leaders feedback in a face-to-face forum. We'll continue to make sure that we meet with the same group of customers throughout the year, because we want to make sure that we are improving our processes and closing the loop with those customers over time so that we can see the experiences start to improve. The next program that I'll touch on is the Customer Assistance Fund. It's a new program that we're launching in mid-December, which will replace what is currently known as our Share the Warmth or winterization program. This new program, the Customer Assistance Program, will provide customers direct financial support, particularly those customers that may not always qualify for low-income assistance. At its launch, the fund will be available for homeowners and renters in Southwest Indiana. Customers can apply for the payment assistance annually through the Salvation Army's SA program. The funds will help customers with payment assistance being provided primarily by our shareholders in terms of a contribution. Employees can also donate to the fund, and we'll also have a platform for customers to be able to donate to the fund as well, too. The last thing that I'll touch on this slide is the traveling town halls. So Mayor Stephanie Terry has invited us to participate in her traveling town hall, which provides us with another opportunity to connect with the communities that we serve. They'll be able to give us feedback. We'll be able to share with them different programs, energy efficiency, the new Customer Assistance Fund, those types of things, to make sure that we can better connect with them as well, too.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you. With the new Customer Assistance Program, how did you select Salvation Army as your partner to work with?
So we went to RFP, and we looked at various nonprofits, and the Salvation Army was one of the had the best options for us to make sure that we can maximize on the dollars going to the actual customers that we're looking to serve and not get caught up in a bunch of administrative fees. Their outreach and the number of customers that they touch in our service territory was outstanding as well, too. So it was a full-blown RFP process.
Thank you. And it sounds like this is a slightly different customer base than would be covered through a traditional LIHEAP.
That's correct.
Program. If somebody applies for LIHEAP and isn't eligible, how are you communicating with them about this program?
So the good thing about this program is if they do get LIHEAP, they're still eligible for the program. What we're trying to do is broaden the spectrum, because there are some customers that aren't eligible for LIHEAP, but they really do struggle and get assistance. We call them the ALICE segment of our customers, asset limited income constrained. So that was the whole point of trying to broaden this a little bit more. Customers can still go get LIHEAP. They get qualified for that, and they can also still apply for this fund to help them as well.
Right. So, but the customers the ALICE customers,
Yes, ma'am.
like, how do they find out?
We're about to start our marketing campaign where we're going to let customers know when the funds are available.
Will it also be linked to the LIHEAP? Will there be any linkage between those programs? So if you don't qualify
Yes.
for LIHEAP, that you
There'll be
can
a
slide
referral.
into? Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. There'll be a referral.
That is such a great word to describe what I was asking about. Thank you.
I got it. We're here to support each other. Perfect.
What does your marketing program entail?
So we're looking at two different types of marketing strategies. One, where it'll be more of a light touch. We're going to partner with the Salvation Army, make sure that we send out emails to customers. There'll be some on-bill messages. There'll be some individual mail that goes out to our customers as well, too. Eventually, we're also going to move when we have an online application available for customers. We're going to market it much more broadly. And we'll have ads on TV, those types of things that are all a part of the program with the Salvation Army.
And to the extent possible, would you be working with Indiana 211?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Indiana 211.
Yes, we will. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Go to the next slide. I'll try to make up for some time here. I do apologize about that. But for our foundation, through our foundation, we look to strengthen the communities that we have the privilege of serving by providing grants into two strategic pillars, right? One of those is community vitality, and the other one is education. We've donated more than $4 million in 2024 to different charitable foundations and contributed more than 8,000 man-hours with volunteering with different programs across our entire footprint. Within our strategic pillars, we're always looking for programs that assist under-resourced communities to try to advance equality throughout our service territories. I'll also like to talk to you about just winter projections for bills. So at the top of this table, it shows the expected winter projections for gas to be between through the months of November and March in the north and south in Indiana. Below, the bills are expected to rise by $10 in the north and $19 in the south, if you look across the top for gas-only customers. The gas bills increase is primarily associated with an increase in market gas prices and a small increase associated with a CSIA filing for gas infrastructure costs. The second table, right below that, shows bill projections for combined gas and electric customers, including customers who use electricity for heating, which accounts for about 25% of our customer base. That table includes all charges, base rates, fuel, trackers, and it's an average between November and the March timeframe with the expected average usage per customer each month. There are a few drivers that are responsible that contributed to the increase, right, in the electric bills. While fuel costs has decreased since last year's CEI South has secured temporary capacity contracts to meet MISO's planning reserve margin that have contributed to that the expense as well too. The third table at the bottom of the slide is a benchmark that shows the expected standard residential electric bill as per 1,000 kilowatt hours, right? Please note that these tables do not include the expected impacts of the rate case. An order is expected in the case in February, and the rates are going to go in place in March. While rates may increase in March, usage typically decreases because of the seasonality coming out of heating season, which will average it out to customers' usage to be about 600 kilowatt hours per household. With that, I'll take any questions or turn it over to Ashley Babcock to talk to you all about natural gas.
Thanks, Tony. I'll start first, just a quick overview of our natural gas footprint in Indiana. We have over 16,000 distribution miles of main and 750 of transmission that serve our over 760,000 customers that Mike mentioned at the beginning. Our gas supply plan and our objectives remain the same year after year. It's ultimately to meet our customers' natural gas needs throughout the varying conditions, which are the joys of living in the Midwest, through a balanced supply of products that I'll talk a little bit more about. Our gas supply plan is to hedge or price stabilize approximately 70% of our gas supply through average weather. So we do this through a combination of physical and financial hedges and on and off system storage. And then this next chart just is a similar view, only utilizing a design day, which illustrates on a design day that we have capacity through a diverse supply to meet the demand with just a little bit over 3% margin, which is consistent across our enterprise where we target somewhere between 3 to 5%. And finally, I'll transition into our gas operational readiness. We begin preparing at the transition of the season. So we start coordinating amongst the departments you see listed on this slide to identify any critical areas in our system that may need attention to ensure they're operational. We might need to make modifications or add additional monitoring going into a heating season. And we also prepare our fleet and our workforce and our operating centers as well We want to make sure that our major construction projects are at a safe and secure place, especially in the event that we would expect a significant weather event, and that our workforce is able to respond in the event of varying conditions. And lastly, while I mentioned we kicked off our system planning and that coordination earlier in the year, we touched base actually just recently as we get into heating season to ensure if anything's changed. We have seen some new areas of concern where we have a lot of growth throughout the year, that we want to add additional monitoring points to ensure that we're prepared proactively to meet any customer concerns and that our system meets our customer needs. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shane to talk through electric.
Thank you, Ashley. Can you hear me? So, make sure here. Yeah, so just to cover the CEI South's electric footprint, it's kind of a retread of what Mike showed earlier, but I just wanted to illustrate where our generation resources were located within our service territory. We have most of them in our service territory, just a few that's not. And as Mike said, 150,000 customers, approximately 4.4 gigawatts in sales last year. Just an overview of our current generation fleet for this winter. As you can see, we have 392 megawatts of coal, 160 megawatts of gas, and 137 megawatts of renewable. As you know, with our generation transition plan, we have approximately 460 megawatts of CTs, our fast ramping quick start CTs that will be in service mid next year, as well as 191 megawatts of solar at Posey Solar that will be in service as well mid next year. And then we have another 782 megawatts of renewable generation that we anticipate coming online in the 26-27 timeframe. Just to look at our historical and forecasted peak for the winter season, as you can see, we're forecasting 863 megawatts. You'll see a slight trend up throughout the previous years. A lot of that is due to the load growth that we had with Mike talking about just under 100 megawatts of load growth from Kaiser and as well as AstraZeneca. And then obviously we've seen some higher customer usage just because of the higher or colder temperatures that we've seen, especially during Winter Storm Elliott. But as you can see, the 863 that we forecasted on the next slide is well below our PRMR margin requirement. This 1,063 megawatts is about 12% higher than what we had last year, though. But we are still about 23% below our PRMRs. As far as our winter reliability preparedness, it's the same as what Ashley stated for her gas side, as well as what I heard Duke and NIPSCO present. We are proactively doing preventative and predictive maintenance throughout the year. However, we do look at it from a winterization period starting in September that we go ahead and winterize all of our facilities. We continue to monitor through Storm Geo, NOAA, and other meteorologists, and I'm not sure if you know, but we've hired a meteorologist on staff now within CenterPoint. So we continually look at those various sources for forecasts, and when we do see forecasts of extreme weather coming in, we go back out and reevaluate our critical areas just to make sure we have the adequate protection. As when MISO gives emergency conditions, we still continue our hands-off approach, meaning we don't touch anything unless it's absolutely necessary during those situations. And as far as planned or maintenance outages, our Cully units are the only units we had an outage on this year, and we took those in early or late September. And then lastly on this slide, our fuel supply and chemical inventories, we have an adequate supply of coal. We have about approximately 75 days, which is a little above what our target is on site. As Ashley talked about with the peak design day, we have enough gas supply. We have 76% firm capacity and 24% storage to provide our gas turbines. And we always ensure that we have enough chemicals and reagents on hand and have a good delivery schedule just to maintain our environmental compliance. I'll wrap up just to talk about our storm response plan. As we talked about before, when we monitor weather coming in, if we do see something extreme or severe coming in, we do implement our storm response plan, which I won't go through all these different steps. But it is an all hands on deck when we do look at that to make sure that we have the proper plans in place to respond adequately. And as you know, we've had some practice this year. We had a couple of storms in April and July, so we do have enough practice where I feel like we're confident that we have enough, we're able to respond. And that's it for us. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. What slide number is that? It has that, right here, they're on my head. 22, slide 22. What's that stack going to look like? You rattled off several renewables coming online in the next 3 to 5 years. What's that stack going to look like?
Well, in the next MISO planning year, we should have well above the planning reserve margin to meet needs. And then as the renewables come on, of course, with the MISO DOLL, direct loss of load accreditation program, we will see a loss of that accreditation coming on. But we still, based on the I think that comes into place in the 28-29 MISO planning year. And we're going to be a little short based on that DOLL because of that accreditation program.
Is that also going to increase your, the need for capacity purchases as well?
When the DOLO comes in place with the renewables that we have, it impacts solar more so than anything else over dispatchables. So when that comes into place, when we add that 782 megawatts, we will see a pretty dramatic loss in accreditation that we will have to do something to replace that capacity.
What do you have in mind?
Well, we'll probably be looking at that in our next IRP to see where we're going to land with that, which is, we're going to be starting that next year. Yep.
Will the CTs be bid into the capacity in March or May?
We're hoping to.
They're coming online in June or July?
We're hoping to have them online in May.
In May.
In May, so we will be.
They actually have to be online to be bid in?
We have to actually test and show that we have, be able to provide that capacity before we put it in. But we have to actually frap it in February, so.
Mike, this is probably directed at you, and you probably heard the question several different times from the other utilities. There's a significant interest, I think, in policymakers making sure that the economic development success of the state, and you rattled off several very wonderful projects in the service territory. From your standpoint, do you see a robust relationship with the economic development authorities at the state level about prospects potentially coming to the state and potentially needing utility services in a significant way as a part of their business model? Or could there be improvement there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. And I was thinking about trying to come up with something unique because I did hear a couple of the answers. But my perspective would be very similar to a couple that I know I heard, and that is that it is better. I would say over the last 3+ years, it has gotten consistently better, but it could always be, the earlier the better. You've heard that. I think that's been our experience. I think on the electric side in Southwest Indiana, we work really hard with what down there is known as EREP, Evansville Regional Economic Partnership, kind of local leadership, and working with the IEDC. We've had a number of looks over the last 18 months, and so that's why I say it is getting better. But I do think there's room for improvement. And from my perspective on the gas side, there's always room for improvement because the customers tend to focus on the electric needs, understandably, and sometimes the gas, which is usually a need also, kind of trails in that conversation. And so there's definitely opportunity to.
You mentioned SK, for example, as a, obviously that's in Duke's electric service territory, and yours on the gas side of the equation. So yeah.
Right.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much, but if I heard everything correctly, starting with Mike, Ashley, and Shane, we're good for the winter season.
Yes, sir.
Ready for winter.
And thank you for the customer service update as well, and the coordination with all the various programs and communicating with customers about that too. Very important to leverage as much as we possibly can for the benefit of those customers. Thank you. Phil, I think you're on deck. We have the small gas utilities. John, there you are. Well, Phil, I did see you over there on the side, and not to badger you with what you've already heard over and over again, but this kind of free-flowing discussion. The OUCC is over here. Anthony is asking some questions. We have technical staff here. Obviously, all the commissioners are here as well, and we're very anxious to hear from you representing the small gas utilities in the state. And I think we've got 30 minutes, is that correct? Yeah, 30 minutes. So the floor is yours, and you and John handle it how you want to. Yeah, and you got to, Phil, you just pick it up and move it closer to you. That thing may stick to the tabletop, but you can bring it right up to you. And it's not so much for us here in the room, but the folks that are watching via streaming, they can only hear you if you're talking into the mic.
All right, well, hopefully that's working now. I have a green light. That looks good. Okay. And I can speak up too, if that would help. So small gas is, in particular, this is investor-owned gas companies that are members of the IEA, and here to represent that today. A couple of the more notable companies on our slide would be Indiana Natural Gas and Midwest Natural Gas, which I represent, and John represents Ohio Valley Gas. So all these slides we're presenting today are somewhat generic in that they present activities from all the companies, but the companies have all reviewed these slides and agree with them. Customer bill trends, for instance, would be correct for all companies. So we note that the NYMEX has been below $3 for all months in 2024, which is good. A lot of companies, including our companies, buy gas at NYMEX close for each month, so those prices matter. They matter to us. They matter to our customers. Those prices were much higher 2 years ago when there was some uncertainty in the gas market, particularly around geopolitics. But that, although those issues have not settled down, fortunately the market has kind of seen that there's workarounds and gas supplies can move to Europe and everything is fine there. So the panic has kind of gone out of the U.S. natural gas market, and prices reflect that. So for small companies, price stability and reduction has lowered rates from 2 years ago. Rates are expected to be a little higher than last year. There have been some rate cases among some of our member companies reflecting higher wage costs coming out of pandemic with inflationary pressures we saw there, and the need to hang on to our trained workforce made us look at wages very carefully. For upcoming winter, we expect prices 30 cents to $1 per decatherm higher over the same period last year, varying by company. Part of that was due to technical reasons with the overcollection refund. So as you all are aware, but perhaps people on the stream might not, when we end up in a price decrease period where prices are rapidly going down, gas companies end up overcollecting for that, which happened as we came out of some of those geopolitical concerns. And that money had to be refunded to customers last year, which tended to artificially deflate rates from where they would have been. So that has gone away. That money is back to the customers, so we've returned to a more normal state.
This is just, it looks like a battleship to me, a large graph of the NYMEX settlement history, but you can see the spikes we saw during 21 to 23, the reasons I discussed earlier, and now we're back to more normal prices. I also note on that chart that the 2020 frame, you can see the end of COVID, which really pushed down prices kind of artificially at the end of COVID, where demand just went away. Demand just went away in that period. So there were some concerns or questions from the commission about firm pipeline capacity, and so how does that fit into portfolios for small gas companies? All of us are dependent upon the many interstate pipelines which come from various producing regions and travel through Indiana. Indiana has a plethora of pipelines depending on which area you're in. And gas utilities such as Ohio Valley Gas, such as Indiana Natural and Midwest, have multiple contracts on those pipelines to move gas to our city gates. And typically we're going to have firm capacity to get that done. So we maintain contracts with each pipelines to reserve capacity for customers' expected needs, that we have to pay for that capacity whether they need it or not, but when they need it, we have to have it. We use those firm transportation contracts. There are sometimes cheaper and less reliable ways. I guess maybe editorially I would say that's my wording. Maybe other people would have different wordings for that, to move gas on interstate pipelines during non-critical periods, but on the coldest days, such as a polar vortex, that gas goes away. And release capacity arrangements can become onerously expensive or unavailable. Has that been your experience too, John?
It has been, Phil, yes.
Thank you. So while the cost of firm supply is a significant portion of overall natural gas costs for our customers, we have to remember that gas remains the least expensive energy option per unit of energy for our customers, and generally by a wide margin. Firm service allows us to supply that gas 24/7, 365, which makes it of value to our customers. A energy source that they cannot depend on would have little value. Interstate natural gas supply, and what approach do we use to establish and update those interstate supply contracts? So this is something I have had experience with as recently as this year. We had a customer in Du Bois, Indiana, which is expanding their business and requires significantly more gas, and much like we heard earlier from CenterPoint, they got with us early, and we had to run new pipeline to them and also firm up supply on our Texas Eastern pipeline in Bridge to get that done. We were able to secure that capacity, really no problem other than jumping through all the hoops that they require, and that's about a 9-month to probably 1-year process to get that capacity bought. So as those needs change, we look at those contracts and change them as needed. Where capacity is insufficient, we'll try to increase it. Typically, that requires us to enter a 5 to 10-year contract with the pipeline to get that done. And at the end of that, we have ROFR. So once we get it locked up, we should be good to go going forward. If we don't need that, we can turn it back to the pipeline to save our customers some of those reservation costs, but there is no guarantee after that that you could recontract for that portion of supply if it had been snapped up by someone else.
And I wanted to add that one of the contracts a lot of us have is called a small gas transport contract, and those contracts aren't offered anymore. So you may look at our supply and see that we have this SGT contract and wonder why we have it. Well, it is cheaper than anything the pipeline will offer. And as Phil said, if we're sure that if we gave it back, we'd never see it again. And just to comment a little bit more on those times when it does get extremely cold, a lot of transport customers will try to buy interruptible supply. And interruptible supply equals cheaper, except when everybody needs it. So then that's when the really extreme pricing comes into play. So that's why we do peak design days and why we try to make sure that we have firm capacity for our customers.
Thank you, John, and I would agree with that. It's very important. I'm a third-generation natural gas guy, and I have to say, my father's, maybe the wisest thing he said to me was, our capacity on pipelines is our most valuable asset. It's something we value greatly. Other states' potential impact. So we could do everything right. Does that mean everything's fine all the time, I guess is the question. And the answer, honestly, is maybe not. So we have multiple interstate feeds in our systems, but often only one interstate connection per area. And an outage on a pipeline such as that would be detrimental to our ability to serve. In many cases, we would not have the ability to cross-feed gas between systems. That could be a problem at any time of the year, but the winter, I guess, would be the worst case. Now, I've been doing this for 31 years, and I have not seen that situation happen. In the time that I've been involved with the industry, we have not had an interstate pipeline lose the ability to deliver gas to any of our purchase points on an emergency basis, and where they have needed to do it for maintenance purposes, they've supplied backup supply in the form of CNG or LNG and kept us whole and our customers whole. John, do you have any experiences that are different than that?
Just a little bit. In a previous life working in Ohio, there was a pipeline damage in Kentucky that did impact delivery potential into our territory, but thankfully there were some other duplicative pipelines that were able to pick up and carry on the load. So yeah, we are pretty fortunate to have good interstate pipeline suppliers.
Well, and I don't mean to jump the gun, but Commissioner Bennett and I kind of asked a couple of questions about the future, and particularly in the potential for electric utilities needing to deliver more and more electricity for economic development projects of the future, which might mean more gas that would be needed as well. And I'm very interested in your take as local deliverers of gas primarily for home heating, but also for business and industrial use, as well as you talked about the customer from Du Bois, Indiana. But how do you see that, and any constraints on pipelines that may exist? I don't think Indiana's in as bad a shape as some other areas of the country, but love to hear both of your perspectives on how you see things over the horizon.
John, you want to take that first, or you want me to go?
I'll give it a shot. Thanks for that question, Mr. Chairman. It's a little scary some days to think about it because there's a lot of talk about getting rid of coal and moving more reliability onto natural gas. But I think it also proves why we need to keep our firm capacity contracts. Fracking is another issue that was, I don't know that we talked a lot about it in the past election, but it was something that concerned me that, hey, we need to continue to keep fracking important to get the gas from eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, which a lot of it does end up in Indiana. So, yeah, it's a great question. I think the other thing besides just electric generation is what LNG plants are going to do. You look at some of the projections of LNG supply, and you see more and more coming online as we go into the next few years. So I think both of those could contribute. But again, we want to make sure we keep our firm supply to keep residential customers or commercial and small industrial that don't transport. Phil, what can you add to that?
Well, I share the chairman's concern. There is an awful lot of electric generation that's going to be moving to natural gas, or new generation that's going to go to natural gas because of the benefits of the fuel and the ability to ramp quickly. And it's just, it's a great resource. It's just a fantastic resource. So I understand why power companies would want it. To this point, you know, in our most recent needs to increase capacities, we've not run into any constraints. We've just jumped through the pipelines hoops and been able to get it. But I don't know that well, it can't continue forever. I would point out that the thing I think that's got us to this point is John's point about fracking and the addition of eastern supply. So you're looking at a lot of legacy pipelines that were really designed to run one way out of the Gulf Coast and come to places like Indiana and ran past Indiana. And now those pipelines are also being fed from the other end. That tends to double the amount of supply that those pipelines can move. And we see that on our own system, where that East Coast gas, which is hotter, the gas coming out of Pennsylvania, meets up with the gas from the Gulf Coast, which is not quite as high on BTUs, and we may see our BTUs fluctuate rapidly as that point where those two streams merge moves past our take stations. So we are right in the sweet spot where we can get gas from those shale plays in the Appalachians, or get gas from our traditional sources on the Gulf Coast, which has served us well to this point, but there is a maximum amount, right? There is a maximum amount those pipelines can deliver, and past that, it's going to require, you know, significant investments from them. Those companies are always looking to make money. If there's a way to get it done, if more need is there, I hope that they can build those pipelines, but you know, that there's been some pushback against siting and that sort of thing for some of these pipeline projects. It's a worry. I understand the question. It worries me as well. All my insight, I guess, I've passed on. I don't really know what else to say on that.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, Phil, you said it earlier, you can have all the gas in the world, but if you can't get it anywhere, what good is it? So where is that point of where we have all this gas, but we're going to need to build some more transmission and distribution? Where is that point going to be? And I know it's not a fair question, but when are we going to have to put some new pipe in the ground to handle the extra capacity that we're going to need for economic development and just commercial and residential use in general?
But my thought is it needs to be happening right away. So we may have a window now to get out in front of some of this. I don't guess I have a lot of confidence that we will get out in front of our problems. It seems like we sometimes wait for our problems to show up before we address them. But now I think the need is there now. Even for one of my little projects, like the one I spoke to earlier, which amounted to running a couple of miles of steel, it's a big deal to get that in the ground when you have to talk to every property owner along that pipeline and reach an agreement for an easement. And
that cost you?
I think all in maybe $20 a foot. So.
And the time, you said it took almost a year, right?
Right, but that's the kind of project we live for. I mean, that's really what makes it all go for us. It's you know, gets me up a little 10 minutes earlier in the morning because I know I get to work on that. So we're excited to do those kinds of things, and business-wise, that's what really, I guess, helps us make payroll, is those sorts of projects.
And Commissioner Bennett, I would mention that I think Indiana's in a lot better shape than maybe some states to our east. You know, if you get down in North Carolina and north of there, sometimes they struggle. There's pipeline projects that are trying to be approved that aren't necessarily being approved, but it's just amazing sometimes how much it costs to get gas moved in other areas. But I think we're pretty fortunate here in the state of Indiana.
How developed is the secondary capacity market opportunity for you to sell capacity that you don't need?
John?
That's a tough one, Commissioner Valletta. It's, if you do an asset management agreement, which I think our counterparts at CenterPoint mentioned, sometimes you can include some of that in the contract, but most of us don't have an abundance of capacity that's available to sell.
Also, I'd point out, John was mentioning those SGT contracts, such as Texas Gas has, and SCT contracts. Those capacity cannot be sold out of those contracts, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think
So you
right.
can't monetize those then?
No, those were all set up back in the early 90s as we were coming through Order 636, which precluded pipelines from being able to actually physically sell gas. And they were required to bundle a service for small customers to make it easy, small customers being gas companies of our size. And that's kind of what they came up with, and one of the rules for that was you cannot turn around and resell that capacity. It's just for the benefit of the company on the contract.
Yeah, I think storage is one thing that maybe can be utilized to do that, but most of us small companies only have pipeline storage. There's not a lot of it available.
Other questions at this point? Also, in other states, potential impact in cases of pipeline supply problems, coordination among the companies. Can we utilize that? And I think it would be a very limited way. I can recall once in my career where we made a temporary connection to another local distribution company to make supply available to them in case they needed it because of an outage issue that they had. But those things are going to take some time to set up and would really be very specific on two distribution companies that physically butted up with each other, which is somewhat rare. So not a lot of ability to help each other there. We do have the ability to supply manpower in some cases if a company would have an outage to help them in those sorts of situations. But supplying gas from one company to another be very, very difficult. Storage levels. Most of the companies we're dealing with have storage rights on pipelines that were required to get that gas back into those storage fields during the summer, and all companies report that storage is full at this time and no supply issues there. We also touch on supply chain issues on other things. Coming out of the pandemic, we saw lots of problems buying everything from gas meters to gas regulators to service trucks to tooling, specialized fittings that we require, and those types of constraints, I guess, haven't gone away, but are getting better, I think, in every case. In my experience, I know when I'm trying to order service trucks this year, instead of being 9 months, it's going to be 3 months. So we're getting back to where we used to be, which is very nice. Additional questions from commissioners at this point?
Well, I realize that you guys are representing a lot of other you small gas utilities as well, but going into the winter season, contact with customers eligible for LIHEAP, generally speaking, can you make some observations about how you do that outreach to make sure that the maximum benefit is getting to these customers?
Sure, and my experience is the small companies do a great job with that, and it all starts with our CSRs. So in a town like Paoli, Indiana, which is where my office is, we're generally familiar with the people that live there, our employees and the customers. Often went to high school together, and our CSRs do a great job at looking out after them and helping them figure out maximum dollar amount that they can get from the various methods that are out there to help people. People that are currently on LIHEAP typically, can extend that every year. They're going to become aware of it and know what they need to do. But we also do an outreach through billing messages annually as we approach the heating season to try to maximize the number of people that are able to take advantage of that. I think we talked about in small gas, one of the things we've noted the last few years is the LIHEAP dollars have not been fully subscribed. And the good part of that, I guess, if there's a silver lining, is it means a customer that comes to us at any time, LIHEAP has always been available. We've never had to say, boy, you'd qualify for LIHEAP if there was any money, but there's not. That has not occurred in the last several years, and that is a blessing. John?
I would echo Phil's initial message about our CSRs. And even for us, we have 7 district offices and a district manager at each location that's available to speak with the public and help customers. We have a communication person that sends out a lot of Facebook messages. It's amazing how many people still utilize Facebook for talking about utility stuff. So it works, but I just think one of the advantages we have as a small company is just having people that live and work in the areas that we're serving.
And I've got to ask it this way too, because of that closeness of relationship with customers, Phil, as you were describing, knowing people because you went to high school with them, and if you don't know them, one of your friends does, that kind of word of mouth. Good relationship with the township trustees, local non-for-profit groups. I assume that kind of thing is a way of funneling information to you and to the customers as well about eligibility.
Yes, and I think that's gotten a lot better, and I keep going back, I guess, because I'm old. I keep thinking about how things used to be, and that's something that's improved dramatically over the years. I think the quality of our township trustees, the people that are taking that role on, is those people do an amazing job. And when they have someone come to them, they'll reach out to us and ask what they can do, or what we can do to help. And the same thing if we have somebody that's perhaps already gone through their LIHEAP, and that hasn't happened a lot lately because there's quite a bit of funding available. That seems to be sufficient for most people. But if there is a need out there, perhaps something that LIHEAP won't cover, then township trustees are willing to jump in and help, and we make sure that those connections get made.
I think you're done.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
No,
I
Bill,
appreciate
John,
the interest.
Thank you very much for the presentations and for representing the rest of the small gas utilities in the state. Individually, you're doing a great job. Collectively, an unbelievable job making sure that people's homes are heated, particularly in the winter months, but all year round for business and for home use. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for having us here today, and happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. And I think AES Indiana is next. Brandy? Looks like you got quite a crew. Well, you got to sit through at least part of this, Brandy. Obviously, you've been through it before, but this is an opportunity for not only you to present, but hopefully have some good Q&A between the commission, but also we have the OUCC here and commission staff as well. And with that, I'll just turn it over to you. We've allotted about 30 minutes for presentation purposes and questions and answers. But I'll turn it over to you, Brandy, for introduction of your team as well.
Perfect. Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Houston, commissioners, for allowing myself and our team at AES Indiana to come in front of you to discuss our winter reliability plans. With me today, you may notice a few new faces, and so myself, Brandy Davis-Handy, president of AES Indiana. I'm also joined by Patrick McGuire, who now leads our commercial team. We also have Greg Ellis, who is a new face. Greg is the plant manager at Harding Street, but is going to be representing generation today, and Mike Holtzclaw, who serves as our director of power delivery. And we look forward to presenting and answering any questions that you may have of us today. Before I dig in to our winter plans, I do want to share, and I promise I will be quick and brief. I just want to spend about 2 minutes talking a little more broadly about our plans as a utility. And so as I think about the role that AES Indiana plays in the energy transition, we have a focus right now on key 4 areas, and those are listed on the screen. The first being customer centricity, which is all about improving all aspects of the customer journey. This quarter, within our company, we rolled out a new internal program, not just for our customer care team, which our customer care team includes our front office and our back office functions, but our entire company. And so this program, which I believe I reference as our customer experience North Star, and it's and what we say, I would say our internal mantra is power to serve every moment of every day. And before the end of this year, our plan is to make a training available for every single employee of AES Indiana as we recommit ourselves to the customer experience and the role that all of us play in that experience with our customers. The second pillar being that of economic and community development, which is an important aspect in the role that we play here in Central Indiana. Making investments which improve the quality of life for both our customers and our community, I believe, is vitally important. And I want to give an example. Just last month, we hosted our 14th annual AES Indiana Day in the Parks, which was held at Garfield Park. And this is a part of a 2-year commitment that we have at Garfield. And at the end of that day, we had about 300 of our employees that were on site. It was a gorgeous day. And someone from the Parks Department came up to me, not to just thank our team, but they made the statement that the work that we did and the investments that took place in that one day, it would have taken about 5 years had they gone through the city budget approvals. And so that, to me, is a direct example of the impact that we want to make with our community investments. The third pillar being that of sustainability, and we know that we are on a path of transforming our generation infrastructure, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that today. Just a few months ago, we were down in Pike County celebrating about $1 billion in investments that we're making in the community there to support the future needs of Central Indiana. And then reliability being that fourth pillar. And I think that there's the most recent example, if we go back to this September, as many of us throughout the state were impacted by Hurricane Helene. I think that we've got some really great examples from not just that storm, but storms that we've seen throughout the year that demonstrate that our storm hardening is working. And so if we were to look at the C1 poles that we've installed, the 477 conductors, through these storms, since they have been put in, we haven't had to splice a conductor, we haven't had to repair a pole. And so that shows that is working. And this next slide is just a brief overview of who we are and who we serve. So covering all parts of Indianapolis and touching parts and pieces of the 8 surrounding counties with 530,000 customers. We currently have 3.9 gigawatts of generation resources comprised of natural gas, solar, and wind, with 2 remaining coal units at our Petersburg facility, which plans are now underway to repower by 2026. And just this year, we've added the 100 megawatts that you see on by the purple dot at Hoosier Wind Farm, and then our Hardy Hills solar facility with 195 megawatts. AES Indiana is prepared to meet our winter obligations. And right now I want to go ahead and pass it to Patrick, who's going to share a little bit more.
All right, thank you, Brandy. I'm going to jump right in to the next slide. So as Brandy stated, we have secured sufficient capacity to meet our obligation for this upcoming winter. On the left, the 2 columns look at our MISO coincident peak forecast. So every year we submit a non-coincident peak, basically when our system peaks. MISO looks at how closely correlated is that to their overall system peak. There's different times of the day and different characteristics of each utility system that kind of peak at different hours. So we're generally highly correlated, but our MISO coincident peak forecast for this coming year is just over 2,500 megawatts. With the 27.4% reserve margin requirement on top of that, our total obligation heading into this winter is just over 3,200 megawatts. On the resources side, everything on the right, everything Brandy showed was installed capacity or the nameplate. What I'm looking at is we're looking at the accredited capacity, how much firm capacity you get off of each resource and the total. So we have 2,842 megawatts of firm capacity with our resources. We've procured additional capacity to meet that obligation. Again, our installed capacity is well over that. As we look at that MISO coincident peak of 2,542, our obligation of 3,200. To put that into context, 2 years ago, we talked about Winter Storm Elliott. Our peak load was around 2,800 megawatts. So we have more than sufficient capacity plus room for this upcoming winter. Looking at our fleet has changed quite a bit over the last few years, especially if you go back in the 10 years before that, there's even more changes. But really, there's a significant amount of change since 2020 as we look specifically at winter. And this chart here looks at percentages of our generation on an installed capacity basis. So going back to 2020, we had all 4 Petersburg units on coal, so just under 50% of our installed capacity was coal, the remaining gas plus a little bit of wind. We have added solar over time. We've also, as Petersburg units 1 and 2 were retired, consistent with our plan that started with the 2019 IRP, we have reduced that as we head into this winter. We have Petersburg units 3 and 4, about 1,000 megawatts on coal. A variety of other units on natural gas. You'll see, just under 50% or just over 50% of the remaining of gas. It's also important to, as we talk about diversity, there's fuel diversity, but there's also locational diversity. We have various locations, also technology type. Not every gas plant runs the same, has the same characteristics. We have gas-fired steam units peaking and also natural gas combined cycle at Eagle Valley. So we have a diverse set of resources from a technology, fuel, and location perspective. As we look forward into the future, obviously there's more changes as you head out further in time, but when we're here really 2 winters from now, 2 years from now, as we look ahead to the conversion of Petersburg units 3 and 4 to gas, we'll be very heavy on the gas side, but we also have significant amount of battery storage coming online, coupled with solar, the wind from Hoosier, and we continue to value diversity in our portfolio, again, from all those from technology, fuel, and location. Looking ahead kind of commercially or operationally ahead to this winter, we're prudently managing our fuel supply. We've been very proactive in making sure that we have sufficient coal and natural gas ahead of the winter. For coal, we maintain on-site coal inventories. Our coal pile is more than sufficient for this summer, or for this winter, apologize, to run for the whole summer. We're 100% contracted on the coal side. We also have on-site fuel oil at Harding Street for units 4 and 5. Those are 100 megawatt peaking CTs. We have enough fuel oil to burn about 3 to 4 days for those 2 units. On the natural gas side, we've been
How much coal on site, and how many days worth?
How many days? We're up, I don't know the exact number, but we're up above 80.
Above 80.
Yeah.
Thank you.
On the natural gas side, we've been very proactive over the last several years. As we've had Eagle Valley come online. We converted Harding Street 5, 6, and 7. We have been very proactive in securing firm transportation and firm fuel supply for those units. We're up to 100% of our fuel burn has fuel supply, firm transportation contracts from a multitude of pipelines from Texas Gas, Panhandle Trunk Line, and Rockies Express. As part of that firm supply for Rockies Express, we also have fixed price natural gas hedges for up to 80% of Eagle Valley. We also have a very good relationship with Citizens Gas and work closely with them. We had winter prep meeting this week as we work closely with them as heading into the winter. In addition to having a firm gas supply contract, we also have storage contract with them up to 500,000 MMBTUs, up to 30,000 per day that we can draw on as well. And really, as we head into the winter, it's all about planning, forecasting, analytics, and communication. We try to hyper-communicate internally, but also externally as we go forward through the process with MISO. We have real-time operators and traders, not only at the plant, but also in the commercial team, working 24/7, sending updated gas schedules to the gas pipelines. We have two gas traders who are basically on call 24/7 throughout the winter, and we're looking out at least 20 days in advance, through multiple weather forecast vendors and really actively monitoring the whole situation with kind of all hands on deck through the winter.
Well, Patrick, we talked about this with other utilities that were in here too. Obviously, there was a polar vortex a couple years ago where it happened on a weekend, happened to be Christmas Eve. Temperatures dropped 50 degrees in a very short period of time, and obviously you're becoming more and more gas related. Do you think that you have, as a utility, increased communication with gas providers to the point where you can communicate with them on those predicted weather events to where you will be taken care of if there is something that happens?
That's a great question, and that's something I would say our communication has definitely increased. Multiple channels. We've been very proactive. I think part of it is not just how you communicate during those events, but building that relationship over time and ensuring that it's not just, hey, we haven't talked to you in 6 months and we're going to pick up the phone when we really need you. Kudos to the commercial team of developing those relationships, and especially as we head into winter, doing those meetings in advance of a winter storm will certainly help. But we certainly have appreciated the responsiveness of the pipelines and providers as well.
Well, the gas business is not just one entity. It's everything from the wellhead moving forward to, and all of them can be involved in something that is as dramatic as what did take place a couple years ago. But you're seeing better communication, better relationship building that will actually serve you in an emergency situation or urgent situation.
Yes, absolutely. Going to the next slide, a lot of this is just a summary of what I've been talking about, but long story short, we have sufficient fuel supply heading into this winter. We have plenty of on-site storage for coal. Our gas is fully contracted. We have on-site fuel oil for 2 of the Harding Street units, and we have firm gas up to 100% of our gas burn for all of our gas units. A few things that, themes that we wanted to hit on as well is, a lot has been talked about today, but also in other forums of, the challenges of the mismatch between a gas and electric day. And again, some of this comes down to communication of, it's kind of well known, like you mentioned, Winter Storm Elliott almost always happens on a weekend or a holiday. Our team knows that. We were prepared. We had multiple weather forecasts showing this event's coming. We bought firm gas for the full 5-day. Gas was trading on a 5-day package across that period, and we secured firm gas for that period. Again, we value reliability. We value, with the changing accreditation rules being available during those high price hours, there's a capacity risk too. There's kind of a direct cost of the fuel supply, but then there's kind of this indirect cost that could come down the line if that fuel supply isn't there. We try to control what we can control. And some of that is ensuring that we have firm gas transportation and the molecules as well. Because of the proactiveness we've had in securing firm supply for all of our gas, it really makes the long-term modeling decisions easier as we look at ahead. We're moving into our 2025 IRP here this next year. When you start to think about modeling extreme conditions in future years, it definitely makes that that easier, right? If we had more interruptible gas, we'd have to take that into account if we were doing any sort of probabilistic modeling or extreme scenarios. Because we have that long-term firm gas, those contractual mitigation efforts makes that long-term planning process easier. And then we continue to monitor, I might just segue into the next slide of, the MISO seasonal accreditation process we view as a positive effort. We're, in the second year of it. The rules continue to evolve, and there's indications that those rules are going to evolve even further with the accreditation rules, the direct loss of load efforts that are coming. It does make planning, even in the shorter term, a challenge, knowing the exact planning year that it's going to come. What is your capacity position? How does the reserve margin change year to year? We're actively engaged in all the MISO stakeholder processes and try to take into account in long-term planning how the accreditation could change over time, especially as we're looking at both thermal and non-thermal resources.
Patrick, not to put you on the spot, but I've asked this question of everybody that's MISO related. Earlier this morning, we had a MISO presentation about the season, and obviously, regional transmission-wise, the service territory looks good. They are doing things, seasonal accreditation, to try and put an actual footprint as to what they can rely on at a given point in time. All of those kinds of things send signals as well. And during the summer reliability hearing that we had here, they reported to us that they were going to have a dispatchable characteristics tariff for the ancillary services market presented to FERC in the first quarter of 2025. So I asked them for an update on that, and they said that they were still working on it, and but with an indeterminate date. Obviously, as the AES fleet is changing, but obviously with what is existing, a dispatchable characteristics tariff might send price signals and actually be a benefit to some of the customer base. What I'm interested in that long-winded introduction is, are you engaging with them on this potential tariff for dispatchable characteristics and ancillary services?
So I would characterize it as we're monitoring it. We're engaged in all the stakeholder processes. I think as we start to integrate more battery storage, and we're, we'll have,
which could benefit from it too.
Absolutely could benefit, and we see that in other markets as ERCOT has created additional ancillary products. California ISO has added other ancillary products for things exactly like you're talking about, dispatchable or ramp. We've certainly seen signals from other markets of where this could be heading. Something that we're certainly probably looking at for opportunities for customers to benefit from some of our flexible generation that we'll have online.
Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and ask you the same question that I've asked your peer utilities as well, which is about the 31-day outage. And I just wondered if that change had impacted you at all, and also how you are planning to deal with this new construct.
That is a perfect segue into Greg, where we have had to adjust outage schedules, and Greg will talk about one that's ongoing right now. It's something that we're monitoring. So that's a perfect segue over to Greg.
Thank you, Patrick. Just a brief introduction, first time presenting here. I'm Greg Ellis, plant manager at Harding Street. I've been with AES Indiana for 14 years now, started as a performance engineer. I've spent all my time at the generation facilities, so I'm pleased to be here today. As Patrick touched on, we do have one unit in outage, Unit 7 at Harding Street is scheduled in a fall outage until December 18th. This is a 48-day outage, so it's scheduled to straddle the fall and winter quarters to avoid the impact to our capacity accreditation. All other units have completed their fall outage and winter prep and are ready for winter. Our winter safety topics have been communicated to our personnel. We're ready from a safety perspective. We've completed all of our winter preventative maintenance as well on freeze protection systems, our weather enclosures, and all our coal handling equipment at Petersburg. Cooling towers have been winterized and are ready to run for the winter as well. We do have some new facilities this year. Hardy Hills is new to us, a commercial operation this spring. Will be going through its first winter. It is prepared. I know it's a small capacity asset in the winter, given a solar facility, but it is prepared for winter operation. Hoosier Wind is also new to us, and though it has many years of experience running through winter, we were able to bring the staff along with that acquisition, and it is ready for winter as well. We do have a number of...
It's rated for what temperatures? Do you know off the top of your head?
So there's not necessarily a firm temperature rating on there. They do have freeze protection on the blades, where if they begin icing, they will shut down the turbines, which can happen at a variety of weather conditions. We do have a number of other projects in development from 24 through 26. Pike County BESS, Pete Energy Center, and the gas conversion on Petersburg Units 3 and 4. All of those projects are being designed and developed with the applicable standards for winter weather, as well as some lessons learned from our other facilities. As we approach a winter weather event, we really lean on our first value, safety first. Our personnel are trained. We make sure we support them and provide them the resources they need to safely operate our facilities. 1 week out before a winter storm, we'll review our equipment lineups, action plans, as well as continue to monitor the weather. We'll begin planning our staffing, as well as switch our wastewater treatment facilities into winter operations mode. It's at this time also that I'll typically reach out to the other plant managers to see how they're doing on resources. If we have needs, we can share across Eagle Valley and Petersburg, make sure every facility is prepared. 2 days out, we continue monitoring the weather, schedule our additional staff. We will test run gas turbines 4 and 5 on fuel oil to verify everything is working there. And we'll implement our cold weather operator rounds and fuel our mobile heaters and our mobile fueling sites. The day before, we schedule emergency staffing, having people ready to report. If there's a lot of snow or difficulty getting to the site, we have people ready close by that can make it.
Greg, I got to ask you, how do you test the fuel oil while you're in operation?
So gas turbines 4 and 5 can switch from natural gas to fuel oil online.
Seamlessly?
Yes. So they can switch back and forth. So as we schedule additional staff, we make sure they're available to come in. We do have provisions if we need to keep staff on site. And then we continue to monitor the weather and begin running sensitive systems around the clock to prevent freezing. With that, I'll pass it over to Mike to discuss T&D.
Greg, let me ask you real quick. Define extreme weather for me.
Yeah, so for us at the plants, typically...
What's your definition of it may be different from somebody else, but...
Yeah, so when we start getting down to the single digits with significant wind, the wind is a big part of that definition and what direction it comes out of. So for Harding Street, for example, a hard west wind is very difficult for us to manage. So it could be, teens and not necessarily a winter storm that we would staff up and be prepared for, whereas a facility like Eagle Valley would respond differently. So anything approaching single digits and then with heavy wind is something is on our radar.
Thank you.
All right, so on the transmission operations side, we're a week and more out. We're always in prep mode. In fact, we'll run tabletop drills. In fact, this last Wednesday, we ran our winter drill. We ran a blizzard scenario for our folks to be prepared for this winter. But we're constantly monitoring the weather, both from National Weather Service and a couple of different private weather services that we use to get weather information to see what might be coming in, as well as monitoring, the Storm Prediction Center and others. In fact, what I'm seeing on the models right now, we're starting to watch for some potential weather next week after Thanksgiving. It looks like there's a storm system that may be moving through the Midwest, so we're already starting to see something and pay close attention to. As we get closer, within that week period, our system operations group, and both on the transmission side and distribution side, will start looking at outages that we have to see what facilities can be recalled to get the system back into as normal a configuration as we can for a weather event. We're checking with our supply chain folks, making sure we've got adequate materials, that we're not short on anything that we might need to bring additional inventory in for. And we're notifying our contractors that are on property that we may be needing them, particularly if it's an event that may be happening towards the end of the week, because a lot of them go home on the weekends and they live out of state. So getting them recalled is difficult. So if we see we might be hit late on Friday or over the weekend, we'll pay to have them stay. We'll put them up in a hotel and keep them here on the system so that they're available to us. As we get a couple days out, we're continuing to monitor forecast. We're activating the on-call storm team. As I've mentioned before, we've got 4 storm teams, one that's on duty each week on a 4-week rotation. So they're the initial triage team that will come in and figure out what we've got, what we need, and start activating the storm plan. And then we'll begin our daily status calls with those teams. Day out, again, transmission operations is looking at potentially declaring conservative operations, which means we suspend all normal routine work, all maintenance work, and basically don't touch anything unless we have to make sure everything's available and running as we need. And we're scheduling additional staffing in a winter, which we're kind of talking about here. For us, that's kind of extreme temperatures, as Greg mentioned. We get down into single digits, single-digit wind chills or below 0 wind chills. We'll start doubling up our single-man trucks, not allow anybody to be out there by themselves, particularly if they're going to be up in the air in a bucket. So we'll adjust our staffing accordingly for the weather conditions. And then we'll activate our emergency operations center and start manning it, have people in there monitoring as outages potentially might be occurring.
Mike, if I, on the lower left-hand corner on 7 days, there's a word called convection.
Yeah,
What is a convection?
Okay, you call it, this is a carryover from the spring slide. The convection forecast has to do with severe weather for severe thunderstorms and things. And I just noticed that on the slide right before I started.
I didn't even, okay.
But yeah, it's one of the things they look, it's
Convection, something that's up there in the...
It's up in the sky. It's lift in the atmosphere.
Okay. So it's tens of thousands of feet up in the air that doesn't really apply to winter.
No, but there is another piece of the storm prediction center that does have winter forecasts that I should have put on the bullet. Good question. All right, with that, I'll turn it back over to Brandy.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Right. Affordability is always top of mind for us, but never more so than when we head into high usage months like summer and winter. We do anticipate a slight increase in customer bills, and so what you see on the graph on this slide, and I want to point out the 914 kilowatts an hour number. That is the average usage of an AES Indiana customer, so that's why we are displaying the 914 and the 1,000. And drivers for the increase as we head into the winter months are due to shifts in fuel prices as well as anticipated increases in demand-side management cost. We understand that higher bills present a financial challenge for our customers, which is why we do a number of things and offer a number of resources to help them navigate that. And one program, and there's a number of resources that are listed on the slide, but one program that I want to highlight, which really bundles up all of those resources, is an ongoing partnership that we've had with Citizens Energy Group. And so what I found is that our ability to partner together and really create a roadmap that shows customers how they can utilize these programs. So for example, if you qualify for LIHEAP, understanding with that qualification, you also qualify for these next programs. And so we've heard some really great feedback from our customers that's been helpful. And I truly appreciate the team at Citizens for partnering with us in the way that they do. Just a few weeks ago, our community impact team was invited to their annual community resource day. And so we were able to have a table there. I just think that sort of partnership is helpful for the customers, and it reduces the noise.
Same feeling in their presentation.
Thank you. In one other program that I do want to highlight, and this is something that I've mentioned before, is our Power of Change program, which does provide a one-time assistance for income-qualified customers with an outstanding balance of at least $50. And so the qualification is if they receive a disconnection notice, they can receive a one-time hardship grant. So our average grant is $209. I also want to say right now as a company, we are hyper-focused on promoting extended payment arrangements for our customers. And so going back to what we offer during, if I go back to COVID in 2020, these 3, 6, 9, 12-month plans with the ability to go up to actually 36 months. We have not disconnected a customer or charged a late fee this entire year, and that is due to the challenges that we have had with our billing system. At this point, we have delivered more than 6 million bills to our customers, but we recognize that throughout this year, because of those challenges, it did cause some customer confusion. And so for that reason, we are committed to doing everything that we can to resolve that confusion, and if it had a financial impact on our customers, to be there for them in this way. So if I were to go back in September of this year, we started promoting the fact that we were getting closer to resuming the disconnect process. And so we told customers as early as the beginning of November, we would start disconnecting and charging late fees. At this point, we continue to stay focused on communicating the availability of these installment agreements. I can tell you, and I'm paying close attention to the number of customers that are taking advantage of this. I would say in the last 3 weeks, we're signing up close to 4,000 customers a week with these installment plans. Right now, our plan is not to resume disconnections until sometime in Q1 of 2025. And so we will continue to work with our customers. Just last week, we had a community, what we call our community meeting, where we called in, had more than a dozen community partners, also including those Centers for Working Families, where we talked through the update of what's happened with our system, what are the options that we have available for our customers, including these installment agreements. And we've also offered to be out in the community and actually go into these centers and have our customer care team there to help assist with any questions that our customers may have, and that is our primary focus at this time.
Randy, I would be very interested, I'm sure the other commissioners would be in a briefing at some point in time once you accumulated some data from that as to how the folks who have signed up, the 3 or 4, did you say 3 or 4,000 per week?
Correct.
Okay, so
since launching in September, so we have been.
That's a big number.
Yeah.
So we would love to hear more about that and what kind of compliance or what kind of participation, are they sticking to it?
Yep.
Kind of thing at some point in time. And I'm sure Stephanie would be happy to reach out and schedule something to hear more about that.
Absolutely.
In correlation with customers who have experienced challenges with the new billing system as well.
And could you clarify for me again what happens for folks that didn't pay their bills during that period where you were having billing issues? They're getting charged interest?
No. So at this point, we have charged no late fees since October of 23. When we do resume late fees, we will not, it will be future forward. So it will not be on any past balances. So no one currently in arrears will be penalized. And part of that is, as we think about where we are with the amount of customers in arrears, you have some who perhaps didn't pay their bill because there was true confusion on, is this the correct bill? Maybe they heard something about a bill being incorrect. You also have a pocket of people who said, I know, AES Indiana is doing a lot to promote the fact that they're not disconnecting, they're not charging late fees. Maybe this will go away. Our concern is making sure that we are doing everything that we can to communicate the right information to our customers. We're not able to go through that customer list and say who was not paying for truly the right reasons or the wrong reasons. So we're focused on doing everything that we can to be there for our customers and communicate these opportunities to them. And then I will end with this slide, and we tend to, as we go into the winter months, aside from Utilities Unite and all of the things that we promote across our bill messages, social media, energy efficiency, and those programs are one of the most important tools for our customers. This coming Monday, we're launching our newest energy efficiency campaign, and so you'll hear new ads streaming on radio, streaming platforms, billboards, social media, and so given not only the winter months, but some of the challenges that I just spoke to in terms of high bills in general, this is a prime time to ensure that we're doing everything that we can to promote these resources to our customers. And with that, I want to go ahead and open it up for any additional questions you may have.
I'm going to ask a question I've asked all the presidents of the utilities as they've come through with respect to the engagement on the economic development side. And you started your presentation including that in one of the 4 blocks, as I recall. I think that there's a sense amongst policymakers that for effective economic development to take place, that the utilities need to be in the room as business and industry of the high energy use approach our state and areas within our state. Do you sense a better relationship with the economic development folks in AES Indiana being in the room to give tempered and or enthusiastic embrace about what can or cannot be done, and to share what kinds of timelines are necessary for the success, the ultimate success of economic development projects?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, if I were to look at how we began this year with how we are ending it, it's in a very different place. And so I'm kind of looking down at Greg when, in one of the questions, when he was talking about power generation, he pointed to one of our values being safety. Safety, our first value. One of our other values is all together. And I truly believe that in order for us to meet these new opportunities and future needs and grow our service territories and our states, but do it in a way, and this is, I think, one of the most important guiding principles for AES Indiana, is do it in a way that it doesn't harm, either in the short term or the long term, our existing customers. And that's what our focus is. And in order to get to that place, it's going to take an all-together approach and being at the table with a number of people. So for AES Indiana, we've got to have the statewide view. I would say my conversations have shifted considerably in the last few months in terms of the conversations that I'm in from a central Indiana perspective and a statewide perspective. Because the reality is, to meet some of these potential megaloads and the numbers that are floating in front of us, the planning starts right now. And we've got to be there from day one to do it in a way, I'm excited about the possibility of growth, but we have to remain committed to doing it in a way that does not cause harm to our existing customers.
Thank you very much, AES Indiana. I'm going to put it up in a nutshell. We've got enough coal. We've got enough gas. We've got enough transmission. We've got emergency plans. We've got resiliency plans for this winter season.
We are winter ready. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving to you and to everybody else who's going to be working on Thanksgiving. I'm sure that you'll have folks out there, hopefully not for a weather event like what Mike is thinking is going to happen. But,
well, thank you all for your time, and happy
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving.
Working every day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you.